Time for day number 2 of the PUBG Mobile Star Challenge here for North America. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we are ready to get into things. Brought to you by Samsung Galaxy Note 9. A warm welcome to the desk as well here. My name's Kyle Laris. I'll be your host throughout the day. And to my left-hand side, once again, my esteemed gentlemen, we have Mr. Powerbang and we have 7 Worlds Gaming. Guys, we had a great day yesterday. Excited for day 2?
Oh, I'm absolutely pumped for day 2, man. Day 1 was exquisite. So much action, so many strong performances. I am really stoked to see who is going to make it into the final 15 as today closes to move on to the finals next month here in LA.
And not only that, I also want to go ahead and see who's going to maybe try to go ahead and come out on top with the record. We had a record of 25 kills yesterday from just one team. So I want to see if maybe somebody tries to go for 26 or just tie it for 25.
It's going to be difficult. That is a great score, to say the least. And speaking of points, let's talk about how all of these teams are going to be scoring throughout the day, of course, as we already saw a lot of points being racked up yesterday. Not only can you get those points from placement, but also from kills. Why don't you break that down a little bit more?
Absolutely. For your points breakdown, you see in first place, it is worth 500 points. Dropping down to second, you'll get 365, and it does cruise on down from there. But notable is the lower end of the rankings. You're still going to get at least 100 points for just showing up. So congrats to those that make it in, but don't place as high as they would want to. But with everybody receiving a little bit of points for participation here, the kills are going to be really, really key. 7, tell us about the kills.
Indeed, they are. And for each kill, they're going to go ahead and get 15 points. And as we mentioned, we saw a team get 25 kills, which means it's a lot of points just on kills alone. And they were actually able to go ahead and get on the top and pretty much be ahead of everybody on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and bear in mind, I think that at this point, there are still yet to be any teams that have even got 25 kills across the 2 games in their group, never mind 1 game, which shows how powerful they came out in day number 1. Once again, you can get involved over on Twitter as well if you go with the hashtag StarChallengeNA and tweet at all of us, as well as at PUBG Mobile, at ESL PUBG, and tell us who you think is going to be winning, who you think is going to be doing well. We want to hear from you throughout the day. We may even feature some of your tweets on the broadcast as well. We're going to be looking at Group A and Group B, how the points have been able to be racked up by these teams so far, guys. And in Group A, it certainly seems like Lights Out has put them lights out.
Absolutely. Really, really impressed with the performance of Lights Out on day 1. They came out in that first game and absolutely dominated. One of the strongest performances I've seen in any tournament to date thus far, but they have racked up 1,280 points. Again, over 30 kills between the 2 games, and that puts them well ahead of second place Gangstars and even third place Wicked Gaming. But as you can see, those top couple of teams are looking pretty solid to move on here, but everybody else has got some work to do. 7, who did you see yesterday that impressed you from Group A?
From Group A, obviously, the one that stands out is Lights Out, but I also want to go ahead and see how Derek's killers are going to go ahead and come out. They are currently in 7th place on the standings, so I want to go ahead and see if they come out aggressive. They want to go ahead and get those kills, and on top of that, the placing. But not only that, I want to go ahead and see if maybe one of the teams that don't have any kills yet, if they can actually go ahead and get on the leaderboard. For example, GV, Chicken Strips, and Honey Mustard, which we pretty much talked about yesterday all day, and then we also got Miss with Wolf. So I want to see maybe they can go ahead and get on the board as well.
And we saw some great engagements between like Winsanity and Chivero squad as well. I feel like both of those teams could potentially be higher, but because they kind of ran into each other halfway through games, unfortunately, they kind of just wiped each other out.
Absolutely. That's kind of the key in a lot of these games is how early do some of these higher-end squads run into each other, and that's really going to stifle some of their efforts moving later on into the games.
Let's take a look at Group B as well. Currently, Team Gates leading with those 25 kills and 1,075 points. Gentlemen, what really stands out to you looking at Group B?
I think looking at Group B, what stands out to me is it's a little bit closer of a margin margin between all of the teams from top to bottom. You've got your couple of standouts on top. You got Team Gates, Team G25, and those guys all at 900 or above points. But you've got quite a few points really all the way down. It's not like the other group where there's a very standout top few and then the rest.
And we see a lot of teams getting into the action here. Not as many zeros next to team names, so that's good to see. And also we see Team Hectic, which actually was able to get the win on game number 4 yesterday. So I'm looking forward to see how they go ahead and come out on top on this one.
The Pachinki Bandits yesterday always seem to find themselves in the midst of the action, so I'm looking to them today to see if they can get back into the action, get some kills, and maybe hopefully find themselves on the positive end of that final engagement.
That's what happens when you see some of those center strats come into play, I think, for them. They were able to find some good compounds, but towards the later stages of it getting wiped out.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, let's take a look at how things shaped up in day number 1, of course. Just in case you weren't here, there was plenty of highlights to run down, as well as what was going on in every single one of those rounds.
Absolutely. Round A1 yesterday, we saw the early fighting at the prison here. VG getting it done there. And then we've got Zen Gaming inside of Rosshawk early on as well. A very tense engagement there. Get a squad wipe. And then as we saw yesterday, Seven, the boats were not a place you wanted to be.
Definitely. As you can see here, Outsider just being able to go ahead and pick people off the boat. And right here, VG versus Wildcard. This was actually a huge turning point in game 1 of round A. And as I mentioned, this is first person. The first game of yesterday was in first person for each group. And after that, everything was third person. And right here, Nat Owl just being able to go ahead and pick people up with that Mini 14. And look at that vest. He wasn't even touched once. That level 3 vest is just loading. Right here, tell me PB.
You got Sixless doing work with that Mini 14, lights out, peeking out over the water, got a couple of boats heading right towards him, able to clear out a couple of squads pretty easily. And then as you can see, again, from lights out, Ignis there, getting that final kill, securing the chicken dinner in round A1 yesterday. Super, super good performance from lights out.
And going from round 1 for Group B, pretty much we saw the exact same thing here. Team Gates just going and putting the pressure right from the start, right from the get-go. And you can see here, lights out, Rolex just going in, getting the first 2 kills for his game as well.
And this was one of our most action-packed rounds. Team Gates was fighting from the very beginning to the very end of the round.
That's right. They dropped into Novorepnoye early. They lost Carnage there. Unfortunately, they had to play the rest around with 3, but it didn't stop them. They were able to get that chicken dinner. We see right here, Potato Sam from Team Gates able to sweep around, get the flank, and finish off with low HP. This squad here as they tried to get to the zone.
Beautiful play there by Potato Sam. And right here, Vitaly from Hammers Esports just picking people up that he was able to pretty much knock down and trying to get positioning here
Great shots.
The end of the game. Yes,
great shots with the red dot there from range.
Remix right here, Remix just pretty much knowing that people were down, putting the pressure on this team and being able to almost single-handedly squad wipe that team.
Absolutely. One of my favorite sequences from yesterday with 4 players seemingly square dancing inside of a house. Absolutely loved it. Right here we see Larry getting the car explosion. Gotta love that out in the open. He's able to finish off squad here. And then what are we doing behind the wheel here, Meg? What is going on with you?
We saw that a couple of times, you know, people just running into trees. Remix. But it happens, you know, and right here we saw actually Tank just pretty much going off by himself. His team wasn't giving him any backup. And I believe in this scenario right here, he was able to take down 3 people by himself.
Absolutely. You can see here in the third-person action, the action referred to right here with VG going into the zone, fighting with Sanity, and they were able to make it in. We've got Gangstars here, angry, hanging out on the berm, shooting some cars as we go by. Really solid action from Gangstars yesterday. Exciting to see what they do today.
That's true. And right there, Chad just didn't know where he was pretty much getting shot from. Looking all over the place, wasn't able to locate him, and then gets taken out. And Juicy here with the M249. Just beautiful, beautiful plays from Juicy.
That moved him up to 3rd place in that round rather than taking 4th, so that was extremely clutch from Juicy.
And right here, we actually got game 2 from group number B. Konoha, sorry. I'm actually remember here because Konoha just went off him. He pretty much did a 1 versus 3 and just destroyed that whole team by himself.
Absolutely clutch. DT Gone YT getting a clutch kill there with low HP on Miss Vixen, but Miss Vixen's squad able to come in, finish the job, make the push, and doing a good job there. Carnage here from Team Gates able to push around the corner and get a nice flank off. We saw some really great angles taken yesterday by Team Gates on a lot of their engagements. Look for them to put up a lot of kills today in day 2 action.
Yeah, that was something we were able to actually see from different teams. Just beautiful chemistry between the teams, knowing where all of their teammates are at, talking to each other. And right here, G25 just pretty much trying to use that smoke to his advantage and getting that win.
For a long time at the end of that game, Team G25 had a great compound secured for them, but Team Hectic was able to get the win in the end.
They had that compound. It was the only one in the final couple of zones, and as soon as the zone closed G25 out of their compound, it looked very, very likely that Team Hectic, led by Metalcore, was going to take the win there. Very good position, very strong. Everyone else just in the chaos, trying to make their way into the zone, and they got shot down in the process.
And absolutely, with how we see PUBG right now, there's never been a really better time to actually download it and start playing it on the mobile as well. With the new map Sandhawk also readily available as well. You want to go out there right now and play if you haven't already. And speaking of Sandhawk, of course, we can take a little bit of a sneak peek as to what Sandhawk may look like if it was real life.
Ooh.
Play PUBG Mobile for free.
If you want quick, rapid-fire action, Sandhawk is definitely for you when it comes to PUBG Mobile. I think you guys have really kind of taken to Sandhawk as a map.
I can agree with that sentiment 100%. Sandhawk has just come out on mobile here within the last week and a half, 2 weeks or so. I'm having a blast. So much fun, so much action. I've been hot dropping into Boot Camp and Paradise and Ruins, just absolutely slaying out, trying to get as many kills as possible. How are you liking it, Seven?
I second that. Boot Camp is pretty much my new favorite place anywhere in PUBG Mobile.
It's
I
so much
literally
fun.
go there every single time, and if for some reason the plane path is not going near there, I actually go ahead and get into a car and make sure I get my butt there, go ahead and loot it to myself. It is insane. It's a lot of action, too.
If you guys are rocking that Samsung Galaxy Note 9, make sure you go to their Play Store and download PUBG Mobile. It is truly the best game out there on mobile.
That's right, and a big thank you, of course, to Samsung Galaxy Note 9 for joining us along the journey here for Star Challenge, as well as North America, not only North America, in fact, but the whole of Star Challenge as we continue things on. And overall, I want to see how things are going to shape up here in Group A. That's what we're going to be looking at first. Our first match will be from Group A, of course. Once again, we're going to be on third person. It was only first person for our very first rounds in the tournament as it stands. And I want to talk to you guys about the standings as well as who you think is going to be able to do well here today. Because right now we have a very clear shape-up of who's at the very top in Group A. So what are your thoughts coming in today?
Absolutely. To kind of expand on that, I don't want to spend too much time on the top of the group. I do expect Lights Out to play very well, obviously. They've kind of shown that they're here for, they mean business. Gangstar specifically, though, I think is going to do extremely well. They're very good players. Third person specifically, they excel at. But I've got my eyes on Team Solid FPS today. I want to see if they can make a jump into the top three. As you can see, they're only 10 points behind Wicked Gaming right now for third place. And that is pretty monumental for a PC player-led team to be able to compete with these mobile pukes. They're going to get into that top three. You know what I'm saying?
It definitely is, and I'm also looking for Kai Farrell's squad because they are pretty much right there. They're only 100 points away from getting into the 7th spot, and as we mentioned, it is only going to go ahead and be 15 teams moving on to the finals October 20 to October 21st. So I want to see if maybe they're going to go ahead and pick up the pace a little bit, get some more kills, get better placing. I want to see how everything is going to play out with that squad.
We haven't had much opportunity to really focus down and hone down on Wicked Gaming, but they've actually found themselves in a great spot in regards to the standings so far. What do you make of their progress through the tournament so far?
They've been fantastic so far. Wicked Gaming has his team, his competitive team, Wildcard Gaming, supporting him, and they have been really, really solid. Some talented players there with a lot of experience on the mobile platform. They've really done a good job kind of slicing and dicing, finding themselves in good spots in the zone, and really positioning well, winning most gunfights. They just haven't been able to get to the very end and get that chicken dinner just yet.
And not only that, even when they find themselves outside the zone, they're able to go ahead and clutch up the kills, get to position, and get all of that. I am missing myself some Sute, but hopefully in the future we'll be able to go ahead and see them.
Yeah, they've been very much preferring Milta when it comes to the drop as well. What do you make of Milta and its position for to potentially go into circles? How do you just like Milta overall? What are your thoughts?
I like Milta a lot. If I'm not mistaken, that's one of your favorite drop zones.
I like Milta. Personally, Yasnair is actually my favorite, but Milta and Milta Small Power, I like.
There you go.
Yeah.
To answer your question, though, Milta, I find to have a decent amount of loot. It's not the best loot, but it's also not the hottest drop. So it's a little bit less risky, but you're able to get a decent amount of gear for your squad. As far as rotations go, you don't necessarily have the difficult rotation of trying to get across a bridge if the zone is in the northern part of the map and you start on Military Island. But if the zone does go south, you're the closest on the main island to that bridge, and you're able to get down there first and perhaps set up a bridge camp or some sort of trap for your opponents.
And I definitely second that, and it pretty much just comes down to where this zone is going to go ahead and end up, right? Because if for some reason, if it ends up all the way on the left side of the map, you're going to be a little bit screwed, and you might want to go ahead and just start planning out which way you're going to go ahead and go.
Right.
So, yeah, that's usually I try not to go ahead and go to Milta, but from that, pretty much, I prefer landing on Pochinki. But something that we saw yesterday, we didn't see any action in Pochinki. So will today be different?
Well, actually, when you bring that up, I did just have word from production that I need to check in with my Pochinki expert. So, Seven, as we look at this, do you think that teams may have gone back and reviewed kind of what was going on yesterday? We saw nobody in Pochinki.
Yes.
It's open. It's a great spot for people to go. Do you think people may go there today?
I think we might go ahead and see a couple teams go there now, because if they actually went back and look at the replay of all the games yesterday, they will notice not even a single team went there from the get-go. And Pochinki is a huge city, and it's going to be a lot of loot. So it's definitely one of the places that more than likely we might see a little bit more action today.
There was one game yesterday where teams opted for kind of a hot drop on a popular loot spot underneath the plane, and that was Novorep Noye in round 1, Group B yesterday.
Yeah.
Other than that, the cities that were very obvious right underneath the plane path were almost completely avoided uniformly across every team. So I'm wondering if, they maybe gathered some extra information on the scouting report, adjusted their strategies, and today we might see perhaps the Pochinki Bandits. I implore you, Pochinki Bandits, drop in Pochinki. Give us that action.
That, or when they see someone drop in Pochinki, they drop on all four corners of Pochinki and then slowly work their way in. It's been a strat that we've seen in PC play quite a few times, and it's been successful.
That would be definitely interesting to see here on mobile. I have not seen that, actually. I might go ahead and try that at home. And
there you go.
If somebody's watching right now, please try that today, because I would definitely like to go ahead and see that in play, especially because they're going to pretty much corral the team in the middle. That'll be interesting.
I like that strat as well. You got to really be able to count on each person's individual gun skills and individual competence with that weapon. So if you guys are able to try that at home, definitely tweet us, #StarChallengeNA. Let us know if you guys are able to successfully four-corner Pochinki drop.
There you go. There you go. One thing that I wanted to ask you guys about as well is how we saw circles playing out yesterday. And people may have to adapt to, if that continues to be a thing, a lot of hard shifts. And that can cause certain problems for teams employing certain strategies. You think that there might be some kind of deviation, interactions with those?
I don't think that on the whole you're going to see a lot of strategy shifts from yesterday.
Okay.
But I do think that a couple of the top teams may deviate a little bit as their spots in the next round are seemingly safe, right? Something would have to go catastrophically wrong today for them to not make the finals here in LA. But you're going to see these teams kind of shift towards the zone, go towards the center in all likelihood, and then maybe work their way in after they've hung out in the blue zone to loot up, say, North Georgia Pole or somewhere of their liking.
And just based on that, as you mentioned, a lot of hardships. At times we saw the zone pretty much not having any team inside the actual zone, and everybody just trying to scatter, trying to get positioning. And then at times we also saw teams being favorable by the zone, actually being smacked down the middle and pretty much just being able to wait and see everybody just coming towards them and get as many kills as they could.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look right now, because obviously there's a lot of do's that you should be doing in PUBG, but there's also a lot of don'ts. So let's take a look at what Seven's got covered for us over on this.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile, How Not to Be a Noob, presented to you by the 7 Worlds Gaming. In this video, we are going to be showing you some situations that you might want to go ahead and stay away from so you don't become the first person to die. And this first one right here is make sure that if a game is about to go ahead and start, do not go AFK because somebody might go there with you and you might end up getting punched to death. Also, please don't loot in the middle of the street or you might end up dying. And if you are a driver of a car, please keep in mind the vehicles are not amphibious. If you end up going into the water, more than likely you are gonna go ahead and drown and die. So please don't be a noob and end up sleeping with the fishes. Please remember, grenades can be used both ways. You can use it to kill enemies, but if you hold it for too long, you might just end up blowing yourself up. And when you are traveling throughout the map, please keep in mind to watch where you're going or you just might end up looking like a pancake. Now that you have not died to cliffs, please make sure you do not bring a pan to a gunfight or you just might end up getting killed like this and having somebody telling you to sit your butt down. Now that you have been killed a couple of times, you might want to go ahead and stay inside a building in a bombing zone or you might end up being a doofus and dying to one of those bombs. Well, if you have made it here, I definitely have some trust in you, so make sure whatever you do, try to stay inside the zone. If not, more than likely, you might go ahead and become a noob by dying to the zone. And if you are in this zone, please heal up in time or that might happen right there. Thank you so much for watching. Now let's continue with the Star Challenge.
That's right. Thank you very much, Mr. 7. And that is going to conclude things for how not to do things in PUBG. There's a lot of other things not to do, I suppose, like friendly fire, crossing path of your friends when they're shooting at people in squads. I've had that happen twice.
Absolutely. Luckily on mobile, not as much friendly fire with bullets, but with grenades.
Okay.
You can knock the heck out of somebody with grenade, and we did see that yesterday. Somebody dropped a Molotov on themselves. I think you pointed that out in the kill feed.
Yeah.
Somebody just lit themselves on fire and said, "I'm done. This round's over for me."
I feel like it was dynamite, and if it is dynamite who
I think
did
you
it,
might
then
be right.
it's the perfect.
You might be right.
How appropriate, right?
Yeah, there you go. There you go. And also, kind of, let's take a look at the guns, some of the guns that have been employed in the game, of course, because there's a wide range of guns used here in PUBG Mobile. So let's take a look at that, and we can talk about it after.
PUBG Mobile is an open-world shooter with weapons, ammo, and other supplies littered everywhere. Your goal? Be the last one standing, by any means necessary. This, after all, is Battle Royale. Once you drop onto the island from the plane, you'll want to quickly find the best guns, great armor, an adequate amount of ammo, and some weapon attachments so you have the edge in every single fight you're in. In PUBG Mobile, there are different classifications of weapons, and some are more rare than others. There are pistols, shotguns, submachine guns, assault rifles, light machine guns, marksman rifles, and sniper rifles. Heck, there's even a pan! Pistols and shotguns are great early game options when enemy players land directly next to you. Any weapon will do at this point, just get them off me. Beyond the start of the game, however, submachine guns and assault rifles will serve you better because of their superior range and their increased fire rate. The UMP is the star of the SMG class, as it's a very versatile weapon that'll serve you well in many different situations. But the clear favorite weapon of the entire game is an assault rifle, the M416, commonly referred to as the M4. This assault rifle handles beautifully and is the instrument of choice of many of PUBG Mobile's most ruthless assassins. Marksman and sniper rifles can also be found in the world, but they're just not as common as the ARs and SMGs. Pay special attention to the supply crates dropping from passing planes that land during the game. They can have special crate-only weapons containing some of the game's most powerful guns, like the vaunted AWM, the game's strongest single-shot sniper rifle. Keep it locked right here to see which weapons your favorite streamers will go for today. Which weapon is your favorite?
A wide array of weapons able to be used here in PUBG as a whole. You want to get your hands on them all, try them all, and make sure you can be versatile and strong with them all because every single one plays in a different way, a different fashion.
Absolutely. One of the guns yesterday that we saw a lot of usage of that maybe doesn't have as much fanfare was the Mini 14. A lot of squads bringing that marksman rifle to the battlefield, some of them equipping up to 8 times scopes, and they were mightily effective. You saw Sixless taking out many boats trying to get across the waterway there. You saw Beowulf rocking the Mini a little bit. Lots of Mini kills, and we don't always talk about the Mini, but definitely a very effective weapon.
That's true, and not only the Mini, we also saw the Vector coming into play early in the games, and that's cool to see, especially at the beginning of the game, right? Because
Yeah.
at the beginning of the game, sometimes some teams might line very close to each other, and that's usually the best time to have SMGs, just up close and personal with the person. Now, one of the guns that I actually wouldn't get to see that much is the SLR. Right, Calaris?
I mean, it's a gun that's near and dear to my heart, at least. But I think that as a DMR, it definitely has its place. But what do you guys think about it in PUBG Mobile?
It's new. It came out in the 0.7.0 update, so it's been around for a month or so. It's definitely a gun that has potential. Now, I haven't personally had enough hands-on experience with it to say, oh, this is my favorite DMR or anything like that. But I've had flashes, right? I've had games where it's just, it feels so buttery smooth. So I'm hoping today to see a little bit more SLR action in the actual gameplay. However, I feel like it's a little bit harder to find that gun than it is to find the Mini or to find the SKS.
That is true. And you also have the SKS as well. So people usually like to go with what they're comfortable with. And I think since, as PB mentioned, it is a very new gun, people are maybe not used to the recoil control. Maybe it is too loud because the sound for me is amazing. I like just shooting and letting them know, hey, I'm coming.
Banging that
so you better watch out.
Can.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's very loud indeed.
Absolutely. We didn't get to see much sniper rifle action yesterday. We got a lot of DMR, a lot of AR, but not that much sniper.
I saw a few Car 98 shots that were pretty good. I saw, was it Chad rocking the Car 98 a little bit yesterday, getting some nice shots out. The most notable sniper rifle action that I saw in yesterday's action was Juicy from Lights Out. He found himself an AWM, and that thing is absolutely beast, man. Getting those one-shot kills, it can do a lot of damage. So if you're not wearing level 3 armor, watch out. It will absolutely wreck you.
Not only that, and Juicy's showing that he not only does sniper rifles, right, because we saw him with the M249 just destroying people in those highlights earlier, and it was just insane to see. Now, I want to go ahead and see maybe some more action from the AWM. I think we saw it into play just a minute action yesterday, so I want to go ahead and see a little bit more of it and see what people will be actually able to do with it.
Exactly.
I think it's ultimately, though, the fact that people are so reliant on things like ARs because it's so versatile, right? If you've got an M4, you can be using that in long range, you can be using it in close range, and it can be really powerful.
Absolutely. The ability to essentially spray and pray and have that suppressing fire ability from an M4 is super key.
It definitely is. It definitely is. And I want to go ahead and see also some more of the AKM because we know it's a powerful weapon and people actually are really, really good at just being able to control it from range. And it's really good up close and personal too. So I want to see more people go ahead and use that gun as well.
That's a good point that you bring up because we're seeing a lot of close combat and a lot of breaching going on throughout the 4 games that we had yesterday. And in third person, it's going to become more prevalent towards those later stages as well. So things like AKMs, as well as maybe even the Vector to a lesser extent down the line, can be very potent.
Especially towards the end of the map. That's a high thing. And we actually saw it in third person. A lot of teams still being alive, up to 17 to 18 teams still being alive on a very, very tiny little circle. So yeah, more than likely, I'm pretty sure the teams have gone and looked at the replay, and they're going to go ahead and keep that in mind and try to bring that little extra firepower to the action.
A lot of times when you see those really impressive gunfights in close quarter combat situations, 2 to 3 people being knocked, oftentimes whoever's coming out of that is rocking the AKM, and that is not a coincidence. That is a very potent rifle. 7.62 rounds doing that little bit of additional damage there in close quarters, and I think you're going to see a lot more of that here today.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, of course, throughout the day as well as yesterday, everything was on our map. Erangel, let's take out the magnifying glass and take a bit of a closer look.
Welcome to Erangel, the land of destruction, where you and your mobile friends are welcome to battle it out to the death. So many wonderful landscapes to loot from. I hear the mansion is divine. Shall you gather your armor from Georgia Pole Harbor? Or perhaps a sniper rifle from the Sosnovka hangar? Choose wisely because your life depends on it. I hope you have enough bandages. There are plenty to go around. You just gotta pick them up. Erangel will provide, and Erangel will leave you left out in the open. Let's see which team has the right plan and shows us that winner, winner, chicken dinner dance at the end of the round. Okay, teams, get ready to fly. It's time to put your parachutes on. Do you know where you're going? Get ready to jump.
That is Erangel that we're going to be playing on throughout the day, of course. Everyone wants to go to Mansion, I think.
It is extremely divine.
That's right. That's right. It is. So looking at how things are going to be playing out today, obviously, let's look at Group A, look at the standings, as well as how these teams are going to have to promote themselves to get to those top spots, which are all important, gentlemen.
Absolutely. If you guys remember from the standings, it is going to be 500 points for a win. So you can kind of see with a win, anybody from around 7th or 8th place has a chance to jump real close to the top of the rankings. Now, those a little bit further on down, they've got their work cut out for them. I would say the bottom half of these standings really has to perform well, securing top 3 to top 5 finishes if they want to really move up today. And they're going to have to do that in both games.
Yeah, it will definitely be huge, as we can see Orion's Esports and actually Taserface pretty much being tied right now in points. And all of the other teams, 11 through 20, are actually fairly close. So as you mentioned, if they are able to get good placing, if they are able to go ahead and get on the scoreboard with kills, they will more than likely be able to go ahead and be at the top of the 15 teams that are going to move on to the finals.
Absolutely. As Seven mentioned, there are 15 teams moving on to the next stage, which is the North American Finals here next month. But again, it is not which group you're in does not necessarily matter. It's overall. So you're going to have to really perform well, because you don't know what's going to happen in those other groups. So you're going to just have to try to push, get as high as possible in your group, and oftentimes it's going to mean being aggressive and snagging those kills.
I think there is that moment, though, where in Group A, if you are dominant, if you are doing well, you can look at Group B and say, okay, everything's a little bit closer, which means that the points are being distributed in a closer fashion. So everybody isn't scoring as many points as you may be in Group A. So there is that kind of solace, that security at least.
They've got a little bit of safety today. I don't think, well, it could go one of two ways, right? If you look at like Lights Out and Gangstars, those two teams have really separated themselves in Group A. They could push really hard and try to come up with some sort of impressive gameplay, knowing that if they go out early, they're okay. It's not necessarily going to matter. But at the same time, they could play it extremely safe and not really go for as many kills and just try for placement, for the clout, right? For the prestige.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and if they just end up getting kills, honestly, if they win every single game today, they're pretty much guaranteed to qualify, even if the other team gets 26 kills, because they're so far ahead. They did so good on day one that I'm honestly just excited to see how they're going to go ahead and play out the first game. And that's more than likely going to go ahead and lead to, because depending on the placing on the first game, more than likely they might just go balls to the wall on the second game and try to get 26 kills.
Well, I'm getting word that we're almost ready to get into the game here. But before we do, one more time, guys, over on Twitter, make sure to get involved with the hashtag StarChallengeNA and tweet at us, as well as at every respective Twitter that you need to, in order to tell us who you think is going to be winning, who you think is going to be doing well, even just what your favorite guns are. We like to hear kind of the general consensus as to what's going on in the buzz here for PUBG Mobile. Guys, final thoughts before we go into game number 1?
Absolutely none. I just want to get to the action. I want to see some action. I want to see some kills. I want to hopefully see some hot drops today. Maybe a Pachinki landing. We'll have to wait and see.
Ooh, that sounds amazing. That sounds like music to my ears. Any predictions on who you think might win?
I'm gonna select Gangstars for the first round here.
Gangstars, I think I might be there with you. I think we might get an insane final between Lights Out and Gangstars for this game 1.
They're looking good. I mean, they do like that North George drop that they go into. So, guys, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to hand it over to our commentators here. It is going to be game number 1. Gentlemen, take it away.
Yeah, and as we can see them right at the top, Lights Out and Gangstars pretty much head-to-head. Lights Out being almost 200 points ahead, and obviously having 31 kills to their name. And let's see what this playing path is going to go ahead and look like right here on game 1. Actually, round 3 of Group A on day number 2.
Absolutely. We got the Let's Rock plane skin from Angry here flying on in. Guys, for those of you that don't know what the plane skin is, it is a little aesthetic appeal, a little decoration on the plane, and it goes to the person with the highest level of Royale Pass rank. As you can see, GS Angry here has. Flying over the island now, directly slicing it in half in the midsection. This is going to be really interesting to see where the teams go. Will they go north? Will they go south? If they do, they're going to have to drive there. You can't get there via the parachute, so this is going to be really cool to see the strategy behind all of the team's drops.
Yeah, and we did talk about Pachinki, and look at this playing path right here. Pretty much just being smacked down the middle on Pachinki, and as you can see, there is 76 people currently in the lobby. That means some of the teams might actually be running with 3 members. Maybe somebody didn't wake up in time. Who knows what might have happened there, but look at how everybody's just spreading out. We do see maybe some push for Novo and Milta. There you go.
Absolutely. A lot of teams going south here, it looks like, and it looks like various strategies are being employed deployed. We have folks going for cars. They're going to try to drive down to Novo or military base, and we also have a really big section of people going to Rosshawk right now. You're going to see a fight for the vehicles there to drive to the South Georgia Pole crates and also to North George. Other than that, we've got a lot of people jumping late, going down to Quarry, to Ferry Pier, and this is going to be a really interesting early game here, as there is a lot of action going on in Rosshawk right now.
And I believe I saw team number 7 actually landing in Pochinki, so that's good to see. And look at Wildcard right here. Might get into some action right away with Derek's Killers. And I think Wildcard is actually currently missing Wicked. Wicked might be still asleep. They're currently running with just 3 members, and they're going to be going up against a full squad of just RK.
Ah, well, that's interesting indeed, Wicked. I don't know where he's at. Maybe he's sleeping in one of these houses here in Milta. Maybe they can find him while they're in here. But we've got Derek's Killers establishing themselves early, gathering some loot into that storefront there. All 3 of them in the same building. They will need to spread out a little bit if they want to gear up each of themselves separately. And as the zone kind of develops here, we see that moving to the southwest. So this is a really interesting zone. As you see Team GV, number 7 there, in the center of your map, they have control of Pochinki. We did see the Pochinki drop, and it is not the hot drop we wanted because it's just them. But hey, good for them for taking the risk. That is exactly why we kind of implored them to do so. Seeing that, the plane kind of skipped over a lot of these popular loot locations to go elsewhere where, you know, Rosshawk, you've got 4 or 5 teams there.
And something interesting as well that I just saw that we actually saw yesterday on the first game is that we do have Gangstars up in Georgetown. And not only that, we also have Lights Out waiting by the crates. Will we see the same game style from yesterday? We'll go ahead and see them pretty much waiting for the zone to go ahead and do a lot of damage. And then once they can't take any more damage, then we'll go ahead and push towards the zone. What's going to happen here? Because it's literally the exact same play that we saw yesterday. They were not able to engage at that moment, but they were later able to engage in the game.
We've got Muiskerm and Friends and Team Pleb here facing off out in the middle of nowhere between Quarry and Ferry Pier. Wow, hey, Sir Mix-a-Lot Boot and Friends. We are bouncing back around. We got Girl versus Dumb here, and Team Pleb going versus Muiskerm and Friends. This is going to be an early engagement with not a lot of loot. You can see the 686 double-barrel shotgun. We do have 1 person knocked. They're trying to get him back up, and this is going to be interesting to see how this plays out because, again, not a lot of loot between the 2 teams right now, so they are just going to have to make do.
And you can definitely see their team play just trying to pick up their teammate. And now what they're actually trying to do is they're actually trying to go ahead and use their third-person advantage. And look at this outfit right here from Team 15, Muiskerm and Friends. And look at that. Team Pleb now has 2 players down. Oh my goodness, what are they going to be able to do here? Are they going to be able to do Girl versus Dumb? Is just by herself. She's reloading the shotgun. She's not able to reload it in time.
Dopa Woo getting taken out, and oh my goodness, that is not how they wanted to start off our first squad being eliminated. Team Pleb and Girl versus Dumb making an early exit. We'll see them in the 4th round, but that is it for them in round 3.
Spam some GGs there in the chat. And let's go ahead and look at here. We actually have some people in Novo, and from what we've been able to see, it doesn't look like Wicked's team or RK is currently fighting against each other. They might actually just be waiting. And look at that team. Team number 7, GV, being able to go ahead and just loot everything in Pochinki. They definitely were probably watching the replay. They noticed nobody was going there, so they might want to go ahead and just rack up as much loot as they can. And right here, we got the Lejeune squad. What are they going to be able to do as they are going up against VSG? And VSG know that they're coming. And one thing to point out here, VSG, this member right now, Chad, didn't have a helmet, and he still took the fight, this maniac.
Oh my goodness, Chad trying to make his way across the street. Chad from the Legend Squad getting gunned down by VG from the window. That is not helpful at all for their chances. You've got another guy down inside the building with VG. They are not going to be super nice to him. Ice taking down him on and PRK on the outside here. So we've got 3 out of the 4 have been knocked or eliminated from Chad's squad here. The Conform Police is all we have remaining. He's running away with the AK, trying to save himself, and he's going to try to wait this one out for placement, it looks like.
Yeah, I think he definitely wants to go ahead and do placement. We saw a lot of squads yesterday just pretty much not letting their teammates be sacrificed, trying to pick them up maybe in not the best occasions. So something to go ahead and keep an eye on, something we might see a little bit more today. You might see players down and their teammates just saying, bye, Felicia, I'm not picking you up.
You know, we saw Muiskerm and Friends going against Team Pleb here just a moment ago down there kind of by the quarry. And unfortunately for them, their squad was split. We've got Sir Mix-a-Lot up on the mountain. They're north of Gatka, and it is not the most ideal spot to be when your team is in a squad fight elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, and if the history follows that we saw yesterday, We saw a lot of that and a lot of squads getting wiped once they were separated. So hopefully that doesn't happen to them. And right here we got Team Winsanity, which I just love the name. And you know they want to go ahead and get the W as they are currently just trying to find some people. And Winsanity is currently loading up all level 1 vest, level 1 helmet, level 1 pretty much backpack, or they're going to be able to get better loot, especially towards the end of the match, right? You don't mind having a level 1 at the beginning of this, at the beginning of the match, but as it gets longer and longer, as it gets later into the game, you want to go ahead and get those level 3 helmets, level 3 armor, and just have the best loot possible.
Absolutely. The damage reduction up to level 3 is pretty significant. You get a little bit of damage reduction on those level 1s and 2s, but jumping all the way up to 55% for the level 3 helmet and armor, and that is a substantial amount of damage being reduced. As you can see, Derek's Killers here looting up, trying to figure out what they're going to be rocking as they head into the zone. Derek G running around a great little compound here, but again, probably not where they're going to ultimately stage. You can see them riding the zone line here. We've got also Kaifero's squad here looking around, trying to figure out what's around them, what's in their surroundings. They're going to hop in a vehicle and start to rotate as well.
And Kaifero's squad there having some awesome loot as well. We actually see AKM being packed. And look at this. Where are they going to be moving from here? They're more than likely trying to get to this safe zone because now the zone is going to start moving here. It's already moving, and they might actually go with the 2-car play, or they might actually just want that covered. They don't want to go ahead and their heads pretty much showing up. So it's really good to see that they are changing cars.
Check out down in the southern part of this zone. We've got Wicked Gaming, or his crew, rather. Number 3, they are heading around the southern island in a boat. Now, being short-handed, they may not want to take some fights, so they feel like going around Military Island early might be the way to get to the zone undetected. It's certainly unconventional, but it just might work.
It's unconventional, but it's something that it might definitely work. And as you mentioned, they currently do have 3 members. Their captain decided not to go ahead and show up for the first game, so hopefully they are able to go ahead and get into that island, find positioning, at least make sure they are in the zone every single time, since they are currently running with 3 people. And those engagements can be huge, especially when you run up on a squad that's full of 4 members. They might be able to go ahead and get certain angles on you that you might not be able to get on them. So more than likely, they will go ahead and play it out.
Oh,
look
great
right
shot
here.
there. We
Chill Chaos
sneaking up and getting a shot in through the window, but they return fire quickly. The last Minutemen waiting for them. They get the knock, but here comes the push, or not. A second thought on that. We're going to jump back in the window. Probably not smart running into the hands of a waiting squad outside the wall here, going for the pickup on the other side of a wall. This is going to be interesting. We do have a potential flank coming in from the warehouse. This is going to be an interesting development from the last Minutemen to see if they peek and try to push the action here. They are both in the middle of the red zone, so definitely outside. We've got Muiskerm and friends scrambling, trying to get to cover so they don't get blown up.
And that's something we didn't really get to see yesterday, the red zone being on actual teams. And right now we can see it play a huge part. As you can see, Muiskerm and friends just deciding to go ahead and back up. They don't want to take into that action anymore. But Last Minute Man is actually pushing the action right here. Mad Insane Max is by himself, currently surrounded by a full squad, so something to keep an eye on. And what was interesting about that exchange earlier is that Muiskerm and friends, look at this right here. Mad Insane Max decides not to shoot. He stays still, and more than likely he's gonna get finished right here as his team is now starting to go ahead and push up forward. Now, good thing that they're doing here is they are starting to flank around. They're not just going straight at him. So interesting plays there by Last Minute Man.
It was an interesting start to that. We had Mad Insane Max taking a good position to start off on that flank there, being undetected in the warehouse, but a little bit reckless, pushing out of the warehouse without the support of his team. He just left himself wide open in a position not only to be knocked, but to be finished. We got more action going on here. Nabber taking out McDizziness and CamC getting the finish on him, and this is looking pretty good now as they both continue to battle. Each squad taking some casualties here. Nabber in the warehouse, trying to hold down the fort, making sure his teammates don't get pushed. And then outside the wall, Muiskerm and friends, we've got Craigums and his partner here trying to get back up, healed up, back into the fight. And again, if you remember, we still have one of their players off somewhere else on the map. We don't know exactly where they're at, but they are not here.
And Muiskerm and friends there, I noticed they are currently healing very slow. It might be because it is the start of the game. So it comes down to, are they going to have enough health to go ahead and get back to 100%? Will they engage again? It looks like they definitely want to go ahead and just get those kills, get that finish, but it's also costing them some teammates. And look at this, Muiskerm and friends trying to get some shots there on Chill Chaos. He was not able to use the lane, and now they don't have any armor. They don't have a helmet. They don't have a vest. Are they still going to go ahead and push this right here?
Here comes the grenade. Nabber throwing the grenade. Oh, that's going to be right behind the wall. He runs away, and it's going to be so close. Misses. Andy Friends and Craighams run away just in time to avoid the explosion. And again, they're trying to figure out, do they want to run away here? In order to get out, they have to run up the hill, which puts them in line of sight. You can see Nabber has a visual on them as he rotates to the other side of the warehouse, trying to make sure they don't get flanked. And they are just keen to disengage here. But it looks like last-minute men are going to potentially pursue here, working their way around the corner. I think at this point, both teams are probably good to let this one go and move on further into the match. As you can see, still 19 teams left alive. We had several casualties so far, but only one squad has been wiped out.
And as we see, the circle is actually moving in, and look at this, something we saw a lot yesterday. Gangstars still decides to wait in George Pool, and talking about them, they actually fully loaded level 3 backpack. Currently with the DP, that gun is so powerful, sometimes I feel like it gets a little bit overlooked just because it takes so long to go ahead and reload. But if you go ahead and put a 4 time on that baby, it might actually go ahead and be helpful for long range fights. Obviously, you're gonna have to control the recoil because it can get a little bit crazy, so I would highly suggest to just burst fire that weapon.
Absolutely. Gangstars on the move. They are going to be rotating towards the Georgia Pole south here, where you can see Lights Out is looting up. Of note, though, we've got Avajajai and with chicken strips and honey mustard. Holy cow, that's a mouthful of a name in more ways than one, am I right? They are moving into the compound here just to the east, so they are within range here of Lights Out and Gangstars as they drive past, and that is definitely not a place you want to be sandwiched, is in between those two squads.
It's definitely not, and the good thing that we were able to see here, I think they know, Gangstars probably saw the first game from yesterday. They might have expected Lights Out to be by crates, and they decide to not go ahead and go that way and take the long route.
The long route is going to lead them right into Vision Gaming up there, so we could potentially see some action there unexpected here in just a moment. But for now, we'll check out Taserface as they camp a compound here just a little bit northeast of the safe zone. They will have to get on the move shortly, but they are trying to stare down. It looks like Zen Gamers who are driving past. Maybe they'll get a visual. Maybe they get a couple shots off. I don't know. They will have to rotate soon here, though, as the zone does come in.
And Taserface just pretty much decides to go ahead and wait it out a little bit. They don't want to go ahead and engage just yet. And look at this right here. Team 19, which is going to go ahead and be in chicken strips and honey mustard. They need to go ahead and do a good showing. I believe they're currently the last ones on the standing for Group A. So more than likely, they want to go ahead and get a little bit of kills and also try to go ahead and secure that win for those sweet, sweet 500 points. And something that we're actually able to see earlier in the map is that that wild card move might have actually paid off, because it looks like nobody's seen them go that way, and they might be at the bottom of Military Island as well.
That's right. They are down there, definitely going to catch Orion Esports and Team Solid FPS by surprise, as they probably have a pretty good lay of the land down there, so they think. Not too many people are approaching Military Island from the south by boat. So this is going to be really interesting to see that rotation as we kind of move forward into this game. You can see Lights Out on the move to the northwest, coming into Gatka. They will probably push all the way through, and you're going to probably see an engagement here shortly with the Midwest Wolves, or perhaps even the last minute as Lights Out moves into the zone.
Yeah, and it looked like they're, for a minute, it looked like Vision Gaming might actually go ahead and just go after them. And another thing to mention here, the airdrop is currently in this zone, so they might go ahead and use that to their advantage. And now we can actually see Team 20 Blagoons just setting up shop pretty much at the top of the lighthouse. They might go for some bridge camping.
All right. We might see our first bridge camp of the tournament, and they are setting up in that overlook house looking over the bridge. Not necessarily the best lines of sight here. It's good to put a couple of people up there to get those angles, but it might be smart to have some on the ground as well to get some better lines of sight. We'll have to wait and see. Once they are, once they're discovered, right, people understand that they're up there in that house, they're isolated as heck. There's nowhere to go besides jumping off a cliff into the ocean, and that's not exactly something that you're trying to have happen.
Yeah, and if you don't actually time it right, you might actually jump straight into the ground and not the actual ocean. Trust me, I done it a couple times.
Absolutely. You can see Lights Out took up a position in the compounds to the north there, and then we'll switch action here to the Midwest Wolves. They're camping out a barn. Everybody's seemingly content right now to hang out as long as possible, similar to what we saw in third-person action yesterday. Everybody's grabbing compounds in the safe zones and working their way in closer and closer until the safe zone comes in and forces them to move.
Like I was Back to the Future there. But yeah, something I want to mention, as you talked about, everybody is in great placing right now in this zone. It is going to go ahead and come down to the next zone, right? There are obviously some teams that are currently not in the safe zone. And for example, if the zone is not by military base, we're also going to go ahead and see Team Solid FPS, Wicked Gaming, and Orion Esports trying to go ahead and push. Now, will they go ahead and try to go via boats, which we saw yesterday it was not the best of ideas, or how are they going to go ahead and approach that?
I don't know. We'll have to wait and see on that one. This is going to be interesting here. It looks like Gangstars is going to be on the move again. They are heading out now, going to be rotating. And again, Gangstars, as predicted, they are going to be taking up positions in the center of the zone here, forcing people to rotate to them as they have solidified their position in a compound. You can see them rotating down to this compound just a little bit north of the bridge as people rotate to them from the southern island. Some acrobatics there for sure. Some really talented drivers in the Gangstars as well. Mighty impressed, guys.
It happens when you're going pretty much, what, 200 miles per hour on a cornfield? Yeah, that can tend to happen. And I think they might have seen this airdrop right here, which it has a Groza level 3 vest, but keep in mind they were in George Pool for a very long time, so more than likely they are very good on loot. Now, another thing that I noticed, their tactic is different today. Their tactic is not to stay in George Pool as long as you can. Their tactic is now about positioning, getting smack down the middle, getting in a compound, just controlling that whole area and just waiting for teams to get to them.
We've got, looks like Orion Esports taking up position here in the yellows just above the bridge, and they are very near the Gangstars. They're also very near Blagoons, and we do see Team Solid FPS working their way towards the bridge, and we could see some bridge camp going on. And right now, right behind Team Solid FPS, we've got the Wicked Gaming wildcard squad rolling up, and they are being shot at. Solid FPS turns around, they hear the vehicle approaching, and it is no longer a surprise that they're there, but they're having to scramble to get position. You can see them scattering in all kinds of different directions. Solid FPS going for his Dacia. He's going to try to gather his team and get to either better position or perhaps even pursue the enemy.
And something that we talked about, now we're going to have to see what Wicked Gaming does. And Solid FPS here is going to have to cross the bridge, but keep in mind, Blagoons is at the top of Lighthouse, which they're going to have, if they decide to, they can get some really good shots down on bridge. But do they want to go ahead and risk giving out their position at this moment?
No.
I'm not quite sure they want to go ahead and do that. And I think with Wicked Gaming, since they were not able to actually go ahead and cross this bridge, they might try to go for the other bridge, which might lead them in the oh my gosh!
Fury absolutely lighting up Vision Gaming from above, and that is a quick exit for Vision Gaming, one of the top squads here, and they are eliminated second overall. They ran into the Gangstars, and that was the end of them. I don't even know if they got a shot fired off.
Here comes the bridge action, though.
We can go down to the south here in just a moment. Oh, we got lights out going across the field. Beowulf in their sights. He's trying to get some shots off. That Jeep is just too fast, though. And, wow, that is really good stuff there from Gangstars, solidifying themselves in that compound. Lights Out knows they want to rotate away from there. But, again, the zone pushing towards the bridge, and we do have Solid FPS making their way over right this moment, and the Blagoons are going to be looking down on that particular spot.
Gangstars being able to go ahead and secure 3 kills already added to their team. Hopefully we can go ahead and see the action right there by the bridge, because we know we have a lot of teams right now exactly on the bridge. Not only Solid FPS, Blagoons, but on top of that, we also have Lights Out. And keep in mind, there is an airdrop at the moment there as well. There you go. Now we're at the bridge, and look at this right here. We also have Chai Farrell's squad currently pushing the action. They know they're in there now. Blagoons are not in a great situation here. If anybody decides to throw a grenade up there, they are pretty much done.
That's right. We got Lights Out moving in towards the bridge as well. We've got 4 other squads there fighting. You've got Team Solid FPS. You've got the Blagoons. We also had, it looks like Kaifero's squad pushing up. Tanks trying to get some stuff done. This is absolute madness at the bridge, and we have more teams rotating in. Oh, man. ASAP Tank getting the nade off on Spruik. He gets pushed, though, and Macros is able to get knocked by Echo. This is insanity.
Beautiful play there by Echo as he noticed that he was able to shoot somebody down. He might have noticed that he was getting shot from the back, went back down the stairs, came back up, and definitely got those skills. Let's look at that beautiful replay. Gets that person, gets shot from behind, does a quick 90-degree angle change, and boom, baby, go back to the main lobby.
They tried to camp at the top of the stairs, and it just did not pay off for him. As we mentioned a little little bit earlier, with the isolation in that particular house up the lighthouse, if you are discovered there and somebody decides to push you, you have nowhere to go. You just got to do the best to fight them off, and unfortunately, they were unable to do so. So we shift our attention right now. We are over to the chicken strips and honey mustard team led by Avajai. They are just trying to avoid getting shot to death here. We've also got Muiskrim and friends peeking down. Muiskrim and friends have been pretty active so far, getting some kills, getting some action ever since the beginning part of this game, and this is no exception here. Pushing Mega Nerd Meg, sees her through the window, comes around firing, and with the double barrel shotgun, are you kidding me? We are in mid-game here, and we are rocking the double barrel, and friends getting it done from Muiskrim.
There you go, able to secure some kills. And something I want to go ahead and point out as well was, as we saw that exchange, Wildcard actually got some points to them. They were able to go ahead and get some knocks as well. And right here, Muiskrim and friends pretty much getting destroyed by Team 19, Chicken Shrimps and Honey Monster, which they need a better placing. They need more kills to their name. Come on, finish them off.
Oh, wow.
The disrespect! The disrespect!
The crowbar from Matzabal getting it done here. That was insane. Craigum's just trying to hide out here and just survive. And he is one of 2 players left. Sir Mix-a-Lot still off on his own somewhere. The circle has shrunk again, and it looks like it favors Gangstars. Great positioning in that compound, and it looks like we are going to have to see a lot of rotations coming right now. Wildcard and Wicked Gaming Squad has rotated all the way around the other side of the bridge and snuck up on a lot of teams, getting a squad wipe there. We are down to 15 teams now.
My goodness, and look at this. Muiskrim and friends find themselves pretty much in backpedaling a little bit. They are now just having one person to their whole squad. So they probably want to go ahead and just go for placing. They don't want to go ahead and give out their position. And check this out right here.
There's Sir Mix-a-Lot. Found him. He's been hiding out the whole game up on the mountain. He's been edging his way in all by himself, and it does look like the Zen Gamers have discovered him, but they are driving across the field right now, heading directly towards the Gangstars. They may continue to edge, or will they try to take over a compound? They are a little bit late in rotation to get that compound, but again, more Car 98 action coming in here from Orion Esports. We see that in the kill feed. Good stuff indeed. Gangstars has some teams coming towards them in that compound. And here we go, looking over to Orion Esports, fighting Taserface. We got shots out in the open around the yellows overlooking the bridge, and we have some great action here, a couple of knocks, and it's definitely control Orion at this point.
And at the moment, they more than likely want to go ahead and finish off those knocks. Something that we saw yesterday, a lot of teams getting knocks, but not actually getting the kill and giving out their position. Now, they do have to fight it out here.
Got lights out moving into Gangstars right now.
Lights out against Gangstars.
Interesting.
Please go ahead and look at that. Somebody from Team 14 decided to go ahead and jump off. He's going to have a very long swim. What is that boy doing? Orion Esports is pretty much taking full control, and more than likely they know that somebody is either behind those rocks or they're going to go ahead and just wait it out until they decide to go ahead and move on a little bit closer to the safe zone.
Oh, wow, look at that. In the kill feed, Pyra's taking on Derek G's squad, getting a knock there from RK, and Ever Fury finishing off RK Bang as well. Here we focus back on our action here. Ooh, Ever Fury getting shot from the side. Who is it taking him down?
Ever Fury just going in right now as there's 3 squads. High quality squads.
Out of here, man. Out of here. He finishes in 15th.
GS Fury. Oh, my goodness.
Pablo with the knock on Pyra, lights out, taking down Gangstars Pyra. We'll take a look at the replay really quickly here with Ever Fury rocking the Grossa. He has taken down all kinds of people close range. Somebody runs by Derek G. Unfortunately, he is going to make an early exit here in round number 3.
And that was something I definitely didn't expect there. They need that placing. They were in the 7th spot. That's actually going to go ahead and hurt. So let's go ahead and see this squad right here. Hopefully, they can actually go ahead and show what we were able to see there early, because pretty much what happened is that we pretty much had 3 teams going at each other right there, and teams that are actually currently at the top. And look at this. Gangstars, there you go!
Jeep getting absolutely destroyed, but it knocks Pyra in the process. Look at that. He gets blown up by the Jeep. Beowulf taking down a whole bunch of look at the kill feed there. The car hitting an explosion of knock. It's going outside. It's going crazy. Sixless knocking down Wildcard Outsider and getting the finish here, finishing him off with the mini. It is going off at this compound, and it does look like the zone has rotated here. So Gangstars will be forced to move. Look at the open field position right now of Chicken Strips and Honey Mustard. Ava Jai's got her squad positioned fantastically, and we'll wait for Zen Gamers, who's rotating in now.
And I'm loving the movement there by Lights Out. Look at that. 2 different cars, making sure they go ahead and position themselves. They know yesterday that was a huge key in the first game. And now what is GameStars going to go ahead and do here? Are they going to go ahead and answer? Because they do have 14 kills to their name.
2 different cars for, it looks like Zen Gamers as well. And we've got a sandwich situation going on right now. Lights Out versus Zen Gamers happening out in the field here. Juicy getting really pressured. They got absolutely sandwiched by 2 different cars. We've got knocks all around. It looks like 2 down from Lights Out, 3 down from everybody's down. Who we have in line here? Sixless and Juicy are nearly full health, but oh my goodness, that is an absolute pickle mess on the field. We've got Egg Mix being eliminated here. Unfortunate, but that is going to be 1 member down for Lights Out. The rotations from them and Zen Gamers happened at the exact same time, and it was just chaos as both got out of their vehicles.
And it looks like one of the members from Zen Gamers was not anywhere nearby to go ahead and pick up his teammates. So Lights Out being able to go ahead and just get those kills added to the scoreboard. It is looking good. It is looking like it's going to be an amazing finish once again here on day 2 of the Star Challenge North America, brought to you by Samsung Galaxy Note 9 and Lights Out.
GameStars is going off right now. If you see the kill feed, they just had another squad wipe. They are working their way into the zone and just slaying people out in the process. They've made their way to the short side here. You see them sneaking up behind Chicken Strips and Honey Mustard. That does not spell good things for Avajajai and her squad. This is going to be tough. Lights Out with 3 members here trying to take on Zen Gamers and finish that off. Pirateer with the ghillie suit hiding at the tree here, trying to stay alive for his squad. He is the only one remaining in that ghillie suit helping him hide.
And I think that is the only time that it's okay to go ahead and lay down and become a snake. So do me a favor, spam me some snakes in the chat as we see Tank getting the kill there for Kaifero. And he needs to go ahead and heal up. Luckily, he does have those boosts. And they're currently going up against Taserface. Taserface does not realize where he's at. Now Tank able to go ahead and give out his position. He needs to go ahead and rush. He wants to get these kills, even though he might not be able to make it to the zone. And look at Juicy right here. Juicy with the M4, level 3 helmet, and level 3 vest. He's pretty much set up for the finale here. Tank gets taken out.
Play zone gets him. Man, we have seen some action so far. GameStars again going after Chicken Strips and Honey Mustard, wiping them off the face of the earth. GameStars up to just around 21 kills. There's still 20 remaining. They are going after that kill record of Lights Out in the first game. They are on track, but what will Lights Out have to say about it? Short-handed with only 3 members. This has been an incredible performance right now in round 3 for GameStars. We'll see if they can continue it. They've got a compound now, and they are in control.
And GameStars, the only squad at the moment in the safe zone. And check this out. As we saw in the minimap, oh my gosh, we actually got GameStars right here going up against Lights Out. We saw this a lot yesterday, and they're currently fighting for first and second spot. And as you mentioned, they do have 21 kills to their name already, and there's only 5 teams left. Who will win this game 1 of day number 2? Let us know in the comments right now, and make sure you go ahead and tweet it at us. Look at this. I'm loving the placement here by Lights Out. They're using those smokes. They know that GameStars is going to be over there. Are they going to get into a car? Are they going to go ahead and push them there? Are they going to breach that compound? Or are they just going to go ahead and play it off, play it safe, because they know they're currently getting shot? Pablo gets shot there by Angry.
Oh man, nice shots by Angry. Very good job on him. Pressure being put out from Beowulf with the mini. He is landing. He is connecting. Lights Out in bad position here outside of the circle currently. GS has the best position. Oh, good knock there from Juicy on Larry, sneaking up from the side on the flank. He's able to protect his current position, get the heals, but here comes the zone, and this is going to be trouble for Lights Out as they're forced in. Seagut pushing his way across the field from Wildcard. Pirateer crawling and proning his way in. Will he out-survive the Lights Out crew who wiped his squad? Angry getting the finish there on Win, and that is going to do it for Winsanity.
And look at this, Lucifer being able to go ahead and sneak up is very close to Ever Fury. Angry being able to go ahead and take down somebody from Wildcard. Great placing there by Wildcard. They still have one more teammate. There you go.
Oh, it's wrapping up nicely here. Lucifer getting great kills here, helping out those. Oh man, Pyra got eyes on him. He's peeking it. We got a nice little fight going on. Play Zone takes down Juicy, as well as one of the other Lights Out members. I missed the name, but it looks like Lights Out only has one player left remaining. And Gangstar's in firm control here with 4 teams remaining, but only 6 alive. All 4 players from Gangstars are alive, so it's just going to come down to who can survive the longest.
Gangstars with 24 kills already. They came to show and know that they are here to play. They are here to win. Are they going to be able to go ahead and get more kills and get the win? Stay tuned, because we're about to go ahead and find out. Lucifer knows that Fyra is over there. Now, the zone is not favoring any of these 2 teams. It is actually favoring now Lights Out in team number 5, which is 10 Zen Gamers. Look at this. Fyra knows that somebody's behind that tree, but he's got to watch out because Sixless is still there. Sixless can still knock him out. Fyra with the beautiful shots right there. And I believe Pirateer is the one wearing the ghillie suit. That doesn't help you out right now. You might not want to be laying down. They see that smoke near Sixless. They know they got to watch out for that. And on top of that, they got to watch out for Lucifer. So not going from a really good spot, Gangstars, to not such a great place. Is Lucifer going to go ahead and just go for place in here? Okay, I thought he was going to go ahead and just blow himself out there for a second.
Just taking an early exit. All right, Sixless going for the kill here on Pyra. Gets some shots off. He's able to get him very, very weak. Oh, Pyra's out by himself, too. Maybe he gets a knock here and is able to get it down to 3 players here. Maybe the 2 solos help each other out. Maybe the 3rd solo hops in from the back. Who knows? Everybody versus Gangstars here. Gangstars, again, with 24 kills. If they wrap up the rest, they will break the current record in the tournament of 25.
Sixless currently using those smoke grenades and prone to his advantage. And as we see here, Lucifer currently moving up.
Oh, man, Everfury killed, and only Pyra, Angry, and Beowulf left alive. Lucifer taken down by Angry. Angry gets the kill there on Lucifer, and that's going to knock him up to 25.
With that kill right there, they tie it. 25 kills. Can they get this one? Can they go ahead and get Lights Out here with Sixless and Pirateer to put him at 27 kills? Or would Lights Out Sixless be able to clutch it? Can he do the 1v4 actually?
If Gangstars is smart, they'll go for Sixless first here to keep them in 3rd place and try to climb over them in the rankings, because if Lights Out finishes 2nd, they are going to place higher than Gangstar's worst finish of 4th so far.
And right there, they were actually able to get Sixless. Now is Gangstar's trying to corral Pirateer. They know that he's somewhere over there. They know that the zone's not really going to be moving much here. Pirateer, there you go. He gets some shots. Angry's just pretty much shooting. He knows that Pirateer is currently laying down with the ghillie suit. What's going to happen here? I'm loving the flank system that they're currently working. Fyra has a great spot, and there it is.
Getting the victory. Nice work to them. Prediction correct for first game, and would you look at the kills? Oh my goodness. 27 kills for the Gangstars in the first round here on day 2. That is unbelievable stuff.
And one of the players we have been talking about the whole tournament, Beowulf, dropping an 11 bomb. And as we see this replay right here, beautiful teamwork by Gangstars. We know they got the chemistry. Everybody's trying to get a different angle on here. And right here, Fyra just being able, as soon as he sees one butt cheek, shoots it and destroys him. So great stuff there by him.
Absolutely.
Gangstars, 2 chicken dinners in a row, if you count their win from yesterday as well. Impressive stuff by them. 27 kills. You can get much better than that.
Unreal. They needed to close a lot of ground to catch up to Lights Out. They were 245 points behind heading into this game, but I do believe they have closed the distance. Lights Out only getting 6 or 7 kills in this game. It looks like 6 kills in this particular game, so that's about the same difference as Gangstars from their first games yesterday. So we'll see how that wraps out here shortly.
A great game to start off day number 2, of course, and we did see adaptation. I was so excited to see adaptation. We saw people dropping Pachinki.
We did, and look at this gameplay right here by Moosecammer and friends. We know they need to get higher placing, and they were going up against Chicken Shrimps and Honey Mustard, which they're currently standing at the bottom of the leaderboard, and they get taken out, missing some shots there with the freaking shotgun. And Chad gets caught peeking and running just in the middle of the open, gets destroyed. And Emnaber here just noticing that somebody's about to go ahead and shoot at his team from behind. He says, no, you wait, my friend, not today.
Had some great standoffs early on, a lot of them involving Moosecammer and friends here, as you can see outside of the warehouse, taking advantage of a misplay by their opponent, stepping out into line of fire. Not the greatest of moves there at all, being away from your teammates.
Yeah, something you definitely don't want to go ahead and do. And as we noticed from yesterday, in this, I want to talk about this place. Echo notices that he's getting shot from behind, is able to go down the stairs, go back up, and destroy that. That was a huge turning point right there. And look at this, the disrespect.
Oh, man.
A crowbar. If there's a crowbar emoji, please
So
spam
Seven,
it in the
how'd
chat.
you die yesterday in the tournament? Oh, I got crowbarred. No big deal. Yeah, that's an
I was
interesting one
confused.
there for sure.
I was like, hello, Dr. Freeman, is that you? But there you go. That's how that plays out. Something that we saw as well a lot of was kind of, once again, military base was not taken. We eventually saw people actually going down there to actually loot it. But so there was that. But also, Wicked Gaming strategy eventually worked out for them, and it was a very unconventional one.
Absolutely. It worked wonderfully. They went all the way around the southern island with a boat, approached from the south, and kind of onboarded as close as they could to where those cliffs started, and then just rotated down the southern part of the zone, ultimately making their way across. They thought they were going to get across the bridge, but Solid FPS had something to say about that, and they said, you know what, let's pump the brakes here. We're going to go to the other side. So a lot of shifts from them to try to just get into the play zone, and the best part was is they placed pretty well.
Yeah.
They did. They placed 4th place, which, considering they only have 3 members on their squad, their captain was not able to show up for the first game. Hopefully he's there for the second game. And as you mentioned, they ran into something that I'm pretty sure they were not expecting, Solid FPS being on that bridge.
Right,
and I think that kind of threw them off because they were about to go straight to them. And as soon as they got shot, they're like, oh, snap. Okay, what do we do now? We don't want to go ahead and take the boats because we saw what happened yesterday as well. So, yeah, let's go ahead and just take the long way. Even if we get a little bit of damage there from the zone, we can go ahead and, you know what? That's bearable.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think that overall, what we've seen today so far even is Gangstars looking extremely dominant, and they're looking to secure themselves a place at the finals, which is going to be going down the 20th and 21st of October, as we will be getting very, very excited to get to that point. Personally, I'm excited to meet Gangstars after seeing what they've been able to do game after game after game. They've looked phenomenal.
Very, very consistent as well. Lights Out again placing very well in this tournament as looks like a 3rd place finish this last game for them. Gangstars again in the top 4 each and every game themselves, so very, very consistent from our top 2. And again, it looks like they're going to continue putting distance between them and the competition, and I do believe that they've punched their tickets to LA next month.
Yeah, a lot of potential spoilers going into that final circuit.
Yes.
Zen Gamers eventually are the ones that come out for the 2nd place, and overall, that's a great result for them.
Yeah, and that was something actually PB mentioned. I wonder if Gangstars did that on purpose, is they decided to go ahead and take out Lights Out early. That way they knew they get a little bit less points because they're going to be in 3rd place and go after Zen Gamers for just that 1st and 2nd spot. So something interesting that they might have actually noticed, and I'm wondering, I wish I could talk to them because knowing them, they more than likely did that on purpose.
Absolutely. It's a very strategic bumps, and when you're in a 4 versus 1 versus 1, you're not feeling that pressure like, these guys could get us at any moment. As soon as somebody fires, they're not going to be on the aggressive. They're just trying to hide and outlast the other solo. So they probably had a chance to discuss that, and, you know, it would have been a very shrewd move to take down Lights Out first to give them that, 50 points less or whatever it is between 2nd and 3rd.
They had a great position of power going into that last circle. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's time to go to a short break here now for the PUBG Mobile Star Challenge, and when we return, we're going to get things going for Group B. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Star Challenge North America here, brought to you by Samsung Galaxy Note 9. And we are going to be moving on to Group B now to find out who's going to be able to rack up even more points to try and get that top 15 placement across our 40 teams. Joining me, as always, I have Mr. Powerbang and I have Seven Worlds Gaming. Gentlemen, we've had a great start to the day with that game number 1.
I felt like that was an extremely exciting third-person perspective game. Lots of action throughout, especially the second half. Some crazy stuff going down on bridge, solid FPS, trying to get across there. We saw that that great, Gangstars versus Lights Out engagement, which was awesome. Gangstars found themselves in the better position, was able to overcome. We saw some awesome rotation from like Wicked Gaming Squad Wildcard, zooming all over the map, southern, western, eastern. It didn't matter. They were going there. Lots of action in this one.
Yeah, and Wicked's team pretty much decided to just go ahead and get on a boat and just go where nobody was at. Go a route that I honestly never seen before. And talking about rotations, Lights Out being able to rotate very well in this game, making sure they knew exactly where the zone was at all times. In the final circle, actually, they got very lucky with Sixless just being able to be one of the only 2 people inside the zone. But as we noticed, Gangstar's pretty much the story of the first game, getting the record 27 kills in one match. This pretty much beating Lights Out's record yesterday with 25 kills. I can't even talk. That was just amazing.
Yeah, it was really impressive. I think that it looked like coming into this first game of the day, of course, these teams looked a bit more comfortable than what we saw in yesterday. Is that fair to say?
I think so. I think you saw a lot of very deliberate travel today.
Right.
Every single team seemed to have a strategy of securing a compound, waiting on the zone, and trying to make calculated decisions and seeing where this zone was going to rotate to, where it was going to go. And it wasn't until later on in this one where we really saw it start to pop off, and it was fast and furious when it actually happened.
Yeah, and going off of that, we also noticed I saw like better chemistry with the teams as well. Obviously, they've been playing a lot, but now that this is the actual semifinal, I think they're probably talking a little bit more, knowing exactly what their teammates are going to be doing. Are you going to be going right? Are you going to be going left? What do we want to do here? Do we want to throw flash? How many? Yeah. I think they're talking a lot more with each other, and the team chemistry overall is just getting a little bit better and better.
And I think we'll see that kind of continue through here into Group B. Let's check in with the standings, of course, for Group B to get you up to date and up to speed with what went down yesterday as well as what is to come, because all of these teams still looking for points. Group B a little bit closer than Group A at the current standing.
A little more snug and cozy in this one, guys, with Team Gates on top with the Rolex leading them. 10, little over 1,000 points in this one, 25 kills, so they're not messing around either. We've got Team G25 with 21 kills. They had a great showing yesterday, securing a lot of kills. They'd like to place a little bit higher here on day 2, and then those guys also securing over 900, or exactly 900 points with 19 kills. They're looking pretty formidable as well. And then as you mentioned, you really enjoy watching Team Hectic with Metalcore.
Yeah, Team Hectic there with Medical and the ASAP squad being able to get that win yesterday was a huge push, especially because on the first game, it didn't go out so well for them. We noticed Remix run into a tree, and that actually caused one of their teammates' lives, which I believe was Josh President. So hopefully they have a little bit better communication, and I'm looking to see in that situation, for example, yesterday when they decided to run away from the fight, are they now going to go ahead and engage now that they have more points, now that they can maybe have a little bit more leeway in the system, or are they going to go ahead and just play for placement and then worry about the kills later on?
Any overarching predictions coming into our first game here for Group B?
I personally am looking forward to seeing those guys, and if that guy can lead those guys to
keep going.
Victory. That's all I got. This guy can go no further with that pun.
No, he was trying. It was impressive to say the least. How about yourself, Seven?
And I think Team Gates is actually going to go ahead and just come out aggressive. More than likely, they want to go ahead and follow what they did yesterday. And I'm also looking to see if Team Hectic can go ahead and just get that back-to-back win in their group. So those are the two teams that I'm definitely looking into right here. But as we mentioned, it is a very, very close group. Anything, any placement, any kill matters. So something we definitely want to go ahead and keep an eye on.
Yeah, there's still a lot to play for, even through the 11th through 20th teams that are currently placed here in Group B. Make sure at home to join in with the conversation on Twitter as well with the hashtag StarChallengeNA, and you can join us, tell us your predictions, tell us what you think is going to be going down in the tournament as a whole. So far, there's a lot to talk about, especially what we saw from Group A so far. So we're almost ready, ladies and gentlemen, to get into Group B, game number 3 of their tournament so far, and they only have one more game after that to try and rack up these points, so it starts to get really important here. I'm going to give it over to our commentary team here for all the action for game number 3.
Definitely. And I'm looking to see which gun we're going to see pretty much being used a lot here. We saw a lot of the Mini 14 once again. We're seeing a lot of the same trends over and over again. And we haven't still seen any of the SLR or maybe in PUBG Mobile, as you guys know. And if you haven't played it yet, go ahead and download it. The new update is insane. You get to see the Carnival in Erangel, and you also get to see the flare gun. So I want to see if anybody's going to have the balls to go ahead and shoot that flare gun.
I would love to see a flare gun in this particular gameplay. Man, it is getting down to the thick of it. These games absolutely do matter. Only 2 games left for Group B and just 1 remaining now for Group A. Group B really has their work cut out for them here. We'll take a look at the standings here for day 2 once again to recap the top 4 teams. Team Gates, Team G25, those guys, and Team Hectic have separated themselves to an extent. They have almost a 300-point gap there between 5th place. But from 5th place on down, it is pretty close. So we are going to see extreme importance placed on placement today. But as we move our way into game number 3 here for Group B, we are looking at a very easterly plane path here, coming in over Stalber and going down even to the east side of Military Base. So Georgia Pool, Hospital, Quarry Ferry, Pier, Primorse, all of those way out of range of the jump. But a lot of teams are probably going to opt for that car in Rosshawk to go to the west here.
Yeah, and it's something that we actually saw yesterday, especially in Roshawk. We actually saw two teams pretty much inside a car with no loot whatsoever running into each other, and I think they both knew exactly what was happening there. They both said, okay, you know what, you go your way, I go my way, we'll meet later on in the game.
Absolutely. I think I caught a little head nod out the window. They see him and it's like, hey, sup, you know, we're just going to keep moving. So we're going to watch the teams kind of disperse here. We do have, looks like the Powerpuff Boys with Iraqi Zoro up north at Stalber. We have teams indeed going towards Rozhok, but I don't know if anybody's going for the vehicle. It looks like they actually went a little bit north to the island. So Pachinki. Did we mention a hot drop here? We may have indeed that. Now, they might be going for the vehicles there. I don't know if they'll stick around, but several squads depositing in the middle part of the map. We'll see where they're going to go.
And look at this. We actually have 3 squads going into military. This is something we haven't seen yet. The Team G25 currently in second place for Group B, looking to get a lot of loot, and they might actually get some action that they did not expect. So I think a lot of teams went back, looked at the replay, and they knew exactly where people were dropping, because right now, right here, we got Team Hectic. We also got Team G25 and Daylight. It comes down to who's going to get the better weapons, who's going to get the better loot faster, and who's going to just try to get those kills. And look at G25 bullet right there, landing a little bit late. And check this out. Daylight just barely starting to, ooh, I'm loving that outfit. Look at that cowboy hat. Calm down there, Sheriff.
Got that beautiful SKS with him as well. This is a really hot drop so far here in military base. 3 different teams have landed here. We've got, looks like Team Hectic in the police station here, and at the apartments, they are in the southern apartment as well, but they are right next to Daylight, all 4 members in the apartment directly next to them. But out at the factories, we've got Team G25 looting up as well. So looking at it right in here, rocking the UMP, Jasper with a DP-28, so Daylight is well equipped for those close quarter combat, and they are operating at a 4v2 advantage right now, unless their team can either rotate away or get some support here from Raigani or Josh P, and it looks like they are rotating that way.
And something I want to go ahead and point out on the kill feed, we actually saw Fretopia get 2 downs. We saw Bobby Plays get, I believe it was a sniper down and not a kill, so I'm looking forward to see what they got here. And look at this, we got some Hammers Esports action. Vitali with the Mini 14, which we've seen a lot, and yes, this is exactly what I've been asking for, baby. Let me see that Pachinki action. Let's see who's going to be the king of Pachinki coming through. Thank you, Hammers Esports. I appreciate you guys going there for me.
All right, sounds like we've got a new favorite team here from 7. Looks like Fishy getting a knock there on autocorrect in Pachinki. Shifting our attention back here to the military base, we've got Metalcore and his team peeking out the window. Iron Sights with the Scar. Not ideal, but also not terrible either. At least he's got an AR. Oh, and look at that. Shots through the window onto Riggs. He is not operating with any helmet or armor. He's just got some flowers in his hair, or her hair, whatever. But that being said, he really could use some armor.
Definitely. Beautiful shots there by Metalcore as he, for some reason, starts staring at the freaking wall. I think he's definitely just looking for some armor, as you mentioned. Interesting stuff when I see players go ahead and do that. For some reason, they decide to go ahead and engage, even though they don't have the armor. Now, more than likely, they heard the team G25 gonna go ahead and sneak up on them. They do not want to get sandwiched here. It is so early in the game. We already have a team going out. Not quite sure what that team was. Hopefully, we'll be able to go ahead and see here in a replay of what happened there. But G25 now starting to move in, and look at this. Hammers Esports getting some kills there. Vitali getting that down. And in case you're tuning in case you're new to PUBG Mobile, the downs work like this. If you get knocked down, your team will have a little bit of time to go ahead and pick you up. Now, if you get knocked down a bunch of times, you will actually go ahead and start dying faster, and your team might not have as much time to go ahead and pick you up.
If you take a look at the map here, we've got the top 3 teams. We've got Team Gates looting up Novo, uncontested. We've got Team G25 in a hot drop situation in the military base, sandwiching another squad right now. We've got action in Pachinki. And then the 3rd place team is looting up in Yasnaya Polyana, completely uncontested. So this is looking good for both those guys and Team Gates. Here in Pachinki, we do have Fishy and Shadow making their way down the main avenue here. Vitali supporting them. And they are engaged with a couple of squads here. Who will make it out of Pachinki? It kind of remains to be seen. We've also got Marciano Gaming looting up in North Georgia Pole, pretty much uncontested. However, the Powerpuff Boys have finished looting up north in Stalber, and they've swept through the shooting range, and it looks like they are heading in to meet up with Team Marciano Gaming in North Georgia.
And right here, look at this action. We got G25 now going up against Daylight, and we saw Team Hectic just backing up. Now, they do currently have about a minute and 20 seconds until the zone starts moving. And keep in mind, they are 1,200 meters away from that zone. Now, luckily for them, it is the first zone. It is not going to go ahead and do as much damage, but you don't want to go ahead and stay out for too long. And especially, we might see something that we saw in the previous game when you try to go some plan that you wanted to go to, for example, Wicked, right? Wicked's team wanted to go through that bridge. They were not able to, so something to go ahead and keep an eye on. And right here, Daylights know exactly where Team Hectic's at. They might have forgotten that G25 might moving into them. And look at this right here. Everybody's just setting up for a lot of action here in military base.
Nobody can really afford to move because no matter who moves first, they're going to be exposed. They're going to be out in the open to somebody. And with that zone going to be creeping in here shortly, it is going to be closing. And while it won't do a lot of damage on its own, nobody wants to be in a firefight taking extra, ticks of damage from a blue zone. That is definitely not ideal. You can see Squad 1, that is Team Gates over in Novo, looting up, and they are getting ready to rotate out of there as well. And there is the knock. Twinkle starts the action for G25, taking one of the Daylight members down from the window. He only suffers a little bit of damage himself. Will they start to pressure at this point? Crypto, the team leader, starting to push over. He's looking to make an entrance. Who is watching the door? This is going to be interesting. Three members
look
make a
at this
commitment.
whole team. G25 just pretty much waiting there at the door. He knows that there's going to be somebody right here at the window. Daylight's Jumper taking people out with the DP28. Although, oh my gosh, that DP28 is coming into handy, except the reloading time takes forever. Is he going to be able to reload it in time? He is not able to reload it in time, and he gets taken down. Daylight's here moving down. They know their teammates are down. Daylight Riggs trying to go ahead and pick him up. There you go. More DP28 action, DP.
Riggs is low, and that's going to do it. Daylight has been wiped off the face of the earth. They are the 18th place team here in round number 3 in Group B, and that is going to leave G25 alive here, but they did lose a member. Bullet falls victim to that first engagement. Now, is Team Hectic going to hear all that commotion, go back and try to pick some off as they saw some people die, or will they just continue to move on to try to get to the zone? At this point, I think it's probably smart to just go ahead and rotate. The zone is coming in. They are a long way from safety, and it does look like Team Gates is starting to move out of Novo as well. And here we are in North Georgia Pole, and it does look like we have a potential engagement brewing. Trollen blows himself up from underrated. Holy cow, what you doing there, cowboy?
I think he got blown up by the play zone, to be honest. And talking about Team Hectic earlier, as you mentioned, I don't think they're going to go ahead and try to engage there, especially because they might have noticed that it is G25. More than likely, they say, hey, that's a fight we might not want to go ahead and take right now. We've seen a lot of teams do that. For example, earlier, GameStars noticed that Lights Out might have been at crates. They don't want to go ahead and take that, so they'll go ahead and just deter a little bit and go somewhere else. So interesting plays there by those teams landing in military base. And right here we got Pochinki Bandits for some reason just shooting at the wall. I don't think he likes the decoration in this house.
Absolutely. Sometimes the paintings just need to go, and if there's one way to get rid of it, it's just to shoot them up. We have Palmatoro here from Hotted's crew on top of the building. We get the Pochinki Bandits, Bandits of Rozhok at the current moment, just looting up, not in any real danger here. As we take a look at the map, we've got some potential engagements brewing down towards the bridge as teams make their way to them. It looks like Fragtopia with fake Starstipe. I keep saying Snarstipe. It's a tongue twister, if you will. He's sitting on the bridge, though, getting ready for people to come across. But North Georgia Pole here is going to see some action potentially. Iraqi Zora has his squad in position with the Powerpuff Boys. They're going to be taking on their enemy here shortly.
And as you mentioned, look at Team Hectic right here, going up against Fractopia. Now, this was an exchange we saw yesterday, and Team Hectic was able to go ahead and come out on top. I wonder if we can actually go ahead and see Team 3 right here, as they're actually about to go ahead and try to cross the bridge. We also have some action here with Powerpuff Boys. Are they going to be able to engage with Team 9, which is going to be Marciano Gaming? They already got Marciano Gaming a little bit hurt. Will they be able to go ahead and get that kill, get that down, and finish them for more points? Or what are they going to be able to do here? Now, something to keep in mind is that if you are on the roof, you can actually move from roof to roof.
Yeah, Marciano Gaming is all together, all 4 players in the same building, focusing their fire on a couple of the opposing members. Iraqi Zoro's squad is spread across the city right now, trying to get back together, trying to converge and get a little bit of cohesiveness before they take this fight. But right now, they are spread apart. I don't think that Marciano's team knows this, but there they are. They make a push They do
Beautiful
get a
job
knock.
there.
Nice job. Iraqi Zoro with the Uzi getting it done. They finish the kill.
And Iraqi
Marciano
Zoro here
taken
just
down.
destroying some more people. Iraqi Zoro just going in for his
Look at him
team.
go.
He's going to go ahead and reload that mini one more time. Oh my gosh, that man.
gosh.
Somebody stop that man. He just finished up a full squad by himself with just a mini. Please spam me some freaking fire in the chat because that was insane. Not only did he just breach that room, but he took everybody out in that room and anybody coming in. That was insane, man. Look at the
Absolutely.
replay
We'll
one more time.
Check the replay here. Iraqi Zoro with the Uzi just absolutely ripping through his competition. Marciano peeks. That was not the right move. Gets a nice little jump. Spins around. Gets another knock here.
He knows
Very
one
nice
more
job.
person's coming, and right there. Bye-bye, Irene. Go back to the main lobby and wait for the last game. That was a beautiful play. And talking about Irene, I think this is Lady Hammers. I don't believe Irene's currently playing, but look at that. They're currently rocking a police car, and oh my goodness. That's one of the things that I currently don't have in my game, PB.
Absolutely.
I need to get me that skin.
Danikin's leading her squad through, looks like Gatka here, trying to find some additional loot. They're rocking UMPs right now, multiple of them. So they'd like to find some ARs and better weapons before they get into thicker action a little bit later on. Look at this bridge situation we've got developing right now between Fragtopia and G25. G25 making their way across. They are being loud enough to be heard. They are taking some damage from the zone. Will they get fired upon? It looks like they are going to squeak by. They're unscathed. What compound will they go to? Zone's reset, and it is going further north here. So this zone, or this compound that they're driving by now, is out of the zone. The zone has moved all the way up to North Georgia Pole, Hospital, Southern Crates, and it's looking like everybody's going to have to start rotating to the west.
And it looks like G25, they knew they were going to more than likely take some damage. They knew that somebody might have been waiting there at the bridge. So what they decided to do was just go ahead and make sure they rack up those painkillers and also the energy drinks. That way they can go ahead and continue driving to the zone and heal up at the same time. And look at this drop right here. What's it going to be? Because it is inside the zone. What are we going to have here, ladies and gentlemen? We got a Groza, a suppressor. Oh my goodness. This is paradise right there.
That ghillie suit, man, you could really do some damage in third person with that thing. So don't underestimate the ghillie suit. You saw Pyreteer rock that last game in Group A, and it got him all the way to a second place finish all by himself.
And not only that, with this zone, there's going to be a lot of thick bushes. So more than likely, if somebody gets that, they will definitely be able to use it. And look at this by Underrated. They're currently running with the 2-car squad. Hopefully, we don't see any of the action that we saw yesterday with G-Bay just pretty much being in the middle of nowhere by himself and trolling. He's trolling by himself in just one car.
They're
this
grabbing
maniac.
a third car right now. They're going to take 3 cars with them, and one of them did have an 8-inch lift kit on it. That thing, it was absolutely monstrous, and it's rolling through the field right now. 3 cars with Underrated. We'll have to see where they go to. Moving their way towards the mountain right now. I'm kind of curious to see what the strategy is with them, but it looks like Team Gates now moving through the center part of the map. They're going through Ruins. Ruins is my favorite place to drive, hands down. A little sarcasm intended here. Ruins is horrible for vehicles. All kinds of bumps and crazy accidents happen there. Things sticking out of the ground.
I was about to say, that server board, if you actually drive through there, it might come off. I usually try to stay away from that. Yeah, let's not even talk about it.
Absolutely. Well, Carnage here, he's going to be going surfing here shortly. They're heading to the water to put in, catch some waves, cowabunga, dude. But here we go towards the Southern Crates. Are they going to go to North George, try to grab a position in the city? If they do, Don Iraqi Zoro is going to be waiting for him there with the Uzi, so watch out.
Look at this right there. They notice them soon getting some shots. They know exactly where they're at. And one of the cool things about PUBG Mobile, right, is you can always customize it your own way. There is a bunch of skins. There is a bunch of customs. So I'm really happy to see that somebody has that surfboard right there.
Absolutely. Problem for Soon is, though, that sniper tower is completely isolated, and they've got 1 person in it. They've got another supporting from across the river, also isolated. So they are basically 1 person, and you can see Carnage here with the Car 98 is about to do some work. Let's see if he can land it with the 6 times. They know they got shot from there, trying to locate the other teammates. Have not been able to do so just yet, but with all 4 members of Team Gates scoping you in, that's not where you want to be.
And yeah, and that's something that we can have seen a lot, right? We saw yesterday somebody trying to just get the down, knocking somebody down, but not necessarily getting the kills. So sometimes you're gonna have to ask a question to yourself. Do you actually want to go ahead and give your position away, or do you want to just go ahead and play it out? I think sometimes, and it even happens to me, I get a little bit excited. I see a person, I want to get that kill, and I actually end up putting myself in not such a good situation.
Absolutely. You see Tony here with the level 2 helmet equipped, and that is not going to stand up to any sort of bolt-action sniper rifle. It will be a one-shot kill if Tony chooses to peek. We'll have to see how this plays out. But in a position of power right now, center zone is Team Gates. They will likely not have to rotate for a little bit. No kills to their name right now, but again, sitting on the top spot, they don't necessarily need the kills. Just securing a top placement will be good enough for them.
And we got another drop. Look at this. The game is pretty much just teasing them. It is going to drop it between them.
Absolutely. You
Who's
guys
going to
can
try to go
stare
for
at
it?
this crate that's smoking with red. Oh, man, look at that. It's coming down right now. That is actually pretty funny.
If we can actually see what's inside that crate to see if it's even worth going for, because if there's an AWM, and what I think here from Tony Wizard, he knows he's kind of in a bad situation. More than likely, he's not going to try to push. He knows that they're staring at him, thankfully, because they're playing third person, but they got snipers. And look at this, a favorite. It's finally in the game. The SLR as well. Ooh. And not only that, we got the MK14. Would you risk it, PB? Would you go for this crate?
I would be peeking hard on this sniper tower, trying to take out Tony, and at that point I may go for it while I'm rotating. But with where this is at in the center of the zone, they don't have any need to go anywhere right now. They're actually going to be able to stay put for quite some time. More cars rotating in right now, and it's starting to get cozy in this circle. 16 teams left alive, and there is not a lot of space between them at this point.
And right here, one of the teammates from Tony is actually engaging with what I believe it is Team 8, and Team 8 is going to be meet those guys led by that guy. And let's see, is Tony gonna get out of this position? I think he's gonna more than likely gonna have to wait for the next zone. In the next zone, everybody's currently pretty much trying to position themselves. Look at Potato Sam. Potato Sam, there's no somebody there. Somebody by crates, he wants to get those kills. G25, wow. Okay, G25 being able to go ahead and position himself from crates. Hopefully that is in the safe zone. We're going to go ahead and see here in just a couple seconds. Stay tuned, because everybody might have to go ahead and start. Oh my gosh, look at that zone, PB. Everybody once again mostly outside the zone. Tony now in a very, very bad situation, as he knows he's gonna have to get out of there. He's gonna have to run, and he has no backup, and Team Gates pretty much has everything.
Did you think that you were going to see a bridge camp in the northern part of the map? Now,
I did not.
We've got those guys as well as Team Soon kind of camping that bridge just to the east of crates right now, and they are kind of gatekeepers right now for everybody trying to get to the north. As you can see, a lot of teams are in vehicles right now trying to make their way to the north. You can see Underrated making their way across, just hitting each other, hitting trees, really non-discriminate with what objects they're running into. This is impressive stuff from them.
And right here, do they go for that crate? I don't think they even know that Team Gates and currently Soon are between each other.
Here comes Underrated zooming across the field. So many vehicles. Tony has got to be shaking in her boots. So here we go. Thunder
passing right by Team Gates, and he actually gets shot. He might actually get taken down from his car, as he's very, very low on health. I think he might have decided it's better to jump into the water, and those guys just decide to camp it a little bit. As we saw Back to the Future there. What is going on there? All right.
That car trolling is absolutely trolling. He basically flies on by. That is definitely not intended. It looks probably a little bit different on his screen for sure. But in the spectator mode, sometimes you'll see some funny things like that. He just flies by in a monster truck. But that was pretty neat stuff. It looks like UR will make their way north unscathed. They did have one player get pretty well damaged, but he's able to survive and move along to safety. So those guys still hanging out, camping. They know that Gabe's money is next door in the sniper tower, and they don't have any need to move. They know the vehicle is there, somebody's present. They probably don't know how many, but they know it's not a full squad.
And Tony currently actually getting shot by Team Gates, and look at this. We got Team 12 Pochinki Bandits being able to do some damage here on Underrated, when Underrated was flying around, as we saw there earlier. Now, Konoha, a great player that we saw being able to clutch a 1v3 yesterday. Is he going to have the same performance here today? That's something I want to go ahead and keep an eye on. And let's see. Check this out. Team Hectic is currently playing pretty much the zone, which sometimes can kind of backfire, especially because if the zone, if they have to cross the bridge, they are going to find themselves in not such a great position. And something else to go ahead and point out is that Hammers Esports seems to be camping a little bit of the bridges. So both of the bridges into that island are currently being pretty much protected in a sense.
You can see those guys moving in right now on the sniper tower towards the bridge. They're sick of waiting around. They're going to go to try to take them that person out. We do have Boomer Sooner falls, knocks himself. I think he got shot there by Palmatoro just before we cut to the scene here. But yeah, he falls to knock himself, and I don't know that anybody's around to actually pick him up. So a little bit unfortunate there. Binky Princess making her way across for Team Firefox. They are also trying to get to the zone on foot, running through the ruins right now. They've got a long way to go. There's the knock. Denki getting the grenade kill on Gabe over at that sniper tower. Those guys wiping out one of the members, trying to secure a safe passage to the zone. But again, great fight going on there at the bridge.
I think Team Firefox might have heard us in regards to not driving by ruins. They decide to just go ahead and go on foot, and they got to hurry up. They got to make it into the zone. And Team Hectic with just a huge flank, being able to secure themselves into the zone. Interesting plays there by them. And check this out here. We got Lady Hammers currently getting lit up by Team Claytano. Team Claytano, as we also have another squad just jumping out of nowhere. Team Hectic, I believe that was coming out of nowhere. The action we are about to get here, ladies and gentlemen, get ready, because we also have Fructopia coming. Is anybody going to go for that crate? I don't think so.
Oh, wow.
I think everybody is just baiting it.
We got a new shift on the zone. It continues to go to the east. Oh my goodness, everybody's going to have to continue to rotate. This is turning into quite the crazy fight. We've got, it looks like Fractopia taking on Team Claytano, and Team Claytano is getting beaten up right now. The Mini taking out Quickscope. Are they going to be able to survive? Will they be able to get their first kill of the tournament? So far, not looking good. They are getting knocked, and it looks like 4 kills right now for Star Snipe. We've got Nick at Night and Bobby Plays, Evo, all of these guys, YouTubers, and they're hoping to pick up some followers with a strong performance here in this one.
Fructopia, they're going for a great show, and they know that the other team was getting shot there, Team Claytano by D25, and being able to just move in. Look at Bobby Plays just trying to do that quick little single fire by the AKM. Great strategy there by Bobby Plays.
Absolutely. It looks like Team Gates is finally getting into the action at this point, taking down a couple of players from Hammers. 15 teams left alive right now. That is a lot of teams for this tiny of a circle. You can see it's going to constrict even more shortly. We will try to keep up our best as we can with the action, but there's going to be a lot of names flying up in the kill feed in just a moment. We've got Underrated camping the top of the hill here, still zooming around in vehicles. They are mobbing around very brazenly with those vehicles. They don't seem to care that everybody in the world is looking at them shooting.
They definitely are, and look at this. Hammers Esports, they're going for it. They want to go ahead and get some kills, but Cheeky Bandits there, I think Kahona was actually taken out, and they want to push the action. There is so many teams, as you mentioned, PB, in this tiny little circle, and we got Team Hectic going up against just some dudes. They're trying to pretty much, Team Hectic, from what it seems like, they're trying to get the better angle. They are not very close to each other. Josh P, Remix, and Ray away from each other. I have yet to see Metalcore. I think he is still alive. There you go. Metalcore is near a car, and check this out. Their car that they were using this whole time gets blown up. So now they're pretty much handicapped. They gotta watch out for the zone every single time it moves, which it is moving right now.
Oh, Metal gets shot in the butt. He's going to jump up, take cover behind a tree. He's forced to turn around and deal with the threat. That's Josh P shooting him from behind. We have ourselves Team Hectic trying to get to safety here. It looks like Buck, actually. Buck Army and GD Cooch getting over towards the zone here. Man, this is
great shot there by Remix.
Knocked by Iraqi Zoro. Iraqi Zoro's having a really fantastic game here. He's doing some really good stuff for the Powerpuff
And
Boys.
check this out here by Ray using the VSS zone, one of the guns that you actually don't see that often. And Remix with that Mini 14, we've seen that Mini 14 so many moments now, so many times in this gameplay. Josh P's gotta go ahead and move up. Shushman, they also, Team Hectic has to watch out because Girthy Dingoes is coming up behind them. They do not want to get caught outside this zone, especially if somebody is behind you. And Metalcore getting some beautiful shots here. Metalcore with the UMP and the level 3 vest, which is currently damaged, so more than likely he wants to stay away from some people. Ray gets taken out by Trolling. Josh P takes out Trolling, trading kills here as
in all of
the
this
action
madness,
is insane.
We still have 15 teams alive.
My
There are
gosh.
people knocked everywhere, all over the battlefield. The zone has come in, and it is forcing some movement, some fights, and it is chaos. And as you can see, we just had Hammer's eliminated team. Teams are now down to 14. So again, Iraqi Zoro going absolute ham with the UMP, having a fantastic game with the submachine guns. We've got Team Gates getting in on the action. Carnage finishing off Nate Brock, courtesy of the knock by Rolex. It looks like Grimes getting in on it now for those guys, taking out G25 Twinkles. So team that is ranked 3rd, taking out the 2nd ranked team. We have madness
crazy
going on.
And it looks like Ashley from the Lady Hammers, Danikins gets taken out her first because Renee was still alive. So some of the Lady Hammers are still alive. Danikins once again gets taken out. I believe that is the team captain. Is Metalcore gonna be able to clutch some of their skills? He wants to stay close to his team. There you go. He's able to finish them up. Great showing there by Ray once again with the VSS. That is insane. I have never seen that gun being used around this time. Kudos to him. Now it looks like they are currently down one teammate. I believe it was Remix, the one that got killed, and Evo YT getting some kills as well there on Daichi.
Oh, Grimes taking down G25 and Richie getting Twinkles knocked. Grimes taking down Crypto, and that is almost everybody in the squad, it looks like
right
here.
there.
That's the squad wipe. As you can see, those guys taking down the 2nd ranked team. So it looks like they will jump above them, those guys up to 4 kills as well. So they'll move into 2nd place, it looks like, here in Group 2 after if everything remains the same. We'll see a replay here from Richie's point of view from those guys. Great shots here from the AK. This gun, like we said, in close quarters, as this is pretty close, absolutely wrecking multiple players at a time there.
Great plays right there. And also while we were watching that, in the kill feed, Bobby plays for Fretopia was just going off. So huge shout out to him because he's putting in some work. Yesterday he wasn't able to do so well. He came out to play on day number 2, and that's something that we're seeing here. A lot of the people that might have not done so well are doing amazing here on day number 2. And it just, as we mentioned, it comes down to team chemistry, right? If they play more and more, they're gonna do better. And we have 9 teams left. A Hammer Snipe is able to go ahead and destroy PRC with, I believe it was a grenade. Oh my goodness, look at this circle once again.
Another
only one
shift.
team. Only one team inside that zone, PB.
This is chaos, man. Another hard shift on the zone. We've got, looks like 2 teams now in the circle. Everyone else having to fight their way there. We got a great fight going on between Fractopia and those guys. It looks like, oh, wow. That is huge. Those guys just superior gun skills at the start, but plenty of knock players themselves. Fake Star Snipe coming up, getting some clutch knocks, and it looks like Nick at Night, Evo, and Star Snipe will possibly persevere here. It's
Fake
gonna
Star
take some
Snipe
clutch
there
play.
gets destroyed. He was not able to clutch it like yesterday. Now we got Nick at Night. Is he gonna be able to clutch it for his team?
Oh,
there
that
you
guy.
go.
Oh, my goodness. Extremely clutch play from him. Down to Knight now. He is the only one left alive from his squad, and it looks like those guys are going to take a second to patch up, get a little bit healed. They know they have to win this engagement, but look at the timer, guys. 34 seconds until the next circle will start to come in, and they are on the far side of the zone, so whoever is going to get to the zone, you can see Nick at Night's going to bail. He is trying for placement at this point, but in a car with a circle this small and 8 teams left alive, he's going to draw some attention.
And look who's still alive. Team Gates is ready for some action as they do see Fretopia moving in there with Knight's getting shot. Don't want to be in a car. You're more than likely going to go ahead and get blown up. There you go. He gets taken out by Team Gates. That is, yeah, with this circle, as you mentioned, don't want to go ahead and do that. Rather go prone, but I guess they at least were able to get there, the A spot. Now, Rolex, look at Rolex currently here going up against Knight. Rolex tells him, go back to the lobby. Knight, you just got wrecked.
That's another squad down. Rolex getting it done for Team Gates. We're down to 6 remaining. Potato Sam from Gates taken down, underrated. And G-Bay is on the ground, knocked, waiting for his teammates to pick him up. But they are under pressure right now with Gates, and those guys sandwiching him. Both members of Lights Out just absolutely trying to take their lights out. This is not a favorable position at all for underrated. They are getting shot from 3 different sides here.
It is not. And look at all the teams that are currently still outside this zone. only one team, what it looks like. Only one player from one team is currently in this zone. In all those smokes, we got Team Gates against those guys. Who's gonna go ahead and take it here? And we do still have 5 more teams left, as everybody's gonna have angles on everybody. So you're gonna see a lot of people getting knocked down right here. Potato Sam is starting to rotate around. He knows he has to watch out for Gertie Dingoes because they do still have one more player alive. There you go. Those Grimes actually gets taken out by somebody from Team Gates. And Alchemy able to take out Denki from those guys. It looks like that guy and G-Bay are going to be fighting here pretty soon as well.
Absolutely. If anybody is going to clutch it, it's going to be that guy. That's somebody that you got to really count on. But he does get knocked here from Rolex from across the field. This is just too chaotic, though, for every team. It's going to come down to who has, the jump on who has the better gun skills. Because as you can see from the sky cam here, we have an open field zone with 5 teams alive and like 0 cover. There's 5 trees there in the middle for people to hide behind. So you see the smokes come out, people trying to get cover. You see Richie crawl into the smokes next to his everyday teammate
and
Rolex,
look at
but
this.
They're on opposing squads here.
Alchemy doesn't realize that Team Hectic was laying down those little snakes. They were able to go ahead and secure 2 kills. Team Hectic just playing
down
it
to 4
safe.
teams now. Hectic there with the clutch finish there. Josh P getting knocked.
Clockado is able to go ahead and take him out.
Oh,
and look at this.
Metalcore with a huge kill right before he gets knocked from the play zone. Unfortunate for him, but they are able to finish a couple of people from Team Gates.
And who do you think is going to win right here? Let us know in the comments because we do have 4 teams left.
Richie knocks
Team
Rolex.
3, Team Hectic still has one alive. There you go. Team Hectic is out of it. Is Team Gates going to be able to pick him up? More than likely, they're going to sacrifice him. Here we go. It comes down to this. Potato Sam currently getting picked up by Carnage. Richie
oh my goodness.
still alive.
4 alive, but
team.
3 teams. Richie in a 1v2v1 situation. Carnage, Sam from Team Gates trying. Oh my goodness, they're in the middle. We've got also Girthy Dingoes, player number
Nobody knows
Team
he's
15
there.
on the right side. Yeah, they don't know he's there. Will he engage? Will he take the shot? Sam and Carnage have their backs to him. They know Richie is there behind the tree. They really want to take him out. They know that it's a threat. Throwing grenades, but unfortunately right now they do not know. The Girthy Dingoes is off prone on the side. He's got a shot to win this if he can take out both of these guys in the center, but the smart move is perhaps to play for placement and stay unnoticed while these 2 squads duke it out.
Do they want to go for the 3rd place? Do they want to go for the 2nd place, the 1st place? Which one do you want to go to? Because that's what it comes down to. If you wanted to, Girthy Dingoes could go ahead and flank because Team Gates is just so focused on Richie. As Richie's now starting to make a move, it doesn't seem like he might have enough ammo there.
Richie finished by Carnage, but Sam is weakened. Now Girthy Dingoes have an opportunity to push their way in. Carnage at full health, though, covering his teammate with the M4. Brilliant teamwork there as one player emptied his magazine, the other waited to fire, it looked like, until Richie was exposed. And here they go to the other side of the zone. They finish him off, and that is going to do it. Team Gates again with the victory in the tournament. We are looking at their 2nd victory, and again, those guys finishing 3rd overall in this one with quite a few kills as well.
Interesting plays there by everybody. My goodness, what a finish. I am surprised, though, that Girthy Dingoes decided not to go ahead and engage. And look at this finish right here. Carnage knows that more than likely he's not going to be there because Richie was not shooting at him. So they're going to go ahead and just do a full 180 and go the other way around and try to see if they can go ahead and find the man that was laying down throughout the whole time at the end, M-Bone HD. And pretty much gets destroyed there as he's just decided to not shoot one single bullet.
It definitely was not a surprise. As you could see, the 2nd place team there, Girthy Dingoes, 0 kills throughout the entire game.
Yeah.
I am not sure that they picked up one just yet, but you know what? It got them to 2nd place. But as you can see, those guys coming in 3rd place with quite a few kills, that will place them above there. So you can see the importance of having kills throughout the course of the game. But props to Girthy Dingoes for getting 2nd place.
That's right. But overall, as you mentioned, Team Gates, 2 wins, not in a row, but 2 wins during their group so far. So very impressive stuff from them. And a game of hard shifts once again.
Yes.
I think that's what really helped Girthy Dingoes in the fact that Bone HD had 2 of those hard shifts towards the end really favor him, and he was able to stay alive.
And right here, we were able to see from the beginning, Daylight just going up against G25, and G25 being able to take out Jasper as he was able to just reload. The reload was just taking way too long, and look at Aztec right here. This was a beautiful play, but that man, as he was able to go ahead and take out a full squad by himself, and oh my gosh.
P90 Princess getting no love from her adversaries, blowing her up in the field, and then here's you are.
Some
kinda,
team-on-team action.
I don't know what's going on. The Jeeps, the army of Jeeps, not quite what they were hoping for, but Hammers here peeking in on their enemies from across the way, and some nice work with that M4. Good job from Animosity here. And then we got Richie towards the end. Clutch play with the AK, taking down G25, making sure they finish a little bit lower in the standings because that was a team ranked directly ahead of them.
And Star Snipe right here, just pretty much being able to take out a lot of players there from Fratopia. Beautiful plays by everybody. What was the one that you it stood out to you, PB?
I really liked the clutch play of Richie towards the end there. Had both a couple of his teammates, Dinky and Grimes, knocked, and it was down to that guy and Richie. Richie was able to outlast a couple of extra squads there all by himself, and that was really impressive to me.
I think something that stood out from the very beginning of the game was actually we had strong contention, not only, well, a little bit in Pachinki, but mostly in military, which really almost devolved into absolute chaos and madness for some of those teams.
Absolutely. With the zone especially positioning so far north on that first circle, it really became a situation of, well, we all have to move, but who's going to move first, right? It was a stare down, if you will. One team disengaged and kind of left the fight, but it left two teams to fight it out. And ultimately, we saw in the highlight reel there, the DP just not able to reload fast enough to mow down the rest of the squad.
And Hectic was the team that left early in that three teams, and they really benefited from it. They were able to get themselves in a good spot for later circles.
Absolutely. Yeah, and it seemed like they pretty much just started to rotate. They didn't want to engage early, which it played out so well for them. And once they were actually able to start engaging, they were able to get the kills. But overall, that final circle, I think it might have been just too much for a lot of teams. Everybody had to move around. Everybody had to scatter. And as we saw, Team Hectic just pretty much laying down bees, snakes, taking that to their advantage because, after all, it is third person. When you got to be a snake, you got to be a snake and take some people out.
Absolutely. So Team Hectic playing very intelligently throughout this game, making the wise decision to disengage at military base. And you could see how that kind of paid dividends later on as they were able to move all the way up to perhaps a top 5 finish there in that game. So, you know, it could have ended early for them, but they decided not to risk it. And I'm sure that that's going to benefit them on the scoreboard, perhaps having them leapfrog into third place.
I want more center strats. Looking at how these games keep playing out, every single one of those circles was a hard shift. If you're playing center, that's going to give you a bit more of a leg up on trying to rotate, right?
Yeah, and I think it's something we're starting to notice now. I think teams are starting to pick up on that.
Yeah.
That's why we're seeing so many vehicles at the end of the match. Usually we're not used to seeing this many vehicles at the end of the match. But this is by far the most vehicles I have seen. Everybody knows that, hey, just know the game might actually go ahead and put the zone in the middle of nowhere, so have that vehicle ready and know that if they do take one down, we're actually seeing a lot of teams with 2 vehicles, even 3 vehicles underrated. They're just going up. They were having so much fun. They were just trying to crash into each other, bumper cars.
Absolutely. I liked Nick at Night from Star Stipe's squad there toward the end. He was in that engagement with those guys, and you're like, you know what? I'm out of here. Hops in a vehicle, tries to make his way out of there, but Kodo from Team Gates snipes him out of the car, and it wasn't able to get it done. All kinds of vehicle madness in those final circles, underrated with 3 vehicles literally just monster trucking around, flying, if you will, through the final circles. Good stuff to see.
We're even seeing some really good gun control as well. I think someone like Starstipe really stood out because he was long range using an SKS with only holographic sight available and still being able to rack up some damage. So we're definitely seeing some high quality play out of some of these guys.
Yeah, and it's something that we saw yesterday from him. He was able to get a huge clutch kill yesterday to save his team. Look, sadly, he was not able to clutch it here today, but nonetheless, being able to control that, and I'm pretty sure he's one of the players that plays on mobile quite often. So it's something that he's just used to. So it's an advantage over everybody else that might not play mobile as much.
That's something I noticed as well. You mentioned Star Snipe a little bit. I also saw Metalcore using the red dot on his weapons at range and being pretty effective with it. Quite a few kills from him in there in that game. Maybe he didn't finish them, but he got quite a few knocks and just really impressive stuff. A lot of folks using that red dot when maybe they didn't have those higher magnification scopes available.
Absolutely. And it also kind of comes down right to what device you use. For example, if you use the Galaxy Note 9, the Samsung Galaxy Note 9, you do have a bigger screen, which means you might be able to go ahead and see just the people a little bit better as well. So it comes down to that as well.
Absolutely, and you need to be looking forward as well as our dates are going to be coming up for our finals, which are going to be on the 20th and 21st of October here. So make sure to jot those down and make sure to tune in, as a lot of these players are going to be coming live to play and try and gain themselves a ton of cash in the process, as well as prestige, which is all important. We like prestige.
Absolutely, you gotta look good in the eyes of the teammates in the community, right? The other teams, they gotta think you're the best.
That's right.
Now the best part is I want to see, because more than likely Lights Out and Gainstars are going to make it here, right? I want to see what kind of trash talking they're gonna have. I am so excited for that, man. I cannot wait.
That should be great. You know, this is we're gonna be moving into the last round of this tournament, so all the marbles on the line here. Very excited to see soon kind of how things shook up in that first couple of rounds. Gonna see some shifts for sure. Some teams have definitely kind of punched their ticket, securing enough points so far to kind of get into that finals. Again, the top 15 teams from this particular tournament will be moving on to the finals, in addition to 5 teams that you guys voted in at home. So pay attention to the PUBG Mobile social medias for those informations.
And just going off on that, actually, if you want to go ahead and vote, just want to give you a heads up. If you can actually go ahead and go to PUBG Mobile, the game, open it up. There's a new little tab where you can actually go ahead and vote for those teams. So in case you haven't seen any of the links, you can actually see it and vote straight from the game and see the live stream. This live stream you're watching right now, you can see it from the game as well.
I wish they could vote for you, Seven Worlds.
Oh my
I wish
goodness.
They could vote for you. There you go. There you go. All right, gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break here whilst we get things going for our final round. Join us after the break for more Star Challenge NA. We'll be right back after this.
The new Galaxy Note 9 has more power than you need. Like a remote control for a phone. Why would you... Oh, that's why. The new Galaxy Note 9. It's got more power than you need until you need it.
That's right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the PUBG Mobile Star Challenge for North America, as we're about to get into our final round for each of our respective groups. And this is going to be for all the marbles. Who is going to qualify for the finals later down the line? This is going to tell us. And this is the analysis desk. To my left-hand side, as always, I have Mr. Powerbang. I have Mr. Seven Wheels Gaming. These guys are as hyped as I am to be here, because the games so far have been great. So many hard shifts, but it doesn't really matter because it's created some excellent results.
Absolutely. A lot of gun skills on display today. It's all about who can rotate the fastest, who can whip out those guns, hip fire, aim down sights quick, and ultimately finish some firefights and get their team to that final circle.
Not only that, and as we saw from Group A, the first game, somebody was actually able to beat the kill record with 27 kills. GameStars came in hot. Now, are we going to go ahead and see that? Because this is the last match for Group A, right? Are we going to see people being more aggressive, not so passive? Or are we going to see teams being more passive? After all, we will see the leaderboard here in a little bit and kind of get a side which teams need to go ahead and push it a little bit more, which teams needs to go ahead and actually look for kills, not just for placing, because that will come into play. If you're just tuning in, for every kill, you get 15 points. So please keep that in mind.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because at the top of that leaderboard, we can see that there are teams that have pretty much already punched their ticket here to the live finals. GameStars and Lights Out, especially with the amount of kills and points that they have racked up, are looking absolutely solid at the very top.
GameStars coming in with 46 kills, Lights Out with 37, and look at that, the difference between those teams with everybody else. Zen Gamers coming in with 17, and Wicked Gaming there with 20 kills in 4th place. Now, keep in mind, in the last match, Wicked Gaming's team was only playing with 3 players. Their captain wasn't there, so will their captain be here for this next one? And now, what I want to go ahead and see here is their killers. They have a wonderful and just a super skill squad. I want to see them just go for kills and also go for placing, because they need it if they want to go ahead and be here in Los Angeles, October 20 to October 21st.
Absolutely. There's a lot of teams here towards the bottom of the pack that really could put some aggression into their gameplay today. If you look at the middle here, Taserface, Muiskerm, Darius Killers, all of them hovering around 600 to 700 points. And those guys really have an opportunity right now to leapfrog in front of a very packed field in Group B. So those guys all need to kind of play a little bit aggressively here and stack up some kills.
I think that divide is definitely between the 6th and 7th. 900 and 710 points there. That means that 200-point gap as an opportunity for some of the teams lower down the card to be able to just kind of rise up and maybe knock some of those spots off. I think 1 through 6 seems pretty secure right now, unless something catastrophic happens for them.
Yes, or unless they maybe die at the beginning of the game, which that would be just insane. Something we haven't seen happen to kind of those teams. But now, are we going to see, for example, GameStars always goes to George Bull, regardless, right? Are we going to see some teams go and challenge that? Because we haven't seen one single team challenge them. We've seen Lights Out get very close, but I'm pretty sure they don't want to go ahead and engage that early on.
Well, I think something that I want to ask you guys, and no pun intended here, but who is your wild card team? Not wild, because Wicked Gaming's already up there in the 3rd place.
Sure.
But who are some of your teams that you think might be able to qualify through down towards the lower portions?
So I think for this game, we were looking towards like Muiskerm and friends. They've been really eager to get into the action today. So yeah, they're a little bit out on the cusp right now. Between the two groups combined, they're probably sitting just out of the bubble to be able to qualify. So I think if they push the action and are able to actually secure some victories in those squad matches, I think they might be able to get in.
I'm looking for a team, a huge underdog here. They might not qualify, but I want to go ahead and see what they do. Chicken strips and honey mustard. Please, go out. Just get some kills. Go for it, please.
I feel like you just want to go to Buffalo Wild Wings again. I feel like
yes, that's exactly right.
Yeah, no, well, maybe they'll qualify. We shall see later on down the line as they're going to try and rack up the points as is before from all of these teams here looking to get it. Remember, it's 15 points per kill, not 15 kills per point. That would be crazy. And make sure to join us on Twitter as well with the hashtag StarChallengeNA. Tell us who you think is going to be able to prevail here and make it through into the live finals. All important. And a big thank you to our sponsors as well. Samsung Galaxy Note 9 is joining us along the road here for the Star Challenge, which is very cool for them. I love this stylus.
Absolutely.
I do. Hey, I actually got a chance to play a PUBG mobile game, and I could see players so much better. It's because the screen is actually bigger. So, and I'm not just saying that because the sponsor. I actually did it, and it was awesome.
Final thoughts before coming into this game?
Oh, I'm looking for a strong response here from Lights Out.
Yeah.
I think they know that they got their record taken away from them. I think they're gonna come out hot. I think they know they're gonna qualify, and I think they want PB to just rip that shirt and just show the Lights Out jersey.
You're flaring him up.
Maybe. You're getting me fired up here. Can we see 30, boys? Can we see 30? All right, let's get it done.
That
Got
would
game
be
number
nice.
4 coming up here pretty quick. I'm excited.
Yeah.
And everybody watching in the chat, everybody watching at home, what do you think? Who's going to win? Let us know in the comments. We'll be actually shouting out some of your names. So type it in, whether you're watching on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, wherever you're watching it, let us know in the comments right now and also via Twitter.
Yeah, and a team that has been kind of quiet but kind of stoic and getting things done in this group has been Zen Gamers. They got second place in the last game. We haven't talked about them too much, but they're getting it done.
Absolutely. Zen Gamers has been impressive. They've got a really good squad, and they've been crisp on their rotations. They've been winning a lot of their gunfights. Unfortunately, they've just died to a couple of squads where they just got outgunned in that last little engagement. But overall, they've been really well positioned this entire time, so credit to their squad.
Yeah, consistency is huge key here, and we want to go ahead and see that from games. And as we've seen the games just go on and go on, we see what teams are going to be more consistent, how teams are going to go ahead and play it out. So I'm really, really looking forward to which team is going to go ahead and stick out. And as I mentioned this, Derek Killers, they have an insane squad. I want to see just better placing for them. I believe in them. Diablo, maybe one of my favorite players in mobile. Yeah. So Diablo, if you're watching this right now, come on, man. Come on, baby. Step it up. Put them in the backpack. Carry them.
No
Thank
pressure.
You very much. Thank you very much, guys. It is time now as we're going to get into our final game here in Group A. This is for all the marbles. Who is coming to the live final? Who is going to rack up the kills? And who is going to rack up those points to find out which of our teams is going to make it here? Gentlemen, take it away.
Definitely will. PB, where do you think GameStars is going to go ahead and go to right here?
Rosshawk. I'm joking. It's North Georgia Pole. They're going to North Georgia. I don't care where they're flying in. That is their territory. I'd like to see the rest of the playing group up to try to take it from them.
And yeah, I want to go ahead and point out Muiskarm and friends actually currently sitting pretty much they could be there. If they get high placing, they could actually go ahead and make it in the top 15. Taserface looking really good as well.
You see how they have 8 kills, though? Muiskarm's got 8 kills. Taserface has 0 so far.
That's true.
So they've placed high, but I just don't see them placing high enough here to secure the points.
Sounds good. And over here, pretty much Last Minute Man, right? Last Minute Man currently sitting at 1 kill. Mist with Wolves currently sitting at 0 kills. GV is sitting at 0 kills. I want to see those teams with 0 kills. Are they gonna go ahead and try to just, get on the actual leaderboard?
My man Chad, right? He's a PC legend. Currently, his squad has 0 kills through 3 games. I want Chad, if you're watching, let's get it. Let's get some kills.
Come on.
Let's do it.
We believe in you.
Let's do it. We believe.
You can do it.
We believe. I want to see this happen. I really think that he can get it done. Speaking of some teams in that middle of the pack, Muiskarm and friends, we talked about a little bit. Is there anyone else that you're looking for surprises here in the fourth game?
Surprises. GV, I feel like they got it. They just haven't been able to pull it together. I think if they actually just keep going for it a little bit more, they might be able to go ahead and do it. So I'm hoping that they are actually be able to pull it together, get good placings, and get good kills as well. I'm really looking for that team. How about you, PB?
I would have to go with Winsanity.
Winsanity.
Winsanity. They've been solid. I did check out Winsanity the other day on social media, and he's been pretty skilled with the grenades, lobbing them through windows, getting them kills.
Are we gonna see some Kobe's team grabbing and just throwing it? Come on, can you imagine? I actually have not seen that yet in this tournament, and I have seen it in previous tournaments where somebody is able to destroy a full team with just 1 nade.
When they've got that couple people knocked in a building, they're huddled around trying to pick them up, and then a nade come flying in, and then that's that.
It happens. It happens. We don't see it often, but when it happens, it is just absolutely magical. Now, another thing that I want to talk about is guns. And just a heads up, the game will be starting here. I believe we are just starting to restart the game. So give us a couple more minutes. Maybe if you need to go to the restroom, do a number 1, go real quick, come back, get yourself some water, get yourself some juice, and we'll be here. Trust me, we'll be talking about guns. PB, what's one gun you have not seen that much of? Mine was going to be the DP, but as we saw last game, we saw a lot of action to it. And one of the feedbacks that we always get is that the reloading time takes way too long. I believe it takes 4.9 seconds to reload. So if you don't have a secondary gun, if you don't have a pistol, if you don't have an AR, if you don't have anything to back it up, it might actually harm you. What is one gun that you want to go ahead and see people use a little bit more here in this tournament?
Well, to answer your question, first let me address the DP. I think the reload is warranted. Maybe not quite as long, but close, because you saw as those enemies started rushing through the door, the DP sawed almost all of them down. Had the reload been shorter, he would have been able to reload and do it all over again. So the DP, it's got a lot of potential. But as far as the weapons that I haven't seen a lot of, recently in the update, they actually moved the M24 from the supply drops to a world spawn. And I have not seen the M24 in many players' hands. We haven't seen a lot of sniping, but specifically the M24, haven't seen it. And that is a gun that, for me, that's my favorite weapon in the game. I want to see more of it.
Hey, and thanks to you, I actually be using the gun. So once again, man, thank you for the tip. Yeah. And you know what? We're talking so much about the guns. How about we actually watch PB's video about guns and weapons to go ahead and use in PUBG Mobile? If you guys can go ahead and cue it up for me.
PUBG Mobile is an open-world shooter with weapons, ammo, and other supplies littered everywhere. Your goal? Be the last one standing, by any means necessary. This, after all, is Battle Royale. Once you drop onto the island from the plane, you'll want to quickly find the best guns, great armor, an adequate amount of ammo, and some weapon attachments so you have the edge in every single fight you're in. In PUBG Mobile, there are different classifications of weapons, and some are more rare than others. There are pistols, shotguns, submachine guns, assault rifles, light machine guns, marksman rifles, and sniper rifles. Heck, there's even a pan. Pistols and shotguns are great early game options when enemy players land directly next to you. Any weapon will do at this point, just get them off me. Beyond the start of the game, however, submachine guns and assault rifles will serve you better because of their superior range and their increased fire rate. The UMP is the star of the SMG class, as it's a very versatile weapon that'll serve you well in many different situations. But the clear favorite weapon of the entire game is an assault rifle, the M416, commonly referred to as the M4. This assault rifle handles beautifully and is the instrument of choice of many of PUBG Mobile's most ruthless assassins. Marksman and sniper rifles can also be found in the world, but they're just not as common as the ARs and SMGs. Pay special attention to the supply crates dropping from passing planes that land during the game. They can have special crate-only weapons containing some of the game's most powerful guns, like the vaunted AWM, the game's strongest single-shot sniper rifle. Keep it locked right here to see which weapons your favorite streamers will go for today. Which weapon is your favorite?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here. As we're just trying to solve all this lobby things, and then once we've got that done, we will be jumping right back into the game. This is squad number 21 here. We're 3 members out of a 4-member squad. Are you doing all right for boosts? Are you okay?
I'm pretty good. I could use one more, though. I'm a little low.
I got some painkillers for you. It's all right?
Thank you.
There's actually stuff in there. No, whoa, steady on.
Come down there.
Perfect. We're good to go.
Very nice, very nice. I'm glad I can help out. So, of course, we are just waiting for moments here before we actually get back into this game. Obviously, you guys were talking about guns, gun choices, and things like that. Even mentioning in that video that obviously the M4 is one of the most versatile, most well-used guns in the game. And I think it's warranted. It's one of the very, very best things that you can find, pick up. Sometimes, back in the day, you'd have people running 2 M4s because they were that good.
Absolutely. Wow. Maybe rock one on auto, one on single fire, throw a 4X on one, and maybe a red dot on the other. Definitely a solid weapon. The low recoil of that weapon, combined with the fact it does the same damage as every other 5.56 weapon, really makes it a go-to.
And it's something that you mentioned there. You can actually go ahead and carry 2 M4s, and that's something that I used to actually do a lot before I found out how good the AKM is, and then I started working with it a little bit more. But it's something that you don't see often, right? And it comes down to what they're more comfortable with. For example, for a long time, just speaking out of personal experience, I could not pick anything else besides the M4. I was known to go ahead and use that gun, and then you start experiencing a little bit more, right? We might not see some guns like, for example, the SLR. We don't really see that gun that much because it just recently came out. So yeah, it will be interesting to see if anybody decides to rock that combo. 2 M4s, 1 single fire, because it is great for pretty much long fires, right? And it's also great for mid-range and also short range as well. So it'll be interesting to see if we can actually see that in the game.
One other thing I like about the M4 too, compared to the other assault rifles, is the iron sights themselves. So early on in game, when you pick that up, having that horseshoe-shaped, you're able to see a lot better than you are with the AK, where it doesn't really have much of a sight. You're kind of looking down the top of that weapon, and then the SCAR with the really tall front sight makes it a little bit obscured sometimes when you're trying to find people. So the M4's front iron sight, really, really nice.
We've just got a little bit more time here before we actually get into the game, so let's just have a chat. Let's have a fun old chat. What I want to know from you guys is, what is your niche weapon that you like to use the most? I have one in mind, but I'm gonna probe and poke you guys about what you think, like something not as commonly used.
All right, I will take this one first. Now, we saw it a little bit in this last game, right, to give it a little bit of context.
I know where he's going.
We saw somebody named Iraqi Zoro rocking an Uzi.
Damn.
And he was taking people out left and right. Now, I'm known as more of a long-range player, but if I get my Uzi fully kitted with that stock and with that extended mag, watch out, because that thing is an absolute laser. Now, it doesn't have the sight that you can put on it, but man, it will absolutely eat through people because it shoots so dang fast.
And just basing it off on that, mine is going to actually go ahead and be the VSS. Now, this is one of those guns that I only pick up if I'm hot that day. And what I mean by that is if I'm not having any potato aim. Because if you have potato aim with that gun, please just leave it down, go with something else. And also, you got to have the extended mag, and it already comes with the silencer. So it's just delicious to use. And as I mentioned, if you don't have potato aim that day, pick it up and just destroy and own. And you don't have to worry about picking up a silencer or anything else because it's right there. And it already has a scope too.
Yeah.
VSS is a really nice weapon. I like it a lot. That is one that, I did forget about. I always forget about the VSS. It's not even a thing in my mind, right? Like, is it even in this game? You measure most rounds in meters per second or so when you're firing to get that muzzle velocity. I think the VSS is measured in centimeters per second because those things you can actually see travel through the sky.
You can see that, and it has the bullet drop of a bell curve. It's kind of, you can see it dipping, and you're just like, please.
I feel like it's almost like you're throwing a ball,
Yeah.
It's so slow. You're looping these shots at your enemies, but there is really no more satisfying feeling when you can lead the shots and actually see the curve of your bullet trails and actually making connections with 4 or 5, 6 shots to drop somebody.
That's right. I mean, I've even seen some players use it on full auto and actually get great results from it, which is crazy to think about. You've got to have absolute amazing mastery of kind of gun control to actually get some value out of that.
My preference is full auto with the
Really?
VSS. Yeah, I like to, for me, the reasoning behind that is the VSS is rocking the 9mm rounds, right? From range, they're not doing a whole heck of a lot of damage. So you've got to land a lot of successive shots. And for me, I like to get a feel for it. Like Seven said, you got to kind of be firing it on a good day. You got to be feeling hot.
Yeah.
And then when you do lock into your enemy, you can fire off 7, 8 rounds, and because of the slow travel time, they are all fired before the enemy has been hit with the first one, and they don't know that you even shot at them yet, so you can drop them from 100 to 0 before they realize they're under attack.
And they definitely don't know where you're shooting from, which is very important as well.
That is a great point, and I'll pretty much just second everything you just said there because it's so true. Rapid, pretty much just having a full auto and just seeing every single bullet hit on that person, and that person more than likely looking around wondering where he got shot from. That is one of the best things, just picturing what he's probably saying right now to his mom.
Hard times. Hard times.
Not much, as he's dead.
Well, of course, there are plenty of things that you can do right in PUBG, of course, but there are things that you can also do wrong as well. Let's check in with Mr. Seven to see what not to do in PUBG.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile, How Not to Be a Noob, presented to you by the 7 Worlds Gaming. In this video, we are going to be showing you some situations that you might want to go ahead and stay away from so you don't become the first person to die. And this first one right here is make sure that if a game is about to go ahead and start, do not go AFK because somebody might go there with you and you might end up getting punched to death. Also, please don't loot in the middle of the street or you might end up dying. And if you are a driver of a car, please keep in mind the vehicles are not amphibious. If you end up going into the water, more than likely you are gonna go ahead and drown and die. So please don't be a noob and end up sleeping with the fishes. Please remember, grenades can be used both ways. You can use it to kill enemies, but if you hold it for too long, you might just end up blowing yourself up. And when you are traveling throughout the map, please keep in mind to watch where you're going or you just might end up looking like a pancake. Now that you have not died to cliffs, please make sure you do not bring a pan to a gunfight or you just might end up getting killed like this and having somebody telling you to sit your butt down. Now that you have been killed a couple times, you might want to go ahead and stay inside a building in a bombing zone or you might end up being a doofus and dying to one of those bombs. Well, if you have made it here, I definitely have some trust in you, so make sure whatever you do, try to stay inside the zone. If not, more than likely, you might go ahead and become a noob by dying to the zone. And if you are in the zone, please heal up in time or that might happen right there. Thank you so much for watching. Now let's continue. with the start challenge.
That's right. Thank you very much, Seven. And of course, plenty of things that can go wrong in PUBG. I know I've had my fair share of mishaps as well. But actually, even on Sandhawk, there are some spots where you can kind of like drive across the rocks. The water is so shallow, which are really cool. And I guess something that's going to be developed a little bit more in PUBG Mobile as people figure it out on Sandhawk.
Yeah, and that is something I recently noticed as well that you mentioned. You don't necessarily have to use the bridges. You don't necessarily have to use the actual boats. You can just go ahead and drive your car through those little sandy areas and get to the safe zone faster. Now, the problem with that is if you are not so good at driving, not going to mention names, you might actually end up just flipping your car over. Let's not talk about it.
Absolutely. That is something that you pointed out, that not a lot of folks on mobile have figured out exactly where those low-lying areas are, or rather high-lying areas if they are in the water.
Sure.
But yeah, the cars can go across there, and that's really going to be interesting to see how that develops on mobile, as most players have only had a week or two to experience the map. Now, I have found a couple of places where I thought might be a little deeper, and I've jumped off some cliffs or off of a ledge, and thinking I'm going to be submerged and hidden from my opponents, and I'm standing, kneeling in the water, and it's like, oh, hi. So, yeah, a little bit surprising for sure. It's going to take some time to figure that stuff out.
And just based on for that, I'm actually going to mention Cave, because Cave in this map, if you don't actually land there right, you will have to go ahead and jump, pretty much leapfrog, and if you don't time it right, you will end up hitting land, and yeah, it's not a good way to start the match. A lot of rankings are going to be lost there.
I mean, let me talk about some finishes that I've had on Sandhawk where the final circle is on Cave, and you've got somebody above, somebody below, and you're like, what am I supposed to do now?
Right.
These weird situations occur. And you're like, are you going to come down? Because I can't get out.
Right. Yeah, and something that people might not be so used to, what happens is I notice on the kill feed, a lot of people just jumping off cliffs. They might not notice, and all of a sudden you just see the kill feed. I'm like, oh, that poor fella.
Yep.
Exactly. Up in the northwest part of the map, there's that mountain range. I'm not sure what kind of a name it has, but the cliffs are pretty substantial up there. And they're actually, you know they're tall, right? But they're even deceiving when you're standing on them. You think that that ledge is, you know, I can jump to that and survive. And either you miss or you take 3/4 of a life bar worth of damage.
Yeah.
And it's a little bit deceiving how much of a treacherous drop that actually is.
Absolutely treacherous. That's, you stole the words right out of my mouth, because it's not like an Erangel where high cliffs are normally accompanied by water and it's a safe landing. It's kind of more like a Miramar where you have those high cliffs, and unfortunately, there's no water to save you. If you're going off, and it's gonna hurt. So
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it happened to me a couple times. That's why I kind of try to stay away a little bit from Miramar. I have died way too many times from just jumping off certain places. So yeah, it's Sandhawk. Let's just go ahead and stick to Sandhawk and Erangel. Although Miramar is great for sniping, and I know somebody that just loves sniping there.
I do like sniping, and I've been trying to practice on Sandhawk because it's a more of a condensed map, a little bit faster pace, a little bit shorter lines of sight. And Miramar, you know, give me a sniper on that, and I'll just go stand out in the open and let's fight, let's gunfight, let's go, you know, back and forth, and we'll see who comes out on top. But the Sandhawk is a lot more difficult, right? A little bit more intimate, and a lot more assault rifles and submachine guns being used on that map. But I do think the snipers can definitely still be viable.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite spot that you like to drop on Sandhawk?
Pardon, sorry?
Do you have a favorite spot on Sandhawk that you like to drop?
Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie. Because it's kind of for me, it's the middle ground between going boot camp, which is insane, and getting some good loot with about 5 or 6 people, and I think I can take that kind of fight. So I am just getting word, though, by the way, whilst we're having this conversation, that for Group A, we're going to have to delay that slightly, just to keep you guys informed as to what's going on at home. We want to keep you fully up to date with everything happening. So whilst Group A is being formulated and sorted out, we're going to try and move on to Group B here as quickly as possible. So we're not keeping you guys sat around waiting for the action to start again and get things going. So thank you very much for your patience, guys, whilst you're tuning in here, as sometimes these things happen, and we're trying to get through it the best we can and have some fun here on the desk as well. So we're going to look at Group B, gentlemen. So far, so good for teams like Team Gates and Team G25.
Absolutely. G25 going out a little bit early last round for their liking. Those guys taking them out. But Team Gates, G25, those guys. Team Hectic, the first 4 teams mentioned, all 4 have been doing extremely well. We've got the Pachinki Bandits getting some action there with Hada leading the crew. We've got Underrated, the crazy drivers of the group. We've got the Girthy Dingoes, Marciano Gaming, Hammers Esports, and Daylight.
That's true. And now, going off of that, we got Lady Hammers, Frectopia, Team V Gaming, Team Claytano, which we actually saw some action there from earlier, Powerpuff Boys, Team Fandy, you go Team Fandy, Just Some Dudes, Team Firefox, Rectify, and Soon, which as well, Soon was able to go ahead and sneak some kills there in the last match. So I'm looking forward to see which one is going to go ahead and come out on top out of all these teams. We have seen Team Gates already win 2 out of 3 games. So can they get 3?
Maybe a third. That would be very nice. I mean, with the group as it stands, they do look like in strong contendership to actually get a third if they really want it.
Absolutely. I do think that they are the favorites of this group for sure, especially given that they've already put up 2 victories, and they didn't really have a strong position to fight from in the first game where they lost Carnage early. They fought the whole game with 3 members and still managed to pull out a victory. In the last game that we just witnessed, again, lots of hard shifts in the zone, really tested a lot of players' gun skills, and as you could see with Kodo, Sam, Carnage, as well as Rolex, the captain there, definitely those guys are all some of the tops in the game as far as their aim is concerned.
I mean, that's a great point that Powerbang brings up, is that Team Gates, in almost every single one of their games, has actually been fighting non-stop from the very beginning to the very, very end. So they're definitely not a team that shies away from the fight. There are plenty of strategies in PUBG. You can sit around and not fight at all if you really want to, but Team Gates doesn't shy away.
Yeah, and from that, we have seen those teams do that. We have seen just laying down in a house, not waiting for anything, pretty much just waiting for people to engage, waiting for that positioning, waiting for that placing, and also waiting for the zone to go ahead and move in so they know where they have to move. Because as we have noticed, the zones have just been insane. They're pretty much, at some points, it feels like they're trolling because they go to where nobody's at and they make everybody just figure out, hey, which way are we going to go? They're more than likely there's going to be teams here. Now, the good thing about that, right, is that we get to see some insane gun skill because there's just so many teams on that little tiny circle that it just comes out to who is better with the gun and who's able to go ahead and position themselves a little bit better as well.
Yeah, let's take a look at the kind of recap of what happened in our previous round here for Group B, just to get you up to speed as to what may have gone on so far here, and you can then figure out yourself who you're going to be looking forward to in this final round.
Talking about G25, look at this. From the start, getting action, as you said, Jasper, they're just reloading the DP28 a little bit too long and getting destroyed by GT25 and Aztec right here. And this was a beautiful play there by Iraqi Soro, just jumping in, getting that kill. And not only that kill, he was also able to get 3 more kills, BB.
You know, I felt it was a little bit unfair that P90 Princess got blown up in a car right there. She only had about 1 HP left anyways, and they had to go blow up her car.
It happens. Sometimes people just want to go and be pure savages, and Kanoha here just doesn't know exactly where he's getting shot from. His teammate realizes it. His teammate backs up and just tells him, you know what, just stay down. And G25 here just getting destroyed by Richie. Richie being able to go ahead and clutch up a lot in this last game. So who will actually be that guy to go ahead and clutch up in this next one? And that's what we're talking about, that guy actually getting some kills right there.
Absolutely. That guy was really, really impressive that game, along with Richie, kind of carrying those guys to a really solid 3rd place finish.
I really hope like about 10 people just tuned in and listened to that sentence and they were like, what is going on?
It could be a little confusing, I understand, but at least these guys understand what that guy and those guys are doing.
Perfect, perfect. Make sure to join in the conversation on Twitter as well. Do you like those guys? Do you like that guy? Who knows? And you can check it with us with the hashtag StarChallengeNA. So make sure to tweet at us as well as at PUBG Mobile and at ESL PUBG. Ooh, almost messed that one up, but we're fine. So we are very, very close to being able to get back into Group B here whilst we're waiting for these. And big thank you to our sponsors joining us along for the journey with Samsung Galaxy Note 9. I'm falling in love with the stylus. I think I need one.
Keep the phone with it as well. I mean, I know you like to wave the stylus around, but it actually works wonders on the device.
Yeah,
it's an awesome thing. It's an awesome thing. I was actually drawing last time. I was supposed to be writing notes, and I was like, oh, yeah, I'm just going to play tic-tac-toe.
I made an emoji of myself.
I drew a little dog.
Now,
whilst you
we
guys
all
were
did fun things with the Note 9.
The interesting about that emoji is that it kept giving you a girl. I remember that.
All right. Powerbang made a girl emoji of himself.
Yeah,
it's been done.
It was a weird thing, actually. You had long hair. I've never seen you with long hair.
I was beautiful.
Hey, for some reason, for mine, it gave me green eyes. So I took it. I'm like, I'm going to roll with it. And it gave me actually like a full beard. I'm like, okay. I can do this.
Yeah. Have you ever had a full beard? Is that something that you've done in the past? Or?
Yeah, I wasn't the best of looks.
Oh, okay. Fair play. Plenty of time to do it once again, maybe
Yeah.
when we're older, I suppose.
I hope so. I hope he actually comes full on because right now it's patchy everywhere.
Yeah. Oh no, you're looking fine. You're looking
Thanks,
fine.
man.
We're getting off track slightly, and we'll get back on track here with PUBG. We're just waiting for this lobby to fill up for Group B as well. So again, apologies for the slight intermission that we've had between these games and groups and stuff like that. We just had a little bit of a finicky start with the Group A's final lobby, so that's why we're trying to iron things out and get stuff good to go. Are there any kind of, again, I asked about wildcard teams in Group A. Are there any wildcard teams here in Group B that really kind of stand out to you as some teams that could kind of shake things up in that middle pack?
I definitely think that those guys are primed to do well, although they are kind of sitting in the top couple of spots right now. I definitely am looking to them to challenge for the lead. Another team that I'd like to see do well is Danikins and Hammer Ladies.
Sure.
I think that they're doing very well so far, and just a matter of kind of winning a couple of gunfights, and they're going to be primed to move on to LA.
That's true, and that's one of those things that they actually did well yesterday. Irene was able to actually get, I think Irene was the only one that was able to get some of the kills for that team. I'm not sure if she's playing today, but yeah, that's one of my wild cards, right? I want to see if maybe they can pick it up, if maybe they can go ahead and get some kills. And not only that, they got to also go for the placing because this will be the last match for Group B. Will they be here in LA? Yes or no? If not, will they be voted in? It comes down to that as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it definitely does. And we can take a look at the map that we've been playing on throughout the entire weekend here. Is Erangel. Let's take a closer magnified view.
Welcome to Erangel, the land of destruction, where you and your mobile friends are welcome to battle it out to the death. So many wonderful landscapes to loot from. I hear the mansion is divine. Shall you gather your armor from Georgia Pole Harbor? Or perhaps a sniper rifle from the Sosnovka hangar? Choose wisely because your life depends on it. I hope you have enough bandages. There are plenty to go around. You just gotta pick them up. Erangel will provide, and Erangel will leave you left out in the open. Let's see which team has the right plan and shows us that winner, winner, chicken dinner dance at the end of the round. Okay, teams, get ready to fly. It's time to put your parachutes on. Do you know where you're going? Get ready to jump.
And that's Erangel. And I want to talk to you guys about how circles have been shaping up so far. Obviously, we've seen a lot of hard shift. But let's do fantasy booking here, all right? Let's ask you guys where you would like to see circles go, where you would like final circles to end up. I'm going to start with 7.
You got to put me on the spot. Hey, I want to see a circle in the smack down middle of Pochinki. I just want to see all those 17 teams or 18 teams, however many teams are still alive on that final circle, just pretty much scrambling together and trying to figure out who's gonna be where, because there's so many level changes, right? You can be on the roof, you can be on the ground zone, you can be anywhere. What teams are gonna do what, and also grenades come into play because sometimes teams decide to just be in one room. Will they actually go ahead and do that? Will they be in 2 different houses? So yeah, the tactics are completely different when it comes down to being in an actual city.
I feel like you're the mayor of Pochinki trying to actively attract tourism for revenue gain.
This got a visitor and convention bureau right here for Pochinki.
The thing is, I land a lot on Pochinki, so yeah, I'm just trying to put it into people's minds. Landing Pochinki for me, please. I want to get some more action.
All right, so to answer the question, I would like to give it a little more detail even. I want to see a plane path from Georgia Pole all the way through Yasnaya in the northern part of the map, horizontal. And then I want the circle to be down south. Final circle in the top part, the north part of Military Island, kind of out in the field. I want to see those hills and those trees utilized, and I want to see it kind of sitting in between the 2 bridges. So everybody's got to try to get there. We can see bridge camps on each side. Chaos.
So I'm going to put my doctor's glasses on. I've evaluated your psych analysis here, and you're a terrible person. That's an awful thing to wish on people. An evil genius. I can't believe it.
Indeed. So yeah, let's hopefully see something like that play out. What if I was right? What if that actually happened? The very unlikely case that we actually see that zone with that plane path. That would be weird, and I would.
And it happens. It has happened. We have seen it before. We just haven't seen it today. If it happens now, oh my gosh.
That'd be some scary power bank hours right there.
Absolutely.
I thought you were going to go a different direction. I thought you were going to say there, and then maybe, oh, a nice Stalber circle or something.
That was my number 2.
Oh, really?
Yes, Stalber is like my close second there.
Okay.
I do like that circle.
Do you ever drop there?
I do on occasion. And in squads, I always try to tell my squad, hey, let's jump Stalber. There's some good loot. And everyone's like, nah, I don't really like Stalber. And I'm like, come on, guys, let's do it.
All right.
Try to implore them to jump there with me.
Well, we are almost there, guys. Remember the dates that are going to be coming up for the final as well on October 20th and 21st for the finals here live from LA. And you can check those out at youtube.com/PUBG Mobile. Probably going to be on twitch.tv as well /ESL_PUBG. And you can check out all the action that's going to be going on. Brought to you by Samsung Galaxy Note 9. For now, we are almost ready to go into game number 4 here for Group B. This is once again for all the marbles in this group. Gentlemen, take it away. Talk to us about the video game.
Thank you so much, Kalaris. This is going to be the final game for Group B. This is the 4th and final participation to get to the finals. That is going to happen next month. We're taking a look at the map here, and again, we don't know where the plane path is going to go just yet. We do know the spawn and point of interest is in the far southwest corner of the map, so people, in order to get a flare gun this game, are going to have to go quite out of the way, as I don't anticipate a hot drop west of Primorsk.
Yeah, and as we talked about, I want to go ahead and see what those teams that are not currently secure, what are they going to go ahead and do right now, right? Are they going to be able to go ahead and just push it a little bit more, or are they just going to go ahead and play safe? And look at this.
Look at the plane path.
It's kind of like the completely opposite of what we were talking about earlier.
Absolutely. It's like maybe we have a final circle at Zarki this game. That's what I'd like to see. Switching my opinion now, we are no longer looking at that military island final circle. I want a final circle at Zarki in the northwest corner of the map. But for now, we are going to see a lot of teams drop off here. A couple opting to go to Primorsk. It looks like Ferry Pier may be a destination as well. Those guys going to be dropping over to Primorsk. And we also see, do we have a split on, looks like Team Soon here. Again, they are having a hard time coordinating and staying together. These guys are hundreds and hundreds of meters apart, and they look to be going, well, P90 Princess is still on the southern island.
Team Soon, the chemistry might not be there because, yeah, as you mentioned, they are not following each other. And one of the things actually here in PUBG Mobile that we have not mentioned for you is you can actually follow your teams. Like, you don't necessarily have to drop down. There is a button that you can select follow, and you can select which teammate you want to go ahead and follow, and you can just pretty much sit back and let them do all the dirty work.
Absolutely.
Now, I noticed that nobody is going military. Absolutely nobody. They're kind of just holding it off.
That's insane. It's like the best loot on the map as far as concentration of high-level gear. But you know what? Maybe P90 Princess, she didn't get the memo. She is the memo. She is going to go down there and loot up that entire island herself. So maybe she is the evil genius here, and everybody else is just crazy for going north.
I hope so. She'll more than likely be level 3 out of her mind. Now, the thing here, right, with military base, I feel like it's just a mental thing. I feel like people just don't want to go to it because the plane path was right there. So more than likely, people thought that, hey, if we go there, there's going to be a lot of teams. So you know what? Let's just go ahead and hold back a little bit. Let's not do that yet. And talking about Pochinki, we got 2 teams here, baby. Hammers Esports. Not only that, we also got Rectify, who's gonna come out on top. And just passing by, Powerpuff Boys decides to just say hi as they pass on a car with absolutely no loot.
They say, hi, we're going to head off to the northwest. And look at the circle, ladies and gentlemen. It is going up to Zarki. It's going to Georgiapol. This is what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. The chaos, the madness. People dropping in the southeast portion of the map and the central part. Holy cow, everybody's got to rotate. So it's going to behoove people to get cars and rotate early, as they know no one is going to be up in Georgiapol. Nobody at the hospital, nobody at the crates. This is going to be a prime possibility here to get up north. Now, one thing I do want to point out is a consistent drop every single game so far for Team Gates has been Novoripnoye down in the southeast portion. Now, they are the only crew currently on that southern island. That squad is going to have to travel an awfully long way. They are 2,500 meters out from the edge of the first circle. So they may not be able to sit out in the zone as long as they would like this time in order to loot up like they have the previous 3 games.
Yeah, and that was something you actually beat me to. I was just about to mention that. And we also noticed that not as many teams now, they realize, hey, they're going to land there every single time. This is more than likely, this is the top team currently of this group. Let's just not go ahead and challenge them, because if we do end up challenging them, it's not going to be a good time for us. It is a high risk, high reward, right? If they do go ahead and decide to land with them there. But I just want to stay away a little bit from that.
Just some dudes, and underrated here inside of Lipovka over on the East Coast. Grenades, mollies, smokes, all kinds of stuff flying through the window here. They're trying to get a leg up on their competition and ultimately survive an early encounter in Lipovka. This is not somewhere where you often see early fighting, but in this particular scenario, these guys are trying to, take down their opponents and move on to better loot.
And G-Bane knows that there's somebody out there, and look at this. Rewind is just pretty much waiting with the shotgun. He's looking at those stairs. He's using that third person to his advantage. He doesn't necessarily have to do anything. And as we're seeing here, we actually see a team 12.
Pachinki Bandits with Hotted.
Moving up to the location you said, this is going to be insane if it actually happens, BB. And Alchemine knows that there's somebody out there. Is he going to try to go for it? Is he going to try to just challenge that person as he seems currently moonwalking there a little bit? Hopefully we're able to see Trolling and Thunder currently pretty much in a location where they're just waiting for their teams to go ahead and come by.
I'm very confused. Alchemy there just firing at the wall. I'm not sure what he's shooting at, but hey. Uzi's into the wall from point blank. Sometimes that's what you got to do to get a job done, I guess. He knows he's got somebody upstairs, perhaps trying to spook him into jumping off the roof where G-Bay is waiting to receive him. So that is going to be treacherous for sure, trying to jump off the roof. As you can see, we've got G25 and
Once
Hammer
again.
Women. The females here in, it looks like Yasnaya Polyana. They are looting up. They've Hammers. The females have the apartments to their name, and it looks like G25 is looting these small little houses, so perhaps loot and equipment advantage to the Hammer ladies.
Yeah, and as always, are they going to go ahead and get some action at the start of the game like they've done before? Quantum over here already with the tier 3 armor. Is he going to be able to use that to his advantage? That is huge, especially at the start of the game. And Danikin's right. They're just trying to get closer to her teammates. More than likely, they might have heard some footsteps. They might have heard some shots.
They're grouping up, aren't they?
Yep, they are grouping up. And as you can see here, interesting plays there by Twinkles as he's starting to pretty much surround them and try to flank around them. Danikin's currently actually alone. She's nowhere. She's in different buildings. She would actually have to cross that whole path, which at this stage, when a team is like that, you don't want to do that. And look at this action right here.
He gets shot. Oh, no. Rewind's going to get taken down by UR Thunder. UR holding the second floor of the building. Rewind has jumped out the window, and it is going to be some action here early in Lipovka. We are going to shift our attention now to Milta, where the rest of his squad has rotated to Milta Power. And unfortunately, they've left their teammate behind, and he is going to be taken down here. It looks like he will be finished off by UR. Underrated, getting an early kill here, while Metalcore and his team are looting up at the hospital.
Hospital indeed. And we also got Powerpuff Boys nearby. And not only that, we got Hammers Esports also nearby. Now, the good thing about here Hospital, right, is that it is currently in this zone. And one thing I want to point out as we're looking at the map here is look at Team Gates. Team Gates is just pretty much waiting it out. Now, they could go for a boat trip, right? They could just pretty much go up the ocean, something that we kind of saw Wicked's team did earlier in the game. They were down a man from the get-go,
right,
and they wanted to go ahead and pretty much go for placing. Now, it's something that worked out really well for them because I believe they ended up being 4th place, so something we might go ahead and look into if they decide to go ahead and take a boat and just wit it out a little bit.
Iron Sight's still here for PRZ from the Pachinki Bandits. They're up north, all the way up at Zarki, trying to loot up, taking the warehouse here. They notice they have company, though. It looks like Soon is up there as well, minus P90 Princess. P90 Princess has made her way to Gatka, but she has not quite yet met up with her squad. We'll see and keep an eye on that if that actually happens. But Soon is completely spread out all over the map. One member in Gatka, one member in North Georgia Pole, one member in Zarki, and another member out in between Zarki and shooting range. So really zero coordination from Team Soon soon here. They're going to try not to go out as soon in this particular game, but I don't see that happening as they are quite spread.
Now, do you think that's something they might have done in purpose just so they can go ahead and get more kills? Because they need those kills, right? They want to go ahead and secure that 15 spot or higher. That way they can come to LA on October 20 to October 21st. We will be live once again with the finals for the Star Challenge North America. So make sure you go ahead and tune in and look at this. Hammer Esports currently with the AK, actually Godfrey with Powerpuff Boys with the AKM. Once again, Tier 3 backpack, Tier 3 armor. Huge stuff, especially at the start of the game right now. And it looks like G25 has been getting into some action here against Lady Hammers because Renee has already taken some damage. And Danikins, once again, I think it's interesting because her team is right in front of her, right? And she's behind. Is she going to also come in there and help, or is she going to tell her team to back up a little bit more? It all comes down to tactics, and G25 only has 2 players right here. Can they maybe go ahead and flank around with the other 2? Let's see how this plays out, PB.
Bullet shows up, and there is the full squad now for G25. They're starting to group up, and oh, wow, look at that animosity. Getting some shots off, absolutely. M16 ripping up Crypto, the leader there, peeking too much, not using the peek feature, and gets absolutely destroyed. That is why you want that Tier 3 gear. It reduces far more damage than the Tier 1 and Tier 2. Those Level 1 and Level 2 helmets only reduce far less than half of the damage, while the Tier 3s, 55%.
And look at that, Renee gets taken out right there as she gets caught peeking. Renee actually wasn't here yesterday. She was replaced by Irene, but Renee gets taken out. And look at this, Hammers, ladies, Hammers currently pushing for the action. They know they need the kills. They know they need the placing as well. Danikins is very close by. Twinkles takes out Animosity. I'm loving it too. They know they need those points. Even if it backfires, I'm loving the action here from the Lady Hammers.
And they're definitely not shying away. Knight taking a shot here from Twinkles. Doesn't do much damage here. And strafes back inside. Oh, Nade's coming in through the door. Nice targeting there. Twinkles is going to throw that into the lobby, but it's not going to connect, it looks like. Kaboom. Great little animation there for you, but unable to connect, no damage done, and now we're going to see some peeking through the windows, trying to get position for the Hammer ladies here. Danikins, Knight holding down the fort, Crypto peeking, gets the knock, nice job from him. Knight has to strafe back in and trying to get healed and picked up by her team.
That's right, and look at Quantum. Quantum's taking the high ground. He knows that they're going to be using that third person. Now, keep in mind, Lady Hammers is down 1 player, and G25 now has all of their 4 members here with them, and this is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see who will be the first one pushing the action, who will be the first one going for the flank. They haven't noticed here. Danikins gets taken out. Knights gets taken out. There it is. Lady Hammers is out and more than likely not going to go ahead and be in the top 15. Hashtag blame Irene. My gosh, G25 just going in and destroying people.
Savage. 7 throwing the blame to Irene, who did not show up today for competition, subbed out for Renee, but they can still make it in by your votes here at home, so make sure you guys keep that in mind. But down to 19 teams as our first has been wiped off the board. 14 players have been killed thus far, but we've got some action brewing here between Iraqi Zoro's squad, and he's looking over at the male Hammers, and Vitali getting knocked from across the way. John with some great shots there, knocking down one of Hammers' members.
And right here, John OG7. I'm loving that name. What are they going to be able to do? Are they going to be catching somebody peeking through that window? Are they going to wait it out? And Shadow's playing it pretty ballsy here because he does not have a helmet. And talking about it right there, he gets headshot. You got to watch out. You got to make sure you have a helmet on your head. If not, it's going to be an easy knock for the other team. Now, Hammer Blue Balls is going to go ahead and just back it up a little bit. He knows that that team is pretty much just waiting for him. He knows that Shadow got taken out. Close that door now. Don't stand too close to the door because they can go ahead and destroy it. Something to keep in mind here in PUBG Mobile.
That's right. Those wooden doors are really not all that thick. Fire a few shots through them, and it is curtains for that door. John OG pressing across the rift here, along with Godfrey, and it looks like these guys are trying to press the action, taking advantage of a couple of knocked players here from Hammers. They know they're on the ropes. They're trying to get the finishes here and escape from this engagement unscathed.
Right on, and look at this. He's just waiting patiently. He knows that he's not going to be able to pick up Vitaly. Vitaly's pretty much just going to go ahead and be sacrificed here. Now, interest, there you go. He gets pretty much taken out by Godfly, and he has great loot. Now, I think he maybe thought that somebody was there. Now, something that I just noticed, right, is Team Hectic is looking at this gunfight, trying to see if they can spot somebody, and that's a beautiful shot.
For the finish, too. Nice
Yes.
finish there from Blue Balls. Very nice job. John OG getting some great kills, putting his team in a great position to make this push. Unfortunately, he's not going to live to see the end of the fight here. Let's check a replay here. John OG is looking in. Blue Balls going ahead, sees him peek, and as he comes around here, gets him right on the tail end, and a very quick decision to peek the corner and go for the finish before somebody else like Godfly jumps out the window to help.
And he is able to notice that, so we know there is one more person here left from Powerpuff Boys. Powerpuff Boys pretty much just being outnumbered here, as Shadow and Blue Balls are going to try to push him. He is stuck in that building. They do have a car nearby that they can maybe go ahead and take out Godfly, but I'm not sure he's going to go for that. It looks like he just wants to go ahead and fight it out, which is good to see, right? I like seeing just them having the courage, even though they know they're outnumbered, they still want to take the fight. They still want to go ahead and do that. Now, as I mentioned earlier, as somebody in the chat mentioned, Team Hectic, Teal the Hidden Goat says Team Hectic is pretty much just waiting patiently in hospital and looking at this action to see when they're going to maybe go ahead and move in, or if they're just going to go ahead and hold back and then not shoot at all.
It's really, really good point here. They don't have to necessarily engage. They are in position to place very, very well here, but they know that with a poor placement in this game, they could hurt their chances of moving on to LA, as, you know, with both groups combined, they're somewhere in the middle of the pack.
And Miss Vixen's team is just doing some damage there to Team 17. Team Fendi, some girl-on-girl action here, as they're just getting some insane shots with the Car 98, and on top of that, the M16 as well. My goodness, you gotta stay away from the car. They're gonna try to blow it up, and look at that. Is that the M24 I see in action? It might just be.
Right here, we got that Car 98 from Wamp out looking towards the action here. Man, everybody is lit up over there. Randy gets popped there from autocorrect, finishing the kill, and it looks like he's peeking around the corner here, trying to get another finish. Low health for sure, but there is no denying Miss Vixen's squad from winning this fight here. That Jeep burns in the distance kind of as a symbolic, symbol of what's actually happened here on the bridge.
And TV Gaming is currently shooting at that team. They don't realize, I think now they finally realize that Rectify is just pretty much taking notes. They are very close by. They know pretty much everybody's currently looking at that gunfight.
Check out the map
to
here.
Go ahead and keep an eye on.
Look
Wow.
at this map. So many teams. 19 of them getting into the circle. It has corrected a bit, and guys, I'm predicting a top of the mountain finish here. Mount Gatka, looking at a lot of teams trying to secure their position on the top. We got some fighting breaking out now. Looks like Team Firefox is getting at it. We've also got Girthy Dingoes here, who snaked their way to a 0-kill second place finish last game, again with 0 kills so far in this one.
And Girthy Dingoes are currently facing up Daylight, as Daylight Jasper is really pretty much right next door. They're neighbors, and I don't think they even realize it, because they both seem to be camping. They both seem to just waiting out, and that's something that we talked about earlier, right? And also look at those guys. Those guys are smack middle of the bombing zone, so more than likely they want to make sure they are inside a building. And right here, Daylight Riggs, he knows, his teammate more than likely told him already, there's some people in the house, go after them. Now this is pretty ballsy here, because they more than likely are using third person, and they might get shot. So something to go ahead and keep an eye on, as Daylight Riggs now position himself right next to the window and starts using that third person.
Definitely leaving themselves open to grenades, as even if the other player, Jasper, was quiet, Riggs just made a heck of a lot of noise running up. So they're very well aware of each other's presence at this point. So we're going to have kind of a stalemate. The zone is encompassing this particular area of the map right now, so neither squad is in a hurry to move. You can see Buck Army off on the flank here. Here comes the nades. It looks like a smoke or a stun grenade is going through the window there. He lands the stun, and at this point is going to cross. Very smart cross indeed. As you can see, Riggs just able to see again here. DL Jasper goes in, and look at that, finishing off a couple of kills. Beautifully
He's going to go ahead and push it here. He gets taken out by somebody just laying in the corner. He's able to see him. More than likely, he's going to try to reload, wait for his teammate to come down, pick him up. Is the other team going to push him? It seems like they want to wait it out. That is interesting place. They know exactly where he's at. Nate,
Go out the window.
Go for it. He's going for it. He backs up. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, he has him. They're right there.
I don't think
Get
they
him, Nate.
realize where they're at. They're pretty much right under
There he
you.
goes.
There you go. Jumping out of the window. Get in there. Look to the right side. That team just gave out his position. Daylights, you pretty much just sentenced yourself as Nate Bra is able to go
With
ahead
a
and take
shotgun.
him out.
He comes in with the 1897 shotgun and absolutely pump shotties him to death. The circle has moved. It isn't going to be on the mountain, it looks like. But again, this is one of those really peculiar zones because right now it is completely unknown. Is it going to go north or is it going to go south of the river?
And look at that replay right there. Nate Bra did exactly what we were expecting him to do. Jump out of the window instead of going down the stairs, making sure he locates that team and just finish them off as they were trying to pick up each other and heal up. Interesting plays there. And PB, something I want to mention out here. You wanted a circle pretty much south. You have one up north in Georgetown. Completely the opposite here.
Absolutely. With the way that plane path was, this circle I'm actually liking a lot. The way it's kind of shaping up, though, we're really going to see some chaos here. It's going to be really interesting to see how teams handle this. Very curious to see how those guys are going to progress into the circle here. Will they stay up on the mountain? Looks like they just visited a crate and picked up perhaps a crate weapon here. But Richie leading the charge going into zone first, doing some scouting. And looks like Underrated is going to chase them off the mountain, firing some shots here with the M16 onto Richie. But with the holographic sight, that's a big ask to try to land those shots from that distance.
That's a big, you better be on fire to be able to hit some of those shots, honestly. And especially with the holographic side, which lately, I've been actually enjoying it. Have you used it lately, PB? Because after the new update, I don't know why, but I think it's a lot better for some reason.
Really? I have not noticed. I haven't used it much, and, you know, we'll have to see moving forward. Maybe I'll try it out.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to test it out, especially with the AKM and a silencer. I don't know why, but that right there is delicious. And Team Vandy currently has somebody down.
We've got a big fight
25.
shaping up right now in the South George crates. We've got two of the top-ranked teams in Group B. We've got Lights Out, that guy and his squad. Those guys taking on G25, and they're in adjacent warehouses. Grimes stands up, lands the shot with the Car 98, receives a shot himself. Both of them trading at this point. Neither team has suffered a knock at this point, but that guy with the M24, that guy is one of the deadliest snipers out there, so look for him to land some key shots here.
And not only that, Godfight is nearby too from Team 2, Powerpuff Boys. He's still alive, and he actually has Hammers Esports chasing him. The battle that we are going to go ahead and have here is insane. Godfight could actually come and disrupt G25 as they are getting shot by those guys. And look at this new zone. It's still nearby. The zone is going to go ahead and start moving in. Team 15, which is going to go ahead and be Gertie Dingoes, trying to get into the safe zone, as well as Team 13, Team Firefox, trying to get there. And look at this, Fractopia, Bobby Plays. No, actually, he is somewhere near his teammates. Evo YT, very close by. Now, they have Team 12 up against them. Pochinki Bandits, as always, close. It seems like to be close to Pochinki there for me. And we did notice somebody as well with the ghillie suit, which might come into play. We seen it come into play earlier.
Check this out. Fractopia coming down the hill here. They've got their Jeep, but they are being stared at by, looks like the Pochinki Bandits. M16 single fire action, taking down Fake Star Snipe. He goes down to the M16 of Kanoa. Been on point so far with his aim so far this tournament. More shots being landed. He gets a few more. Everyone is weak. Knight with almost no health remaining. Evo getting popped. Can he land another? He gets another knock. Kanoa absolutely shredding right now. Bobby Plays with very little health. He is getting popped some more, trying to get the revive. Oh my goodness. Is he going to be able to pick him up or not?
I don't think he is. What he would actually go ahead and do, this is pretty much when you have to sacrifice your team, right? If you're for some reason not able to pick him up, just use that Rich. Use that little.
They got to get some smoke
back
out right
up a little bit more. Yes, or that and looking nice. Just putting in some shots, making them know, suppressing fire, giving him enough time for Bobby Plays to go ahead and pick up Evo. And that's exactly what Bobby Plays does. Great teammate there. Bobby Plays picking up Evo. And I think he's also going for Star Snipe, even though he hasn't healed up himself.
Look at this development, though, with the zone coming in behind Star Snipe. And as well, the Pochinki Bandits, now Audit and crew has to move out up the hill. So they now are out of zone, having to work their way towards them. Not out of zone, but they're right on the edge with no cover.
That is true. And look at this. Thunder picking somebody up at the top of the mountain. We wanted to see some top of the mountain action. Well, there you have it. And we do have a new zone. And Underrated is
pretty much 250 meters away from it. So they gotta watch out for that. You never want to get caught just coming down that mountain because it can be very, very interesting. I'm loving this overview. And look at Team Hectic. Team Hectic has not moved a single muscle. It looks like they went to take a nap. More than likely, they're gonna have to move now.
Let's take a look at this map right here. Team Gates, Team 1, right in the middle of the final zone in the strongest compound in the circle by far. This is a gamble, though. They're going to be owning this circle for the time being, but where will it shift? Well, who will be out in the open? Notice it's still not decided. It's directly 50-50 whether this zone is going north or south of that water. We'll have to wait and see.
That is very true, and if it does end up being there for Team Gates, it is a huge position as Potato Sam is able to look at this once again.
The exact same.
Yes.
Tony all by herself in the Wizard Tower, the Sniper Tower across the way here from this compound. And again, Carnage, Sam looking out the window, and they are going to get the knock this time. Where is their team? Nowhere to be found. You can't split up and expect to take on the likes of Team Gates. Rolex and crew are absolutely just ruthless killers, and no chance for Tony here.
And this seems like a replay here just from the previous game. Look at that. The AWM is into play. Will Team Gates decide to go ahead and go for it because they are very close, but they got to watch out because there is people at crates. And look at that. It appeared that somebody was actually going for that closer to Team Gates. And Team Gates, as you mentioned, just in a strong position there, especially if the circle comes near them.
Look at Team 3. That's Team Hectic way out now, still in the hospital. They've been there the entire game. They're going to take a lot of damage here.
They will.
They're going to take a lot of damage. They're in the zone with the cars, and they're going to be trying to catch it. But in order to do this, they're going to be lit up coming into the zone against like 3 or 4 other squads. So they are running a big risk here trying to play the edge game with the long side of the circle. But it does look like they go north. And, wow, this is crazy. So we've got Hammers now in some fighting. Where are we fighting at? Potato Sam is down.
They're fighting against Team Gates there on that compound. I think they want to go ahead and secure that compound because it is huge. Shadow is currently down. Blue Balls pretty much just waiting patiently. He knows that he's by himself. Now he's getting shot from the back. Jump in there, boy. Come on, man. I told you got to start working out. There you go. Enough. Just as he was about to get shot, and there you go. Now we got Team Gates pushing up on him.
And there it is, finally, decisively north the zone goes. It is now above the river, and that is bad news for Team Gates here as they will have to rotate out of their house and fight their way there. We've got Hammers contesting them. It looks like they will get the better of the player from Hammers that was peeking. Metalcore killed by the play zone, and that was kind of to be expected here for Team Hectic.
Yeah, not sure there what Team Hectic was doing as they decided to wait just a little bit
They
longer
had
in
all
hospital.
game long to rotate from hospital and somehow, without being contested, die to the play zone.
It happens. You know, sometimes you got to be a noob like I showed there in the video. Sometimes you just end up dying to the play zone. It happens. And look at that. Actually, not only Metalcore died to this zone, it was, I believe, Remix as well. Wow, Team Hectic. Wow.
So
can we
great
please get
position
some
right now
loops
for
in
the
chat?
Pachinki Bandits. Hodded has got his crew on that ridge right in the middle. By far the best position for this final zone. You're going to see a lot of long-range rifle play here as multiple squads move in. 14 teams still alive, and this is crazy. It's a 400-meter diameter circle right now, and 14 teams still trying to compete for it.
It is, and look at those guys right here. Currently getting some pressure by Team 16, which is Just Some Dudes. Just Some Dudes have a person down. They want to get those kills. We already know everybody wants those extra points, and not only that, they have Teammate Team TV Gaming, Miss Vixen's team
Grimes
coming
on
up
the push,
on them.
Grimes is on the push. He's got a player on the ropes. He gets the kill, but he's also possibly going to get knocked. He hides behind the tree. Man, that was awfully close.
Wow.
Swoosh Man getting a nice little retaliation fire on him here. And then we've got another member off on the side. Now we've got those guys, Dinky, taking aim on some players on the hill. This is where it gets chaotic, guys. Everybody can see everybody at this point. We've got an outside zone, very little cover. Grimes getting a finish here. Swoosh Man is peeking behind the rock. He's low. I can't tell if he's knocked. Man,
I think he is knocked. He is knocked right there. Now, something I want to go ahead and point out is one of the teammates from Team 16, right? From Just Some Dudes, G15 had a clear shot on Grimes, and he decided not to take it for some reason. And look at that, Ray able to go ahead and knock down Bobby Plays. Once again, if you're just tuning in, if you get knocked down, your team can still pick you up. They have a little bit of time to pick you up.
At this point in the game, it's just too risky to pick people up unless you've got some serious cover. And and that's what we're running out of at this point. Regani here with the Uzi at this point in the game. That is impressive to say the least. Playzone starting to play a factor. See players getting knocked. We got Fat Boy taking down Wamp here. Wamp with a brilliant game so far. Swoosh Man and squad taken down, and that is going to be the end of their squad. We're down to 11 squads remaining at this point. Again, the zone has shifted again, gone down towards the river. This is chaos. No one is in it except for Team UR across the southern side. Will it go back? Will it end in the water? Where is this zone going?
It is, and look at that. Josh P goes down to the play zone. A lot of people going down to the play zone here. Once again, I'm not sure what Team Hectic was doing there. They had so much time to just go ahead and position themselves in a better situation, and Grimes just going in right now, pushing up, coming out of those smokes like a freaking champ and knocking some people down and sending them to the lobby.
And it looks like we've lost track of Team Gates as well. I don't know that they made it into the zone. Not seeing them here on the map, so they may have been one of the teams eliminated. We are down to 9 remaining. It looks like those guys take control of the hill here. They've got the Hotted boys up on the top of the hill here. Pachinki Bandits, they are on the run. They are low. Grenades coming out. Grimes taking aim. They know they're at the tree. There's nowhere else they could be. There is absolutely no cover here.
And
well,
here goes the grenade.
Play.
There goes the grenade. They notice that. They hear it. They back up. It is actually a smoke grenade, which gives Grimes enough time. Grimes starts shooting at the tree, expecting somebody to be there. There you go. Beautiful plays by that guy. That guy knows that somebody was going to start pushing, and this is the best thing.
PRC on the smoke. Denki finds them, but they're going to have to hide because they are being seen by everyone surrounding this hill. They have the high ground, but unfortunately zero cover, and there's people taking aim at them. We've got, it looks like Marciano Gaming pushing their way in. P90 Princess with her military island drop away from her team is still alive in the zone, but can she wreak some havoc here from behind the squad here? They finally see her, they knock her, and that is going to do it for her. Marciano taking her down.
She decides there to switch guns during inside the zone, and wow,
Grimes with the snipes, landing them here on underrated. They've got 3 vehicles. Beautiful play by them to have so many vehicles for cover in a zone like this. It looks like many people are running around trying to get their play zone, wreaking havoc. Marciano goes down, P90 Princess goes down, and we are seeing a zone in the water. Oh my goodness, who is going to persevere in this one? Those guys seem to have the best position at this point with the high ground, and they've got part of the berm to work with. Grimes trying to get some snipes, and it looks like Denki is doing work as well. Smoke's going to come into play. People trying to get across the river. This is the key moment. Oh my goodness, Regani in the water. He's down.
Taken out there by Denki. Denki being able to go ahead and put some
3
steady
teams
shots.
remaining. 3 teams are left. We've got those guys underrated, and we also have Soon, who, despite their unorthodox strategy, still have a member left in Gabe. He is hanging out in the water. It looks like Denki's aware of where he is. They're going to be trying to possibly throw some grenades here, but they know this zone, man, we're just going to have a long-range gunfight here to finish things off. There is no way.
There's no way everybody just jumps into the water, which I have seen before. Gabe is money just waiting patiently. He just has to swim. He knows that everybody's currently fighting each other. Underrated against those guys, trying to take each other out. An interesting thing I want to go ahead and point out, this car is not blown up yet. I'm surprised that those guys have not decided to blow up that car yet.
They can't peek long enough in order to get these shots off because they don't have a lot of cover. Nice shot there from that guy. If he gets another opening, he is going to land that shot for the kill. That guy does not miss when he snipes.
Thunder gets taken out by Denki with the UMP from that far away. Denki with that insane aim, and look at Grimes. Grimes knows that he has to get better positioning here.
And there's only 3 rocks in the middle of this zone, and Grimes is pushing for him right now. Nice shot from Grimes there. Beautifully done for those guys pushing for the water. We've got somebody in the water from underrated. Trollin goes down. 1 player left for underrated, and it is G-Bay. Everybody else appears to be knocked, and we still have that guy finishing off Trollin here. Zone's coming in. Those guys get position, looking for lights out that guy to finish him off. You can see him in the water there. Look at that. He comes up, and G-Bay is down. 2 people remaining. Soon, we've got Gabe's money. 3 players left from those guys' squads, and this is going to be a victory for those guys unless Gabe has a real big trick up his sleeve here if he can fire bullets under the water.
They're just pretty much surrounding him here. They're waiting for him to pop up his head. There you go. What an insane finish, especially with that final circle, as those guys are able to go ahead and clutch up that win with, my goodness, 13 kills. Now look at this. Soon, once again, 0 kills, 2nd place. That is insane. That is not the first time we've seen that a second-place team got 0 kills. Hey, some people just got to go for placing, right?
Absolutely.
Wow.
One thing that we're going to see here in this replay are these 3 rocks on the shore of this particular final zone. That was the only cover that was to be had, and underrated again. I wanted chaos in the final zone, but this was too much for even me to handle. We didn't know if we were going north or south of this river, and we get a nice, easy finish there for those guys, and they're able to finish this thing off for the win. Another extremely nice placement for them.
One of the scariest finishes for a lot of players, those last couple of circles, when you don't know if you're needing to be north of the river or south of the river, constantly having to make that decision. Very, very difficult for a lot of those teams.
Indeed. That was just a fantastic finish, though. I mean, the way those guys played it in the zone, they rotated north early. Yep. They got the short side of the zone, finished a couple of key firefights. One thing I want to point out is Team Gates. We missed the action early on, but somebody took them out. Could have been underrated. We have a replay here that might have caught some of that, but they did not finish in the top 8.
And then we also have G25 here taking out Lady Hammers, as Lady Hammers was just outnumbered. And right there, once again, Shadow just getting taken out because he did not have that any helmet to cover his head. And Blue Ball's just coming in and being able to go ahead and make sure he at least gets some kills for his team. And autocorrect once again. Oh my
that
goodness.
Car 98, though.
Somebody give that man some milk.
My man. That's what I'm talking about. Love seeing those snipes. Then we had some good close quarters action here. Fat Boy getting it done. Look at that Uzi. This is what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? That Uzi.
And thank you right here with, I believe that is a 2-time, and the UMP taking people out as they're trying to go for the water and as they were fighting. And right here, Grimes, he's able to spot him. He knows that he's coming by and just destroys their G-Bay as he was trying to just take a nice little swim. Whew.
You were mentioning underrated before as a team. I think that they came 3rd during that overall. As much as the circle can be a bit difficult when you're talking about where the river is and how if you want to go north or south, they took Everest, the huge hill, 2 games in a row. They were very confident up there, even wiping Team Firefox. So I think they got to feel comfortable with that circle. It seemed like they were very homely about the circle.
I really liked the way they played it, right?
Yeah,
You didn't know whether you were going to go north or south. They had strong position in the north, so let's set up shop. They brought 3 vehicles and then parked them right next to each other to make that wall, that barrier, where otherwise there was no cover. So, if the zone had gone to the south there of that river, they would have been in prime position to take the win. Unfortunately, luck was not on their side, and they had to cross, and those guys were waiting for them.
And we haven't got to see much of that during this tournament as a whole, but we see it in a lot of other tournaments in PUBG, kind of like vehicle fortifications being constructed just to kind of make up for the fact that there isn't a much cover for yourself in terms of rocks, in terms of trees and things like that. Do you see a lot of that in other games?
At times we do, and it's something we kind of saw there, just a tiny bit of underrated. Not necessarily a lot of vehicles, but they were just using 1 vehicle. And the main thing for that is I think people sometimes just get a little bit scared because they know that that vehicle is going to get blown up. So when I do see it, I know that the team that's driving that vehicle more than likely is going to go ahead and just blow up that car in advance just because they don't want to go ahead and worry about, hey, well, we got to watch out for that thing. Now, another cool thing that I want to go ahead and point out about that game is that those guys, even though at one point they were pretty much getting shot from all over the place, they use smokes so well, and actually the zone pretty much just was in their favor there at that point because they had the height advantage. They have the height advantage on everybody, and it works so well for them.
Yeah, talking about zone advantage, I felt like that was no one's zone advantage until the very final circle because you just didn't know. Is it going north? Is it going south? And everybody was having to move, and even though they had that high ground position, when you're standing high ground on the middle of a mountain with 5, 6, 7 other squads all looking at you, that's not an easy spot to be in. So props to them for using the smoke wall, like you said, to wait it out, wait for that zone, to force the other players that were aiming at them to move and to try to get to the zone themselves, and then ultimately ended up fighting each other.
I mean, on both sides of the river, very little cover. You point out studiously the fact that those 3 rocks, eventually, if the game had gone on a little bit longer, those 3 rocks would have been an absolute game changer.
Yes, that's true. And that's something we didn't get a chance to see. Well, I think we did notice a rock on the other side of the river that Underrated was able to use just a tiny bit. But at one point, we just noticed them starting to throw smokes to the river. They knew they had to jump in there, and they knew that more than likely those guys were just going to be able to go ahead and pick them off because they had the high ground. They had a little bit more land to work with than they did, and it's pretty much what it turned out to be. But those guys played it that
just absolutely beautiful.
There's no worse feeling, I tell you, than knowing that there is somebody just on the other side of a body of water, and you know you've got to swim across it and walk up the bank, right? It's like, how soon can I get my gun out? How soon can I get my gun out? And it's never soon enough.
All right, well, let's check in with the dates for our live final that is going to be going down as well, that all of these teams are trying to qualify for, of course. It's going to be on the 20th and 21st of October, so make sure you tune in for that, as well as all of our teams that qualify are going to be here live along with ourselves as well, bringing you all of the coverage from that tournament as it stands to basically crown a North American champion here for our Star Challenge, which is going to be exciting.
I'm extremely excited to see who that is going to be, and very excited to kind of see how this tournament is shaping up. A lot of really solid performances, some really good performances this particular game too, of teams that didn't necessarily make it to the end, circle shifts and all, but I was really happy to see a lot of the gameplay going on earlier on. It was impressive.
And that's all of the points that are going to be racked up for Group B here, so they have no more chances to try and get some stuff going, as we're going to be going to Group A in a second. Thank you very much, gentlemen, as it's time for a break now here for the Star Challenge, and when we return, more PUBG Mobile action. Stay tuned. back, ladies and gentlemen, for one more game here for the PUBG Mobile Star Challenge for North America, brought to you by Samsung Galaxy Note 9. And we are finally getting back into Group A's game. It's as if we started this a while ago.
Who's Group A? I can't remember these guys. It's been a bit since we've seen them, but I'm excited for Group A. They're going to be coming back, going to be seeing that Lights Out versus Gangstar showdown and see who can persevere and get that #1.
That's right.
And they also had a little bit more time there just to maybe go over tactics, maybe go over what they want to go ahead and do, look at the standings a little bit more, see how they want to go ahead and play. So I wonder if having that little extra time is going to pretty much come into play. And as we see actually the rankings right there for Group A, Gangstar sitting at the top with 1,940 points, 46 kills. If you missed it, they got 27 kills the first game. Are they going to go ahead and go off? Or it's Lights Out currently sitting in second place there. Are they going to come out on top and be the first team to get to 50 kills? My gosh.
Insane. I did not imagine we'd see that many kills coming out, after these first few games. But man, 46 kills. Impressive work from Gangstars here, sitting at almost 2,000 points after just 3 games.
It's going to be about bragging rights for these two teams. Obviously, they've probably qualified here for the finals, but they definitely want to be taking that first spot. The thing is that for Lights Out to catch up, Gangstars is going to have a pretty appalling match, considering it's almost a 300-point lead that you've got going there.
Yeah, that's very true. You know, they have Gangstars has won 2 matches, and that is once a piece. But at the same time, Lights Out has also won a match, and they've had a game of 25 kills. They're only 9 kills behind, which is 135 points. So it's not insurmountable, but it's also unlikely that Gangstars performs poorly enough unless we see some people decide, you know what, North George, maybe we drop hot and go try to take them out early.
And another team that I want to go ahead and mention is Wicked's Gaming's team. What are they going to go ahead and do now in this match? In the first match,
4 players now.
They have now 4 players.
Yes.
There you go. Somebody woke up Wicked Gaming up. Now, another one I want to go ahead and talk about is Derek's Killers. I've been mentioning the whole time. Diablo, I know he's going to more than likely try to go ahead and go off. They're pretty much just right there at this zone. They need those skills. They need also the standings. They need to go ahead and place high. How are they going to play this out? These are some of the stories that I want you to follow at home because they're pretty much just right there.
One thing I'd like to see, if we could bring the standings back up to the screen for just a moment for this group. We did see, remember, Muiskrim and Friends. We are looking down around 565 points. There is that jump, though, to get up to around 700. And I want to see Taserface go aggressive this time. I want to see them dropping kills. Orion Esports, they've actually had a decent couple of games and things just didn't break their way. So I think those teams, if they really just kind of strap on the weight belts here, get that armor geared up, get that level 3 helmet, and just go hard, I really think they've got a chance to push into the top 15.
I feel like Taserface has truly been playing the survival version of PUBG in terms of just kind of trying to get to those top spots. They've not done too badly for themselves across 3 games.
And as far as like the way the game works and playing this online with your friends, that's a great way to go about it. Who cares, right, how you get there? As long as you get there, they've been placing well. But in a tournament format like this with 15 points per kill, you really got to start laying down the frags in order to move your way up the rankings. And that's what teams like Gangstars and Lights Out have done with 37, 46 kills, just insane number of kills, and that translates to points.
And not only that, just the kills alone. I want to see teams just go for it. I want to see if maybe they're going to go ahead and try to go open cheeky, kind of like Kalaris was saying earlier today. Are they going to do the 4 corners? Are they going to try to put more pressure on teams? Because we actually seen that before. We've seen teams come down on the last game, just go for kills. They don't even care about placing. They know they need those kills. They know they need the placing, and they know they want to come to the finals of the Star Challenge North America on October 20 to October 21st.
That's right. All right, gentlemen. Thank you very much to Samsung Galaxy Note 9 for joining us along this path here with the Star Challenge, and we are ready to go into our final game here for Group A. It's our final game overall for these 2 groups. Gentlemen, take it away.
Sounds good. We take a final look at our standings here before we hop into the game. Again, I got my eyes here on the middle of the pack, like I was saying, but also specifically rooting for teams like Solid FPS, Winsanity to creep up the leaderboard just a little bit further. So as you can see, plain path on this one, not nearly as crazy slanted one direction. It is going right down the middle. We're going to be flying right over Pachinki.
That is true. And who is going to try to go Pachinki? Who's going to try to go military base? We know more than likely Gainstars is going to try to go for George Bull. Is Lights Out also going to go there? by the crates by George Pool, a little bit south, and maybe we might see some school action, some Rostock action as we have seen it before. And look at this, zone teams jump early.
This is an interesting zone, though. As you kind of point out the North Georgia Pole preference, look at the fact that there are not a lot of cars between the plane and George, where you could potentially jump as an intermediary, like a stepping stone, basically, in order to get there. If you're going to drop to try to get cars in Rostock, the garage is there, it's going to be a hot drop. There's going to be a lot of teams there, so that's a risk. Do they try to float all the way to George? Do they go to the South George crates first? This is going to be interesting to see what Gangstars does as part of this initial drop.
Yeah, and it seems like they're actually going to just try to float all the way there. Look at this. They know that more than likely, hopefully, they're more than likely hoping that there's a car nearby. They will be able to go ahead and hop on that. And look at this. That is not the only team going there, as we do have Team 14 currently standing there for you. And Team 14, just to remind you, it is Taserface. They seem to be going a little bit south of Military Base. And Wildcard, Wicked Gaming's team, right here, currently by Primorsk. Also, we have somebody from Team 17, Miss Team KK. That's interesting. I was not expecting that.
I'd like to see Miss Team KK really step it up here and get some kills. They're going to be loading the Primorsk here along with Wicked Gaming, and that is a tough squad to go up against. I'll tell you what, now that they're at full strength, that Wicked's joined them, they've got 4 players. They're going to be a force to be reckoned with down in the southern part of this base here. You can see they did choose Gangstars to float all the way to Georgia Pole. You can see them landing, and then early we've got some action already. Jagger bringing the Uzi to the gunfight, and Vision Gaming able to get a knock on the board early. Very nice job to them. We'll see if they rally and try to finish off the Midwest Wolves.
And it looks like he does want to go for it. He wants to go and finish him off. We've seen a lot of people just get knocks, but we want to work on the finish, and he was able to hear that player just going up and try to revive his teammate. Now, more than likely, Vision Gaming's teammate that just jumped out of the window was able to see him as well, and they hear him. That's one of the things about PUBG Mobile, right? You can actually see the footsteps if you're not kind of crouching, and you can see where everybody's at. And look at Vision Gaming just coming in and destroying people as they already wipe out a squad.
Going aggressive. That is one squad that will be no more. They are going to make an early exit. That is the Midwest Wolves. GG's, guys. Good tournament, but unfortunately, I do not think they've done enough to progress. Check out the zone. It is coming in the south this time. It looks like we're going to have a Military Islands final zone potentially, but we'll have to pay attention to that and see if it shifts north or south as it continues on.
And we look at this. Derek G Killers are currently in Pochinki. They want that action. Are they going to be able to get a Hassie right there? Picks up a Scar. Beautiful weapon. I'm enjoying it a lot. And keep in mind, Vision Gaming already... Oh, this is something I want to go ahead and point out. Look at Diablo. Diablo, this is something that he always goes to, and I've been a victim of it. That man is insane. Now, currently, he doesn't have his favorite weapon, which it is an AKM, but he does have an M16, and that man has a laser shot, so something to go ahead and watch out of. Is he going to try to push the action a little bit more? He knows they need the points. He knows that they got to go ahead and get the high places as well. Can they push the action right here, or do they want to go ahead and loot up just a little bit more, as he's currently sitting with just a level 1 helmet and a level 1 vest?
We've got a nice little showdown going on right now between Vision Gaming and Derek's Killers in Pochinki, but one thing to keep an eye on is Orion Esports is kind of lingering out on the east side of town. They're kind of waiting to see what's going to happen, looting up. They are spread a little bit, but we'll see if the gunshots that eventually go off here in Pochinki attract some further attention from squads that are in the area.
And this is something that didn't surprise me there. Diablo just being a little bit away from his team. He wants the action. Park his ass currently just winning a little bit, and bang, it seems like they just want to loot up more. They need that extra gear to feel more comfortable, as Diablo more than likely already has eyes on Jagger. Is he going to try to push for that kill? It seems like he just wants to wait. He wants him to be a little bit closer, and something you were talking about yesterday, PB. Some people just like to wait for people to stop moving. They want them to feel comfortable. They want them to feel like they are the only ones there, and Jagger now deciding to, hey, you know what? I'm just going to go a little bit closer to my team. I'm too far away. His team more than likely as well telling him, hey, man, back it up a little bit. We're trying to get good place in here.
Did you see that helmet pattern? I haven't seen that one just yet. Level 1 helmet, but looks a little bit different. BSG trying to figure out what they're going to be doing. We do have some fighting going on far to the northwest in Zarki area. A couple squads going at it right now, it looks like. And then we also, it always like stresses me out to see Gangstars and Lights Out that close to each other on the map every single game when you know that they're the top 2 teams in the group, and they're seemingly fighting in the final circles every time, but to see them literally hundreds of meters away from each other just looting peacefully, you just never know if somebody's going to get aggressive.
I know exactly what you mean, and it also comes down to this zone, right? Which way is GameStars going to go ahead and come out of that? Now, Team 19, Chicken Shrimps and Honey Musters needs a great showing as somebody just gets ran over their firm grandpa.
Legend Squad, look at that. Chad and crew have just picked up their first 2 kills of the tournament. Heck yes, Chad, I'm proud of you, my man. And now they have put together a nice little vehicle.
Oh, there you go. Ooh, okay.
Baby.
Make that 3 kills. That's what I'm talking about. And get back on the cars, and they're going to look for more. I'm loving the action right here as we see Wildcard, Wicked's Gaming's team, get a kill right there. And they're just pretty much waiting it out here. GameStar's actually getting a kill or a down on somebody.
Yeah,
this is interesting.
They had somebody move into North George, and they're like, this is our territory. You're not coming in here. This is ours. So
and
that's
outside
of
they're destroying Siglis. Oh my goodness. Look at Melta Power. Just pretty much people looting up, getting ready for the end of the zone. We are definitely seeing a lot more action. This is the final game for Group A. So make sure you stay tuned because more than likely we're going to be seeing a lot more people being aggressive. They want the kills. They want the placing. They want that glory added to their name.
Absolutely. I wonder if Lights Out makes a play for GameStars early here and tries to trap them outside of the zone, knowing that they have a long way to cover in order to make up that point margin. If they can knock out GameStars early, they could take. Nobody can really catch them, but they could take over GameStars if they're able to wipe them early and then progress into the tournament.
They definitely could. Not only that, just pretty much the placing and the kills as well. Now, look at this. Kai Ferro and his team are very close by here.
Oh, no.
Team 12, last minute man currently sitting at 0 kills. Echo realizes that Arrow turns around and destroys him.
Oh, man, that was insane. Never had a beautiful opportunity to take down Echo, but just a little bit slow on the trigger there, and that is going to be the end of his tournament as well.
Kai Ferro definitely surrounded himself there with really good teams. That boy just got turned on. My gosh, Echo showing his skills on your screen here for you. And look at this. We got the SLR on the screen. VSG backing up a little bit. I think they might have had some contact. And once again, check this out from Echo's point of view. Oh my goodness. He notices somebody shooting at him. Great.
Oh, wow. That AK,
that
man. Close range, AK, compensator on it. You got no chance from that range. You gotta land those shots and land them quick, or else that AK is going to tear you up.
Yeah. Usually, it's the first person that lands the shots, the one that's going to win that engagement. But, hey, sometimes you just get outgun skill, and that's exactly what happened there. And as you mentioned, we still got GameStars there up north in Georgeville, and we got Lights Out very close. And something I want to point out is Team 15, Muiskerm and friends, doing a huge flank on a boat a la Wicked Gaming's team. Ha!
I like this. I like this a lot because they're going to have the opportunity. One thing to keep in mind is down south in Military Base, there is no way to get up to the island. The cliffs are just too steep. So they're going to have to park either far to the west or wrap all the way around to the east, which is going to be a little interesting as they'll come up near solid FPS.
Yeah, and that is what it comes down to. Positioning, where you're going to go. I'm pretty sure they got that all down. Now, Diablo currently does not have 100% health, but more than likely they are about to go ahead and engage here as Derek G is about to go ahead and get spotted by Assy.
Hazy spotted Diablo hopping into the building. He's going to take up position behind the sniper tower and center Pachinki here. We do have an engagement brewing between Derek's Killers and Vision Gaming. It's going to be interesting. Hazy peeks. Diablo sees him. Got 2 really good shooters there about to go head-to-head. Jagger off on the flank. They've communicated. You can see them triangulating that position. Diablo, bang, getting into position. Derek G on the roof, sniping in from a higher position here. This is looking pretty menacing for both squads, actually. You're going to see some trades here for sure.
He does have this car. He does have the holo. He's still looking at that area. Now, you don't want to stick up for too long because that team is just waiting. And what's interesting to point out here,
there it is.
Hassy is just waiting patiently. Perkins gets one down. Jagger is down. Are they going to try to push a little bit more now that they know they have the numbers to their advantage? We see Derek G being a ninja and just moving around. Hassy's just waiting patiently. Now, this might get Derek G killed.
Hazy with the shots. He's landing them.
Hazy, look at the roof. Derek G is pretty much just there waiting for you. Look at this. Hazy currently just throwing some nades, throwing some smoke grenades. Ooh, Derek G, that might not be the best position there, my friend. Turner, beautiful
he turns
play.
it and gets the shots there. Derek G landing it on Doc. Doc probably should have secured that kill, but unfortunately, rocking the M16, unable to fully automatically fire, and that burst fire missed the first shot, and unfortunately got Derek G's attention. He turns on him and gets the knock.
Definitely.
Now, it looks like we do have Derek G knocked. We have Jagger knocked for Vision Gaming, Doc knocked for Vision Gaming. Hazy and Shaded are trying to get it done here, lifting the weight of the squad on their shoulders. Diablo rotating around, trying to support his squad. Hazy doing the same thing for Vision Gaming. There, Shaded gets knocked. Vision Gaming on their heels at this point. Only a couple of players left now. Hazy and Doc are back up and in the fight.
Doc throws that grenade a little bit too late, and look at this. Diablo knows that there is people here. Diablo's about to go ahead and go in. Diablo gets taken down there by Hazy. What's going to happen here? As earlier we saw Derek G being able to go ahead and come out on top out of the gunfight. Hazy currently very low on health. The other teammate, oh, there you go. Hazy gets taken out there by Bang. Bang. Beautiful plays there as he decides to be patient. And look at Doc. Doc is just waiting patiently. He knows Bang is going to be nearby. He takes him out.
Huge plays here from Vision Gaming, and not only that, they only lost one player in the process. Doc is bleeding out at the current moment. Or no, he's not. He's just low health at the current moment. But the rest of them are down, and Doc's going to be able to pick them up, get back into the fight. They were a couple of hit points here from going out, but it looks like Derek G's team will be taken out 18th overall, and that is not good at all for their chances of moving on. Here's the replay. You got Hazy here, keeping the door, gets a nice shot on Perkins through the window. Also lines up another one with the DP28 and tries to get the three-piece as he comes in the door. Unfortunately, Bang, just a little bit too strong, comes in and gets the knock, and that leaves Doc to try to fend off the rest. And as we know, Vision Gaming coming out on top there. But Derek G in the middle of the pack right now, an 18th place finish in this game is not what they needed to try to move into the top 15.
Yeah, and to be honest, I'm a little bit disappointed. I wanted them to go ahead and come out on top on this one. Derek G showing his gun skill there at the roof, but not necessarily showing the tactics. Usually what they like to go ahead and do is they like to go ahead and just shoot and then move from that location, especially if you are exposed right there on the roof. It's something that people tend to do. It's something that Diablo tends to do a lot. And
look at all the people in the water.
That.
There are so many squads in the water down south. We could get a look at the map really quickly. There are a ton of people in the water trying to get to the Sosnovka military base, and they are going to be looking at a final zone down south. All the squads are going to be rotating down there. But at this point in time, we'll take a look here at the Legend squad with Chad. They have 3 kills to their name so far, all 3 kills in the tournament coming in this game. So they're off to a fantastic start. This is exactly what they needed to do, not only to try to secure a spot, but just to look good.
Yeah, and they definitely want to go ahead and rack up those skills. And look at this. This man is currently swimming from the middle of freaking nowhere. This is interesting because look at Team 20. Team 20 is just spread out as they have.
What in
Team
the
12,
world?
Last minute man is currently
How
out
did they
in the
get
middle
that
of nowhere.
far south? Look at oh my gosh, Blagoons. They are so far south of the island. I thought they were in boats or watercraft of some kind. They are swimming. What is happening? Have they caught some sort of helicopter that I did not know was in the game and lowered in, fast roping into the ocean? I don't know.
It
but
might
this
have
is
happened.
crazy.
And look at this. GameStars is currently in a bad situation here as they
trouble.
have the zone. And also they got the bombing zone on them. And on top of that, they got Chad
Come on,
shooting
Chad.
at them.
Turn around and fire some shots. Put some pressure on these boys. He probably wisely leaves. But you know what? GameStars maybe getting a little bit lucky there that this squad is not going to want to pin him to the zone. They hop into a car and begin to rotate.
And we've seen it time and time again, right? Some squads just get lucky. GameStars is kind of one of those. Yesterday, we pretty much saw a bunch of teams coming at them, but they decided not to engage.
Yeah.
In this one, once again, GameStars is pinned, but Chad decides not to engage after just shooting a couple shots. I would say that's definitely luck there, my friend. And look at this, Mr. Flip just going in, picking people apart, taking 2 men down all by himself, and he's doing that for the Solid FPS team.
Solid FPS is in prime position to come out here to the finals next month, and if they just place well in this last game and get some kills, they should be in a position to do just that. Oh no, crash on the bridge. That is not good for Orion Esports. Anti-clutch driving right there, just trying to make it across the bridge. They're going to lose 3 members trying to make it across, and Thrasher is going to say, see ya later. It's now a position game at this point, trying to place a little bit higher on the leaderboard. That was literally the worst thing that could have happened. All he had to do was keep driving, and likely all of those players survived.
Just drive a little bit more straight, don't run into anything, and that is pretty much, yeah.
his whole team is gone.
Chad goes down to sixless. Juicy takes out Conform Police. Lights Out is taking down Chad's squad. And unfortunately, Chad could have taken down Gangstars just a moment ago, but unfortunately, they run into Lights Out as they chose to rotate, and it turned out to be the wrong decision.
And Lights Out is ready to just finish him off. There you go. Confirmed Police is now out of here. The Legend squad, I believe, has been wiped out.
They've got a bridge camp going on right now. Lights Out sitting square in the middle of the bridge, daring people to try to cross it right now. And we've got Gangstars coming right now to this very bridge. This is going to get really interesting. It looks like they may stop on the northern side to loot up, to hang out for a minute. They've got pressure from Team Winsanity, who is there as well. More squads are going to be trying to cross. This is insane. The bridge, though, is going to have some action. Look at how glorious that looks.
My gosh, as we got VSG coming in into Lights Out. Lights Out actually getting some shots there. Lights Out Eggman's taking out the Doc. Is he going to be able to get the kill?
Oh, and the vehicle blows up, and VSG is out of here. VSG eliminated by Lights Out, and Lights Out in an extremely solid position right now. I want to see how Gangstars handle this, because they are going to have to go head-to-head at this point. Gangstars is well aware of what's happening, and notice how they've chosen to drive another direction entirely. Yep. I think they're going to go all the way to the other side. They know with 16 teams left alive, they don't want to risk taking on Lights Out at this point in the game on the bridge, with Lights Out having superior position.
They want nothing to do there, especially after they saw a squad just being wiped. Hopefully we get a little replay of Lights Out just taking that team out. That was pretty insane, man. It's something we kind of saw coming, right? We saw them there at the bridge. We knew it was going to happen, and just to see it happen in that way, blowing up a car, letting them know, hey, Gangstars, if you plan on coming this way, just know we might treat you with this same
Absolutely. So Manster caught actually made it away from the bridge. He's in the water currently, out in the base swimming. So he was able to escape the bridge. That is part of Chad's squad, the Legend squad. So Lights Out unable to finish off the squad. They're still alive. 16 teams alive at this point. Now we'll focus our attention over to the Zen Gate. Oh, excuse me, the Zen Gamers, who are having an amazing tournament so far. Lots of really solid kills, and here they are again, going at it with Pirateer leading the way.
Pirates here being able to go ahead and use that Mini 14. We've seen it over and over again. That gun is just, if you are accurate with it, it is just going to go ahead and rip. And look at this. Are they going to go ahead and push up? What's going to happen here, as we do have a lot of people currently waiting on the bridge? We're going to have...
Did I not call this exact zone with the bridge camps on both sides and the northern, southern island? I mean, this is uncanny at this point.
Some would say they're maybe listening to us. If you guys are, please do me a favor, give us some more action, even though you guys are already giving us insane action. I just want to see blood all over the place. Game Investment here gets taken out. Valkyrie currently pushing out. They want to go ahead and back up a little bit more. They're currently pinned down. Zenly Gaming
good knock.
Trying to go ahead and
Valkyrie
get that knock. Yeah, Valkyrie with the insane
Zenly
knock.
getting the finish there on Game Investment. Not ideal for that squad at all, but Zenly going to try to get her teammate back up here. And here we go. Phoenix 420 hanging out with Valkyrie up in the upper section of this barn. Sitting right across from Zen Gaming, Pirateer, Night Owl getting ready to go ahead and take them on. Grenades coming in. Smokes are out.
They want to go ahead and get some cover, and look at this zone right here. A minute and 20 seconds until it starts
moving. I can't
moving.
believe how many players are in the water down south.
That is a bunch.
There are 5 squads down there that are making their way into the zone from the southern part of Military Island. That's something I've never seen before.
And Gangstars decided to go ahead and swim it across, or go on a bridge, or go on a boat or something, because they did not take any of the bridges after they saw Lights Out destroy that squad. And look at this.
It's going to pay off for them, too. They're going to be in prime position for that northern zone on the Military Island. That's going to be a great play for Gangstars there. Good recognition of the camp by Lights Out. They've made a great rotation, and they were able to make the trek across the water and take the risk, but it turned out to pay off for them.
Definitely some great awareness. And now, as we see Zen Gamers here trying to get on the boat, they know they're more than likely not going to be able to take the bridge. Now, this is going to be interesting, right? Are they going to be able Lights Out to take on more fights, or are they gonna just go ahead and decide to back up? Because they got Team Winsanity wanting to get that win. They even have it in their name. But now Lights Out is stuck. They got the red zone, and also they got the blue zone coming towards them. And I think 2 people from Winsanity are actually trying to go for it. And more than likely, one of them might try to swim across.
I really don't like their chances here. Lights Out's rocking the DP28 here, which will absolutely shred a vehicle. So look for another vehicle explosion here in just a moment.
In 3, 2, 1, engage Pablo, and Pablo's actually gonna win until they're in the middle. This is insane. There it is. They get those shots going. More than likely, there you go. Fire up. Actually, Eggman's taking one now. Wow,
both
beautiful
players
place.
knocked. They're gonna try to swim into the water, and they have another player below the bridge that's gonna try to swim across. Epic there below the bridge. Winsanity not in good shape there, but as you can see, the DP28 there of Sixless doing some work. They're up to 6 kills now for Lights Out. Pyra, though, getting some shots in on Zenly Gaming. That is elsewhere in the northern part of the zone. But here's the replay. Pablo, extreme patience on the way by. He waits till they go all the way. He does not expose himself to any risk at all by peeking, and he lets everybody pass by, and then they just shoot him in the back. Man, some say that would be cowardly, but in this case, it's smart.
It is super smart. Hey, when you're playing in a sense for $600,000, I think anybody is able to do that, right? Now, pretty much, more than likely, Lights Out also has to watch out. Oh my God, look at this madness right here. What? We got a little snake in the ground. Moiskerm and friends getting some shots, getting some kills to their name. They got one kill.
McNissiness is getting shot in the back, finally goes down. Holy cow, able to eliminate a couple of people there by snaking in the grass. So tragic for Miss Caliverse and Elected Hat here. That was unfortunate, but Lucifer paying him back here, shooting him in the butt with the M4.
Lucifer pretty much just is able to go ahead and pick people out here as they do have to run away. There you go, Wildcard. Wicked's Gaming's team being able to rack up 4 kills now as they do have a full squad. They got their captain on their side. That is great to see. Sir Mix-a-Lot. Look at him just waiting patiently. Moiskerm and friends trying to get that higher place.
Ooh, that's a big knock right there in the kill feed. Angry taking out Pirateer. Pirateer is probably the top player in that squad, and taking him down early. You saw Pirateer survive all the way to 2nd place in the games earlier today, rocking that ghillie suit in a 1v4v1 situation. Looks like he may not have that opportunity in this game. Has been wiped out by the Gangstars. We'll see if his team can get him back up. It looks like Wicked Gaming squad now rotating across the military base, and they're going to be trying to get to the hills here. Northern part of the island is where this final circle will land. I've been wanting to see this zone all day long, and it looks like we're finally going to get a chance to see it.
As long as Wicked's team does not come across Lights Out, we have seen it over and over again. They will blow up your car. They will take you out of the car, so do not do it. And they are actually splitting a little bit more from each side. And look at that. Echo, once again, takes out Team Solid FPS. My gosh, Echo is just putting a performance here in Tank as well. Tank with that DP. We're seeing a lot of DP action here, and I'm loving it, man.
Kaifero squad actually doing a really, really nice job this tournament, winning a lot of engagement. Tank and who were we just watching? Echo doing amazing work so far with their weapons, and looks like they're not done just yet. Getting to the edge of the zone here, they're going to have another engagement shortly. We got Wildcard taking on Orion Esports again. Remember, Thrasher was the guy who left his team out to dry on the bridge, running into the side of the bridge, getting themselves killed, and he is unfortunately unable to make it past 13th place himself. Nice try to Orion Esports. Not sure if it's going to be enough to get him to the next stage. We'll have to wait and see.
That is it for them, as Wildcard is able to go ahead and pick up those kills. And there is now only 11 teams left on this final game. Look at Kaifero here, lighting it up. He misses his shot with the Car 98. People are going to go ahead and know that they got shot. Echo actually pushing forward a little bit more. Echo wants more kills. Echo wants the Echo pretty much wants the fame and the glory after this, from what I'm seeing. He's putting on a show here. Now he is going up against Wildcard. He needs to back up a little bit more. You don't want to be as aggressive right against you going a very skilled game. And look at this. Echo waiting patiently. Kaifero doesn't realize that there's somebody.
No, Outsider sneaks up behind him and takes him down, and that is going to be it for him. Very nice try. Wildcard in control here. Wicked Gaming's crew is taking control here. Lady Kaifera is taken out as well. Wicked gets to finish, and it looks like we've got 3 teams now with prime position, and those teams are Lights Out, Gangstars, and Wildcard. Wicked Gaming in 3 different corners of this zone, occupying the high ground, occupying the structure structures here, and everyone else is running, scrambling. Look at the southeast portion of this zone. 5, 6 different squads coming together right now with only 10 remaining, and this is going to get messy.
Outsider doing some work. Echo taking somebody down as well. This is going to be insane. Angry even getting the kill with the Mini 14. Oh my gosh. Look at all the teams that are currently outside. Echo currently not in the safe zone. He wants to get in there. He wants to pick up his teammate, but more than likely he'll be seen by Lucifer as he has an eye on him. There you go. There it is. He might be able to get an angle and just destroy him. That is it
We
for
are
Kai
down
Barrow's
to
team.
6 teams now. 6 teams remaining, and that was some good shots there, some good flanking by Blagoons. Blagoons, remember, came in from the southern island, made their way all the way up, and they're going to get the finish there. Blagoons now has Wicked Gaming. Lucifer pinned behind the tree, but Lucifer comes out and gets some pro shots there off on the other Ghostiyami, and he's able to get the knock. Yeah, keeping his chances alive. One thing to pay attention to on the north part of the zone, the circle has gone to Gangstars. Again, told you that positioning was going to be key. They've found themselves in the north part of the zone, cleaned it out, and they're the only players even remotely close to the circle. Lights Out will be rotating to them right now to try to take the compound next door.
It has paid off. They are going for bragging rights. Oh my gosh, I am loving this, and also I'm loving seeing Wicked's team just going for action, going for kills. And Lucifer, let's just go ahead and talk about that play from earlier, because that was just stunning. The way he was pinned down, and not only that, Lights Out now realizes that Gangstars might be in front of him.
They're trying to peek it carefully. You can see them
right here.
Very cautiously approach the edge of this ridge, and they know that across the way, they've got their primary competition waiting for them. It looks like Everfury here has got that Car 98 out, while Pyra has got the Mini, and they're scoped in with 8 times all the way over right to where Lights Out is sitting. So it's going to be really interesting here to see how this shapes up.
They're going in the car. Lights Out might be going for it here as they're going straight towards Gangstars. Gangstars realizes that Gangstars starts shooting at them. They made it to the compound. Now keep in mind, the zone will be moving here after this. Gangstars having Lights Out pinned down. Interesting their plays by Lights Out. Wow.
So we've got a couple of really good snipers for Gangstars looking in, and see how the windows really don't favor Lights Out right now, because they can be seen. Like, they can get shot in the feet before they ever have a shot on these guys. So the elevation is in Gangstars' advantage, and they know that they have to pay attention to that squad over there. They know that Lights Out is likely going to just sit in that compound too, as it's one of the only remaining in the zone. We've got right now some action going on. Cam C getting taken down by Pyra, and that is another squad wipe. Chilled Chaos and the Last Minutemen going down, placing 6th. We now have 5 teams remaining. 8 kills for both Lights Out, 8 kills for both Gangstars, and it looks like Wicked Gaming's crew is flanking on Gangstars right now. This might be a prime time for Lights Out to gang up on them a little bit.
Gangstars might have been unlucky there because they are sandwiched. They are sandwiched by Wicked's team, and they are sandwiched by Lights Out. Pyra realizes that. They start throwing grenades. They know they might have them pinned down. And look at Lights Out. Lights Out now starting to move out of the way. Beautiful, beautiful movement here by them as they're able to go ahead and take down more people. Only 4 teams left as Pyra shooting at Wicked. They get back in the car. They don't want any of the action.
Oh,
somebody
gets a knock on Z-Gut. Great shot from Pyra. He gets another one. Holy cow, look at that. The spray from Pyra getting 2 knocks out of 2 separate vehicles from range. That was absolutely brilliant.
He was able to destroy their Wicked, telling him, go back to sleep, boy. I'm here. I got my Mini 14. I got this. Beautiful play.
Oh, no, look at this. We're down to 3 teams, and we're going to take a look at this knock here from Pyra. Oh, my goodness. He gets 1, shifts his fire to the other, gets a second. Wicked goes down. Outsider forced to drive away with Lucifer, and they're going to get to safety. Here we are, down to 2 teams. Guess who it is? Lights Out. Gangstar. Oh, my gosh. Are you kidding me? We are in the final again with these 2 teams.
Who's going to win this? Who is going to win this?
Lights Out in the circle. Gangstars having to go towards them.
Gangstars definitely finally finding themselves a little bit unlucky as they are not in this safe zone. That smoke, though, as you mentioned, it is insane.
Oh, we landed shots.
Pablo getting some shots. Sixless gets taken out there by Beowulf with the Mini 14 once again. Oh, my goodness, with the VSS. We have mentioned it time and time again. Now, Gangstars here does not want to get touched by that zone. That zone is going to keep on moving. They cannot engage here. They want to go ahead and run.
Pablo wants to pick
smoking
up
out
Sixless.
Sixless here. We've got a split screen. Watching Eggmix on one side, Sixless and Pablo on the other, trying to get the revive. One player from Lights Out is knocked, although they have superior position. Gangstars is going to group up at the compound here. They're going to heal up and make their final push to the zone. All Lights Out has to do is avoid getting knocked at this point. They've got to be getting a little bit low on smokes. 4 smokes left just from Everfury. He throws out a couple of them. Man, they have a ton of smokes. Look at the action trying to close ground here. We've got grenades coming in, smokes coming in. Did you see just nade his own guy?
Yes, he did. And that is his strategy right there.
He did.
He wants to be able to kill his teammate so Gangstars doesn't get those points. And look at Gangstars now moving in, throwing smoke grenades. This is going to come down to this Sixless trying to get picked up by Pablo.
The smoke went away. He's going to leave Sixless there to die. They're going to leave him out in the street. Smart play there. That he thought he had cover from the smoke. This is so tense. Everfury on the flank, peeking the rock. Eggmix sees him. GS Everfury getting Sixless in the rope, but getting knocked himself by Eggmix. Huge plays here. Angry and Beowulf at the same rock. Pyra on the flank off to the left. Pablo knows where he's at. Looks like Beowulf gets the shot there on Eggmix. Oh, Everfury is back.
Beowulf pushing up a little bit. Beowulf takes down Juicy. Beowulf knows it's now the time to push. He's going to go ahead and rush it. We also got Pyra trying to get the flank. He's got somebody nearby. He takes out Pablo. And it comes down to Ignis. Ignis is by himself against the full squad of Gangstars. There it is right there, ladies and gentlemen.
Impressive stuff there from Gangstars, making the final push across that field. But oh my goodness, what a statement from both of these two teams, getting again to the top 2, to the final epic showdown, and Gangstars winning their 3rd game in a row with 14 kills to their name in this one. Impressive stuff. Lights Out finishes with 11 kills in this one, and they had a beautiful bridge camp. They had the zone in that last little situation, but unfortunately just had that one knock from Sixless.
And Pyra right here coming in hot as he didn't have that much ammo to him, and he was still able to do a lot of damage right there. Imnis gets taken now by Pyra. Great stuff. My gosh, I'm definitely going to have to change my pants after this. Jeez.
That was an excellent finish. We couldn't have asked for anything more. I'm actually glad we had the technical difficulties earlier so we could have got that as the end of the show.
Seriously.
It was perfect.
Really, really good stuff. And both of those 2 squads are 2 of the top competitive squads in the game. So seeing Gangstars and their starting lineup take on one of the Lights Out crews, oh my goodness, that was really cool stuff.
Yeah.
Pleasure to have watched that.
I mean, there was a lot going on during that game, but that last engagement alone, we could have just talked about that for like next 15 minutes. There was so much happening there.
And right there, that huge play by Echo earlier into the game. And right here, Derek G. This is a beautiful play by Derek G. As he gets shot, he's able to take out Dog, but he stayed a little bit too long on that roof, and he was ultimately taken down by VSG. And right here, Lights Out, just showing that they can do it all, showing that they can camp the bridges, showing that they can push the action, and taking people out as they try to come towards them. Pablo with that beautiful finishes.
They got so many kills on that bridge. I think they kept the VSS towards the end for style points. They could have had any pick of the litter that they wanted in terms of guns.
That's a good
point. They kept VSS.
That's a good point. Eggmix keeping the VSS. I wonder if he likes that weapon or if he's a big fan.
Yeah.
Ended up not working out for him there at the end. I wonder if he would have preferred an assault rifle.
And then Wicked right there. Wicked's team just doing some work as it came down to, wow. So much stuff that we can talk about that game right there. I'm so hyped right now.
Have you ever been so hyped you can't unhype? That's where I'm at right now. That was intense, insane. Really big shout out to Gangstars, guys. You were amazing, winning 3 games in a row and a tough final engagement there, crossing quite a bit of ground under the cover of smoke in order to pick up that victory. Good stuff.
It was, and as you mentioned, Lights Out pretty much had it to win there. Gangstars being able to use those smoke grenades, being able to push the action, being able to not get touched by that zone. And on top of that, taking people out, making sure they picked up any teammates if they went down. It was insane. They showed that even if they do get unlucky, they're still able to try to bring it back a little bit and come out on top. Nonetheless, Lights Out did a wonderful job there.
How about the decision from Gangstars to stop at the bridge, knowing that Lights Out had superior position, and they were like, you know what? We just saw in the kill feed Lights Lights Out destroy 2 squads in a row trying to cross that bridge. Here we are, sitting at the bridge, waiting to go across. Should we do this now with 12 teams left alive? Probably not. Let's put it in reverse and maybe go another direction. Turned out to pay off for them. They got the zone, they got the position, and ultimately they got the victory.
Let's look at another scenario. How about Gangstars actually foregoing their pressure that they were putting on Lights Out to then deal with Wildcard that were on the potential flank and actually just demolish them, because that was very important. If that flank comes through, they're in a world of hurt between 2 extremely professional teams.
Absolutely.
They are, and it was just insane, man. Honestly, I am so impressed by the plays that we saw here. We saw a lot of teams that put in a lot of hard work, and it paid off. We saw the team chemistry just getting better as the tournament went on, and I cannot wait to see which teams we're going to see there, and I cannot wait to see what if that would have happened live, October 20 to October 21st. Can you imagine just the hype of those players?
I got goosebumps right now, man, just thinking about it. Oh, my goodness.
Well, without further ado, let's look at the Group B standings first from before, and then we can figure out which of our top teams are coming through.
Oh, my goodness.
Look
at that. Those guys have jumped up to take the victory in Group B, tying Team Gates on kills, but ultimately placing better. Congratulations to that guy and his crew, Denki, Richie, and Grimes, for taking the victory in Group B. We also had Team Gates in second place, narrowly missing that top spot with 1930. That low placement in the last game definitely hurt them. Team Hectic with Metalcore getting the third place finish there with 1,625 points.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff there, and definitely that guy showing Rolex who's boss there for a second, finishing first place in points. And as you mentioned, Team G25 was actually in third place, I believe, and they got bumped up by the Team Hectic. I'm surprised by that, actually, because of the plays that we saw there in the last game as they actually died to the zone. But it turns out Metalcore and his ASAP squad being able to just go ahead and at least place on the top 3 of Group B. Beautiful stuff. And as mentioned, you underrated. 5th place, Girthy Dingo. 6th place, Pochinki Bandits. 7th place.
Big shout out to Girthy Dingo's placing in 6th with only 6 kills for the whole tournament. 6 kills across 4 games. That's a kill and a half per game. That is not much, but they got 6th place, and there's a real good shot that they're going to compete for the top 15.
I think everybody above 1,000 points has got a pretty good shot at the top 15 there when you're looking at the other group as well. So even things like Pochinki Bandits, as we mentioned, the team from Hotted and the boys looking like they have a good opportunity here to get to the line, which is cool.
I'm thinking that's a great opportunity indeed. 1,000 points seems like kind of the benchmark here. Who's going to be above it? Who's going to be below it? Man, really good stuff from all the teams here, and excited to see those guys sneaking into that top spot with another solid finish. That guy's got to be happy.
Consistency. Consistency is huge key in this tournament, and I'm glad to see, for example, getting 6 kills is usually unheard of and still maybe qualifying, but more than likely just being able to get those consistency spots, consistent placing, just being in the top 7, on the top 5, that pays off as well. And it's beautiful to see that.
Yeah, we saw in Group B, obviously, aside from those guys actually breaking the 2K mark, a relatively even spread than our Group 1. Obviously, with Gangstars getting 3 wins in a row, they're going to be rocketing up when we actually look at Group A. But overall, Group B was a little bit more close than Group A.
Absolutely. It definitely seemed like there was a little bit more parity, I think, from top to bottom. You had a few really, really good squads for sure, but there was also a lot of really good, above average squads that in the middle there, whereas on the other side, a little bit more of a distinction between the top and the bottom tier.
I like that Soon were able to get around 8th place or so with 0 kills.
0 kills. Did you see Soon in that last game? Somehow snaked their way, landing in all different spots. I mean, it was the most chaotic, disconjointed strategy you've ever seen, but it worked. They got 2nd place in the last game, and on the strength of that 2nd place, 365-point finish, they were able to move up the rankings.
I'm getting word that we have Group A ready. So this is going to confirm where kind of our top 15 stand.
Whoa!
And there you go. Gangstars decide to say, 2,000 points, that's nice, but we could get 2,650 points. And
absolutely. Gangstars getting 60 kills. Congratulations to them. 2,650 points. That's going to put them #1 overall, with Lights Out at #2 overall with 2,215 points, 48 kills. That is a ton of kills as well. So extreme congratulations to those two squads specifically. But then we have Wicked Gaming coming in third place in Group A with 1,635 points and a load of kills themselves.
You know, this makes sense out because I made mental note of the previous group. This means top 7 from this group go and top 8 from the previous group go. So there you go.
There you go. Derek's Killers going out early.
Derek's Killers
going to just miss the cut, and we kind of knew that was going to be the case. They needed to really pull through with just a half-decent placement in this one to secure their spot, and they went out 18th.
It's super important that the top 2 in this group took so many of the points, and that actually hurt a lot of the midfield players when it came to this group because they weren't able to get as many points because they were all being soaked up and vacuumed up by everybody else at the top.
They were just pretty much getting dominated by Gangstars and Lights Out. And also, we saw Wicked Gaming is there pretty much pushing it at the end of that last game as well, getting a bunch of kills.
They were consistent. I got to give big props to Wicked's game, and especially big props to Wicked and his crew when Wicked was not there. They managed to place third, and they did it with 3 players in one of the games.
And they did it with one of those plays that we never even, at least I haven't seen before, when they decided to just go ahead and flank around on a boat around military base.
All the way down south.
And something I want to point out about those leaderboards is that my team, Chicken Strips and Honey Mustard, actually got 1 kill. So good job, guys. Yes. I appreciate it.
Claps. One thing I did want to point out, too, about Wicked and his boat usage down south, they went all the way around the southern island. Did you guys notice in that last game there how many squads were out in the water? I think they may have served as some inspiration to the next squad because there was like 7 squads that went around the south part of the island down there.
I had a theory. There was a boat all the way down from Team 20 coming in there. I think it was Blagoons, as you were mentioning. They might have run out of fuel.
That had to have been what happened because they couldn't go. Why? I mean, what else could it have been? Were they driving north from another map? Perhaps I have no idea. I mean, it was crazy how far out they were south of the island and swimming. Crazy.
It could have been. It could have been, and it didn't play out because, yeah, you don't want to get caught out there. It's one of those things that we kind of mentioned on the new video that we saw earlier. You don't want to get caught out in the water, or you're going to be sleeping with the fishes. So, yes, stay away from the water.
There you go. Don't run out of fuel as well.
That too. Yeah, that's a huge one.
Find some of those canisters. Anyway, regardless, guys, that's going to pretty much do it for us. Have you enjoyed the weekend?
Oh, my gosh.
What are your highlights?
Again, goosebumps, man. I'm not even joking. I'm so happy with the performances that we saw, the action that we saw. I'm incredibly proud of my guys in the Lights Out squad that were representing in, I think, 3 of the top 4 teams.
Is that a new team? My guys? With those guys and that guy?
Those guys.
Yeah?
Yeah. So very, very proud here personally. So big shout outs to all the folks participating, Rolex, that guy, and Juicy representing their squads as well. So
Lights Out just doing a huge standing right there. And also Gangstars, I'm super proud of them. I'm kind of sad that Diablo wasn't able to make it there.
Yeah.
That's one of those players that I kind of hold dear. Diablo is just such a good player, such a great gun skill. But on top of that, you got people like Wicked, which has an insane squad. I'm surprised to not see Sute. Sute also one of the great players there from Wildcard. Surprised to not see him in this tournament. Hopefully in the future we'll be able to see him here. But overall, what an amazing tournament. What an amazing turnout. Hopefully you enjoyed it at home. And if you did, please let us know in the comments. Let us know where's the next Star Challenge that you want to go ahead and see. And actually talking about Star Challenges, it is across the world. And yesterday I received word that the most kills that a team got was 38 kills.
It was SOS, I believe, in the Asia region.
Yes.
38 kills, so big shout out to them. Make sure you guys that are watching the Star Challenge that are interested, go watch all of the stream replays. You can find them on the PUBG Mobile official channel. Really, really quality action from all over the world. So it's not just here in North America.
Absolutely.
But speaking of here in North America, I am pumped for the finals, man.
That's right.
We're going to see these guys live.
It's going to be on the 20th and 21st of October, and you can tune in on youtube.com/PUBG Mobile or even twitch.tv/ESL_PUBG as well. So those are your dates to remember. And whilst we're getting there, you can continue to hashtag StarChallengeNA. And we want to hear from you right now. We want to know what you thought of the weekend, how things were going down, if you enjoyed these teams fighting tooth and nail to try and grab the points.
Absolutely. So if I could implore the audience, you guys at home, if you could have one moment that was most memorable from this tournament this weekend, send us your tweets. Hashtag StarChallengeNA. What did you remember? What will you take with you to next time?
Final thoughts?
Tag us at the 7WG at Powerbank Gaming, and at Kalaris. We would like to see your thoughts as well, so definitely let us know that, and thank you so much for watching at home as well.
Final thoughts before we wrap things up?
Honestly, I'm just so hyped right now. I want to get off my seat and just
You want to play?
maybe try. Yeah, I really want to play, actually.
Give me the game. You guys can go to the Galaxy Store, download the app, play PUBG at home. You might find me in game. Beware if you do. But final thoughts from me. Just incredibly impressed with the teams, the quality of play, specifically with Gangstars as they won the tournament. I mean, fantastic push at the end there, being out of zone, out of position. So that's kind of my final thoughts here. Really solid play all the way around.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you for joining me on the desk throughout the weekend. That does it from us here at the studio. It is time to go. Sayonara, bye-bye. We shall be back in October 20th, 21st for more Star Challenge North America.